All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is May 27th, 2026. And once again, it is a day of chip mania. So SK Hynix hit $1 trillion in Korea. Micron did it yesterday. They're both still going up. There's still a lot of that chip hype momentum. You did get a side of good news out of Iran, or at this case, it just brought oil down to that lower bullish level. And the headline was that the Iranians confirmed they received an unofficial agreement. It talked about getting the blockade open, getting the ships moving, and all of that. Oil liked it. It got the SPY up, but then SPY chilled out. But generally, the overall vibe, there's not much activity. There was bad Zscaler earnings that affected software and a couple of the software names that are reporting today. But once again, you got a lot of money and a lot of moves all funding the chips. And then we are getting through this middle of the week and end of the month, and everybody is asking, does the bubble keep going or not? So like I talked about in that video yesterday, keep in mind the events to look forward to as we get into both the CPI and a little bit of data. Even this week, you are going to be getting the PCE tomorrow. So we'll see how that all ties in. And then it's really, I guess, the cherry on top will be Kevin Warsh. But we should have a chill day. A lot of that chip hype momentum. We should have a chill day, but I'm sure you are going to hear about chip momentum continuing or falling off will probably be the major driver of the day. So I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you guys are locked and loaded and ready for a good day. Otherwise, if you're not ready for a good day, just go back to bed. It's still early, my friends, but you know what we do here. Before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, all the active service, past service, anybody who has served this country, even the families. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your service and sacrifice to people you have never met. I hope everything from the long term and anything we provide could help out, but at the very least, we are in your debt. We love and appreciate you, and I don't know how you feel about a war and everything going on. Maybe oil's lower. Ooh, that's better. But at the end of the day, man, whether you agree or not, I really believe you could never take away the honor from those who have decided to serve, Mo. And that's why we like to honor them every day. I hope none of you ever forget that. I hope you never take your freedom for granted. And veterans, all y'all, the families, God bless every single one of you, and thank you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Judge! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia! Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Happy Wednesday. It's already middle of the week, bro. Are you kidding me? On a win the chips, did it hit an all-time high? Oh, man. So, Chad, you're going to have a fun day. If you don't want to have a fun day, just go back to bed. We'll see where opportunity brings us in the morning. Again, today's not as crazy in terms of both like headline and algo moves. I would watch the concentration. Again, Micron, SanDisk, DRAM, EWY. You don't have to focus on all these plays. I really hope you guys watched the video yesterday, both the locked in, the Instagram, the YouTube, it's all out there. I'm telling you, the bubbles, the concentration, the bond volatility, I think it's all very important. So if you don't have to get bogged down with everything going on. I mean, if you really have that FOMO, you could just concentrate it like everybody else. So watch out for those. I'm going to keep an eye on Corsair and Xerox. We talked about those last night. We'll see if that leads into small cap momentum. Iren got that deal today. Then Abercrombie and Lulu. These are both in the clothing space. Abercrombie had good earnings. Lulu, they're getting the Chip Wilson, a little bit of a board activism. And then SMCI, just watch. If you get more of the crazy chip moves, pretty much the sketchy one is starting to look appealing as long as you keep bubbling up with mania. Other than that, watch the bond volatility. That's really the main thing. And then if you go below like 88 to like 82 on oil, we're already below the 88, so that is the bullish zone, if anything. So we'll see where that all leads us. There's a couple of space stocks, too, that are moving from yesterday, even like quantum space stocks and people getting into industries like that. So the question is, though, does this momentum hold up? Does the bubble, the chase the chips, are we going to watch a broader chase with that? Or, again, is it going to be primarily concentrated within a couple of names? But, yeah, the headlines are not that crazy this morning. Again, middle of the week, and then tomorrow you'll get a little bit of data with the software earnings. But now we only got 45 seconds. 45 seconds, baby. Let's have a good day. Hold on, I got to get to it. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Oh. He wants to fight you, man. Woo! Sentinel-1 has earnings. So we're going to see how that plays out. But that's getting clapped with all the other software ones to start. Every single one of them did. Buku! They hate AI art. Because it's not really art. Oh, yeah. Let's go, baby. Less than 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Woo! But Jesus is still Lord. Alrighty. There's no bids. There's an ask on it. Trades went through, but there's no bids on any of those other space stocks. Am I tripping? Oh. I guess we had a RKLB. I've heard so. There's an old RKLB that popped, but then the flies, no. So that's the first one I'm looking at. Alright, we'll see if those hold up. Yeah, but space stocks are starting off. Yeah, I mean, Lunar gave it up, but then Saidu even sold off. It's up green, but those are all up a shit ton. But yeah, those are not starting off good. Ford kind of took off. I thought Ford was going to be a little weaker. It was meandering there. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. Yeah, Snow, Rubric, those all got clapped. Baidu is moving up a little bit. Interesting. And then Palantir too. That's all part of the software. So literally every single one of the software pre-run plays got literally murked just off a Zscaler. So see where they end up by the end of the day. But I'm either going to push some of those or sell them all, even if they're at a loss. Jesus is King. And then watch Staples too. Again, SAP got hit a little. Oh, and then HPQ. I forgot about that one. Oh, the Corsairs. Corsairs do good if you have it. I forgot about that one. So let's see that now. I went to space first. SPY a little bit lower off of the bell. Again, you had a pretty decent range in the AM here. So yeah, SPY is only up by 0.03. NASDAQ and Dow are the ones leading, and Russell is in the red. Interesting. So yeah, Corsair is up way more, Habibi. Way more. Same thing with the Xerox. And there's Energy. Let's see. Micron. SanDisk. They're both up 3 or 4 right now. Just kind of crazy. The chain on Ford is closed. Yeah, those didn't load up yet. Delta Airlines. So again, I mean, oil and energy is down. So see if that does start to move those travel plays. These are terrible. EWJ? China? Or Japan? Or? Oh, yeah, that moved up a little bit. Hold on. I still am SAP. I need to see if those went. They probably went down today. So again, those were still up 200% yesterday. But that still has a green. But let me see. I'm trying to bid on something. Yeah, GFS. I'm glad we made that free yesterday. A holder is offering 22 million shares. So one of the bigger people is selling. I'm looking for something else. I have an idea. All very expensive though, Habibi. All very, very expensive, you know? XOM, UAL. I haven't looked at the FCXs yet. Let me see what those went to. CDW. All right. Pod, I haven't looked at that one. So low quality again. This is just bubble concentration if it goes nuts. So yeah, there is a play. I'm glad you asked. I'm doing one of the SanDisk. I'm doing a short-term SanDisk, a really cheap one. Very, very gambly, but it's low quality. So, but there is some 30 center ones that are decent, but that's only going to work if this bubble concentration actually plays out. Why is service now ripping? Habibi, IGV is down by 0.8, 0.9. Again, chips are actually in the green, but they're about to sell off. Oh, the Kimberly contracts. Are they still up? I forgot about those. Somebody asked me about something else. Corsair is now up over 100% too. Oh, those should be up a little bit more. Okay, I guess not. Those won't fail, Habibi. There's a wide spread on those. There was one more I wanted to look at. You say Kimberly? Where is Kimberly? Oh, wow, those did go up. So, yeah, they're up a little bit over 100%. Again, remember, they're ex-dividends right around the corner. Shop, Micron. So, again, so far, the concentration plays, they sold. But like I'm saying, there's some, the premiums aren't that crazy. That's why I'm taking a small one. But it all just depends on if today's vibe actually still gets led by the chips, or do we see software come back, or again, how do people respond to any war stuff? But SPY's now red. Everything's red actually now. SPY, Russell, NASDAQ. The only thing green right now is the Dow. PG value stocks have taken off very well right now. I mean, again, XLP is just straight up here. So once again, that whole rotation aspect with some of the You know, it's not even downside. It's just all the money went to chips and then staples for now, as software was not a viable option after some of those earnings. Editas, that was a biotech yesterday. Elf, I don't know. Maybe some of the value. HLIT came down. Google keeps running as well, too. Sweet Green's Investor Day. There's like 3 other companies that have conferences today. I think Taboola and a couple of others. Taboola. Hims as well. You had an insider buy on Hims this morning. Again, ServiceNow, that was actually doing the best out of any software. Again, software is down by 0.9, but ServiceNow is actually doing pretty well considering. And then Zscaler is at the low, so that could be an earnings continuation to the downside. IBM, they didn't do anything yesterday, so if they could go back up. Space stocks literally played out like chips this morning. They gapped up, and then first one was a sell. Open Door was running. Now SoFi. Seems like a lot of value or some names that didn't get love in the last couple of days. Those are doing their thing. Sour Brown up over 10. We still have one more of those plays, so hopefully they hold. Yeah, the Sour Browns are still, you still got a little bit of time, but you're in the money on those, around 400 or 500%. And the IBM. Kimberly 160 now. So thank you, Kimberly. And then let's see those. The SAPs are still up 130%. Unfortunately. That was the one I wanted to check. Again, SPY, literally first couple candles straight down. Carvana on the high. Hello. Yeah, so even Carvana's up 3. Tesla on the low. Apple's going up, so that's the interesting part about this. You have Google going up. I mean, let's see if Mag 7. So again, you had chips gap up, give up, and then you have a couple of value staples starting to climb, but then yeah, Mag 7 isn't bad, but staples, I mean, Coca-Cola now, Pfizer, anything beaten down or anything defensive or discretionary, you name it, they are all getting a bid. So again, this would have been software if you didn't have the bad earnings, but the money's all going to staples right now. I'll get you guys a checkup here in a little bit. VNet. What time? It's only been 10 minutes. Yeah, even MO. And Ford, I didn't get to see. Did any of those short-term ones move up? No, they're... Oh, they did. Alright, I sold all of the short-term Fords. They went up like 100%. I like them, but I'm going to just keep holding the leap. I wanted that one to go quicker. It's already Wednesday. Myrna, again, there was some more Ebola news. I mean, even fucking T-Raw announced a thing. And then Team and Now. So again, there's a couple of winners in this whole software debacle. I mean, shit, even CRM is starting to go up. So think about that. There was a couple of the ones getting ready, like Snow and Rubric. Those got clapped after Zscaler, but then Team Now and then CRM. And then CRM reports today. KMB. App Now as well. Yeah, there's a couple. So see if this actually could build up. And SanDisk, Micron still at the low. Where's WDC? They're all down. And then Pfizer, again, more XBI, more XLP. Oh, TE too. I think it was going crazy last night as well. Kroger, oh, it's a grocery stores, man. I'm glad those Kimberly's actually fucking moved on an option. I usually never get those. Fizzerv, not Fizzerv, FFIV. No, Fivin. That's the other one, software. They kind of moved. I mean, Ford is still up there. So SPY, you're down by 0.9 now. NASDAQ's down by 0.3. Dow is up. So full-on rotation day to value for now. We'll see if this holds up past the next 30 minutes or so. Yeah, you're getting something. Well, well, well. Oracle. Let me see where Kimberly's at. Where are you, Kimberly? Again, these are all correlating with even that. Yeah, Kimberly's up almost 200% now. Again, I already made that one free pretty early. What day is it? You still have, like, I think, one more week until ex-dividend on that. And then DLO, CRM again. Now Chewy, Zillow, weed stocks. Kimberly's starting off great. Again, it's all staples, dude. The Dow is up, but a majority of these names moving up are anything that just underloved. So that idea of these rotations and laggers, you're seeing that today, but I just do think it's the bad vibe there in software. So I think the money would have went to software if it wasn't for that earnings. And then IBM now coming back up. Again, those old premiums for June are still up. Nike's is one of those. Now Fivin, a couple software names, little by little are moving. And then GLD, that was the weirdest part about the peace deal stuff today. It actually brought down gold and silver. X-Ray, Carvana again, and then Coca-Cola, HD, PG. JD's up, but Pinduoduo did bad on earnings. CN. XLU. KC. K-Star actually went down today. So it's all, again, China just has not been good. And I've talked about it last night, even this morning, for anybody with the China. I would just tie it into June 10th. So pretty much by the CPI, it's either the laggers start to work, and if they don't, depending on what the market does with CPI, that'll kind of be the cutoff of when it's going to be more viable or less. UK resident doctors to strike in June. Oh, where's the other one? HPQ. Oh, they ain't even getting no love. So again, all the day before earnings place. Those have not been hot. Baba's on the high. App. A little bit of K-Web. And IGV only 3/4. And you have chips down now. So you went from, I mean, at one point, software was down a little bit more, around a little bit more than 1%. And then chips are green. But then now you have chips down by 1.8. And then software is only down by 0.7. I think it's all of them. All the chips off the open just dumped. So those SanDisks off the rip got clapped. Actually, that 30-cent one, though. That one's literally the exact same. That's just because the spread is nutty. Let me try this one. Oh, no. ADTN. Eli, if we continue to rotate, that could be actually a good one, especially as it wants to break out there. CRM, I mean, it hasn't had a big earnings report in a while, but they're one of those that they either need to confirm recovery or they could probably get killed. But it's like the earnings aren't the crazy, unless it's like a pivotal earnings. It's not really a big earnings mover. But then again, this earnings season has been one of the wildest ones. Apple is just straight up, dude. It's actually kind of crazy. Apple was hitting, it was 1% earlier, but Apple and Google, again, the whole Mag 7, I mean, even Meta's not down that much. Again, NVIDIA's even down by 1.6, so they're even further lagging, but this time chips are actually down. But yeah, Cattle, 1.6, and then Zivra, that's another biotech. You have a lot of biotechs going up. And the Micron and JD. Where's Korea? Forgot about Korea. Oh, excuse me. No, Korea. Korea. Dude, I've been sneezing again. The long term. Actually, where is it? Where's Intel? Intel was holding up good. Intel even saw chips started off great and then just sold it all. Some of the money came back into software. ARB, low quality robotics, up 20. Hershey's, they got to upgrade. And Staples. WMB. Again, more China. I'm seeing the same thing as we see in other days. Gap down in China, and then they go up throughout the day. But then they're all still red. There's a lot of Chinese names on the high, but they're literally all in the red. Well. And then CRM, I'm surprised on that one. They're still down, but the contracts are moving a little bit today. Yeah, Qualcomm does that almost every time. Yeah, they're down again, but then Intel and a few others, they were up 3-4%, and they've all sold off. I mean, even SanDisk, that's a 4% move in the last 10 minutes. You guys know that. Even Micron moved another 3 or 4% as well too. So yeah, some of these moves are very large. I mean, we just gapped up big, and then you made a certain type of move that did bring the SPY, NASDAQ, Russell, they're all down, nothing more than a quarter, and then Dow is leading to the upside by a quarter. Yeah, chips have moved a shit ton. That's why I'm like, come on, software. Software showed some better signs of life, but still down 1. Now silver and gold going up, like I'm saying. Tie that into some of the peace deal stuff, even though oil's low. Those are not good. Momentous rocketing again. Yeah, didn't they bring that up with the space stuff yesterday? They did a offering. There was a lot of offerings last night on a couple of companies, and then even like Global Foundries with the share block that was getting sold. CRISPR. All right, a couple chips are bouncing now, so just see what this takes down and what it keeps up. Because again, if we get broadened out, if you could get the chips kind of holding up and then your other boy don't drop as much, you'll be good. Corsair, the contracts are like right at 100, but it won't fill. So I don't push it. Kimberly do good as well too. So I still have those. Come on, yalla habibi. They'll probably move. NVIDIA's down. So, and then TSM now. That one's the one starting to go out of all of them. Got a little bit of a TSM lead. Well, let's see what you got, TSM. are already up a shit ton. AAOI again? Hold on. Oh, I forgot I had Oracle up there. Let me check one more. Oh, Habibi. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong call. Nvidia's on the low. Hot dog. Iran had good Dell news. So I made a play on TSM. Not a recommendation. Very small ones again. On some of these ones that are more concentrated, I'm taking smaller plays. SanDisk was a little bit more, but like I said, there was a $30 option. Again, these are all lottos in terms of the concentration, playing this back and forth. Remember, Oracle already reported, but yeah, technically, they're one of the first ones right around the corner. You think SOX? That or like DRAM. The DRAM is the ETF with it all kind of there, but I do think concentration itself, so in a weird way, going after an ETF sometimes is a lack of concentration, but that's the risk you're going to take. That's what I was saying yesterday, is like, just be mindful. We are at like the 5th stage of the bubble right now. This has all been going on. There's been many entries. So at any given moment, I mean, whether you do individuals or not, the risk is that you're going to get in right at the top and then it all gets fucking plundered. So just keep that in mind and choose your frustration. And I really say it too, you know, it's like a weird way where if there's not a lot of individual plays, I mean, it's just so much easier to focus on the concentration. So keep that in mind. Dell's starting to go. Everest? Again, CRM. Oh, Take Two. So again, Take Two is going to be at the TD Cohen event. They were actually up even from their earnings. They came down from there. PDD and then Zscaler, so that's still it's funny, software is still kind of trying to climb up. ELF is going up again. CDW got a big upgrade here earlier. Celsius, I haven't heard Celsius in a minute. That's your boy? Wow. Well, good for him. Good for him. Ford, I sold my weeklies. I got my longer term one though. Snow's not down. Those plays went down, but not as bad. Biohaven on the high. How can everything be red? It's because we fucking rock it up every day. So we technically hit another 52-week high or all-time high pre-market. But yeah, you know, we're about 2 points off of the all-time high. I mean, this 750 would have even been higher than you know, middle of the month here. So I think this is the back and forth dynamic with concentration, the bubble, what's been leading us. Throw a little side of war in there. Oh man, you get all of it. IREN again. So again, now IREN is getting to getting back to that NVIDIA deal level, if you guys remember. So I had that pullback, but now coming past, remember, $70 or whatever. That's where NVIDIA has those warrants, and then they had that Dell news. So again, a lot of value. Zscaler's is getting murdered now. That took another 10% off of the low. Anything tied to energy and oil is moving in a good way, like airlines, and then you still have a lot of value in staples up with a couple of chip names starting to go. So yeah, they got clobbered off of the gap, but they're all still kind of holding. App on the high now. Another software, Reddit, Circle. Haven't heard much about crypto here. And then Google and Apple, damn, breaking out. Hey, yo, your boy Poet, too. No? Mm-hmm. Eris? So, yeah, and a couple of smaller cap runners, and then a lot of value, and then now, again, a couple of chip plays. At least TSM's about to break out. January. No. SLB, Schlumberger, I guess energy, all the energy plays. How come my oil futures aren't moving? Am I tripping? Do I gotta change this up or something? Why does it look like oil futures are not budging at all? Have they really just stuck here at 89? Marvel reports today. Googly. And then Carvana still, and again, a couple of big 7. I mean, Iran's at the level. Dude, oil is just not, again, 89. We hit 87. So again, 89, 88, still one of the bullish zones, but interesting. SPY's back up to open. So now the Dow is holding up that rotation. You're up by 0.4. NASDAQ is barely red, about to go green right now. And then Russell is up by 0.3. And then SPY is up by 0.11 again. So you're back to that morning gap up level. Again, IREN, that one's still running with the news in the morning. That's breaking out. Sweet Green's back up to 10. And then your Mag 7s. And some Corsair. IBM, yeah, remember IBM didn't really do much yesterday. Some of those quantum ones, they did not do much. HD doing well. Yeah, it's part of all those value. SPYs coming back up. Free. I like it. Apple's at 312, dog. That's crazy. And then Zscaler's still just getting knocked off. AMC IMAX merger speculation. Oh, that's an interesting one. What's the other one? UMAC. Remember that IMAX rumor we've been getting a couple of times. Oh, that's what I want to see. IREN. Iron's already popped. I have one more IBM in June. I have one or two more left. But or June or July, but we sold. Remember, last one I took 1,000 on it. Well, I know I got at least one more left. Nuve B. And then SPY holding up again. Just see if chips end up starting to melt up. If we could do all of them. So again, I mean, even SMH at 0.78, I think it's matched up with software. Software's doing a little bit better, but yeah, they're both kind of in the game right there. Alright, well, I think you guys might fuck this one up. Just because I've seen this happen before. So, be careful. Cents, you hate yourself. So don't do that. It's very, very low quality. See, there you go. Now it went down to 2 cents. Fuck yeah. So look at that. Just, please don't fuck it up. Just for your own sake. App the best name in IGV. Everybody in the IGV. Nobody stand tough. Notice that the long term still stands up. Who else was there? Ford still going. I got rid of a Ford today. I should have kept it. Boeing CEO says backlog is well into next decade. Says supply chain challenges will be ongoing. Interesting. Wendy's starting to go up. Remember, didn't you have Nelson Peltz on Wendy's? Jumia Gold. Nuve B. That was the Stanley Druckenmiller one the other day. Bro, and Zscaler just keeps getting clapped. Avex. Up 5% in one candle here. Yeah, about. Oh, maybe 3% on that one. Avex, whatever this is. A little bit of a pop. Constellation on the high. Now MOS, CDW. That was a runner from the morning. Iron free. You get filled. If you got filled at the 2 cents, you got it for free. That's what I'm talking about. That's good. That one didn't do the pump. I'm glad you guys actually listened. KHC, Bank of America CEO speaking at Berenstein Conference. Zivra. Again, you just got a Boeing headline. HRB Intuit competition from OpenAI. Building self-improved tax agents. What? Why do they hold me? they hoed me. Yeah, I got my money back though. All right, I made and hopefully this helps you. We'll see. I made Corsair free at 100%, or just under 100%. Stratus Systems. Dude, KMB, if you had any of those other plays from a while ago, those are up like 200% or something. And then, yeah, I made CoreWeave, or was it CoreWeave or Corsair? I don't even know what the fuck it is. But yeah, at the high, I hope it does help you. I hope I add you that liquidity. May all your dreams come true. Again, team. Yeah, KMB is on the high. Now Boeing with a stick. So like I was telling you, you had those Boeing comments. They probably just announced something. You might have a second or two. Oh, these are already up. Oh, I got a negative change close on one of them. I don't think these are going to hit. But I don't even have the headline. Yeah, Boeing, all we need is Bradley Frizzle, bro. Hold on, those are already up. Let me see. I don't have the headline. Again, all we had was the guy talking. Boeing is not seeing requests from airlines for delivery delays. And then Booz Allen, some of the other government ones are popping up. It says China commitment is a good start, more to come. Well, those are already right up under 100. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, I made it free at 100. A little bit more. Bella Habibi. I don't even know what it is. Oh, Boeing will be at a rate of 47 a month on 737 in the next few months. So they're giving updates on the run rate of production. Then a nice little China comment in there. Is that Palantir on the high now? What the fuck? So Palantir's coming back a little. I mean, remember, Palantir was doing a lot better yesterday. But you're doing, once again, these IGV names. I mean, they're down by 0.45. SanDisk is already gone negative again. I don't know. I think all the chips faded. Again, even TSM. And then Wayfair on the high. Yeah, their software is just doing the, you know, again, just like those China names. They get the bid off of the cash open, but then they're all still like deep red. All right, I sold the rest of the Boeings. They're at like 150. They're not moving at all. Boeing passed capstone review with FAA to raise 737 production. Fucking KC on the high? What the fuck is this? I didn't know it could do that. MGM too, and then Rumble, then ServiceNow, then Li Auto. I mean, KWeb is still down. Again, just like software, they're still down 1%. Microsoft is going. Again, Google and Apple. Apple's the real leader today. A couple of healthcare names are moving up, and now Cisco. Corsair. Oh, Xerox, Habibi. Nobody say nothing about Xerox. What amazing copy machine they have, you know? Such an innovative technology. NXL, dude, that one, yeah, that one went a little crazy. Well, what's ripping? Oh, the Ford leaps. I was like, what keeps going up? That'll do it. And I haven't looked at the FCX. Again, we made our Corsairs free, which is nice. What is it? Not Ford. Rich Robotics from yesterday, too. Oh, FCX. Oh, they're down after yesterday. SPY's trying to climb up. It's mainly, again, it's led by a couple of software winners, software laggers coming back, and then, again, your major, like, Mag 7 moves. Those are kind of moving everything. Yeah, the NVAX, they did that yesterday. Those are still clapped on. But if those come up, you could either push it or sell them. I'd sell them right away. They actually go Whirlpool on the high. Team, tap. And that wasn't tap, team. At least one killed, 2 injured in unspecified accident at Iran's petrochemical complex. Or? Lulu's starting to go up again. Lulu and then Abercrombie. Lulu had the activist stuff. Abercrombie had the other side. GM's going up with it too, and Ford. I ripped those Fords too early once again. My fatal flaw. At least they make us some money. Oh, Legal. Blessing the Chad, Legal, in the morning. He said, get a hit. Get a hit. Send a gift. Bless the Chad. I hope they get long terms. Amen, baby. Amen. Up 100, yeah. I mean, we had the, I had some closer for this week. They're just running out of time. Oh, shit. Boeing went again? I ripped those too early, too, but I think that might still be going. And then Microsoft. Again, chips are overall, they're just not doing much. They just keep hitting this low, but it's good. You're kind of broadening out. And then KC, I don't know why this one keeps showing up. Lumina is another biotech. You had Pfizer and a lot of the other ones doing good. Amazon's doing great. Amazon Mag 7 except for like Meta, but even then Meta just picked up. So yeah, kind of all of the Mag 7 except for like Tesla. They're all doing great right now. And then even Palantir coming back up a little bit. Now Baba's still down 1%. That's why all these charts look so funny. Because they could look straight up intraday, but then they're down from earlier. But yeah, SPY's starting to go up. Next Carbo sponsored by Legal. Woo! Oh, dude, you get locked in, donos. You getting Chad member? What's up, baby? Good morning. What a happy Wednesday. Penny for your thoughts on the economy. Trying to make a conversation. Let's do it, man. I'm down to talk. Again, we had a couple of plays that we're monitoring here. So, I mean, a couple of things off the morning. I've been here just under an hour, but yeah, what do you got, man? What's your question? Is it white? Is it racist? The White House is named the White House. Are you okay? Is everything okay? Your chat fax is ridiculous. You came in this morning and you're like, Wendy's is up because of Ice Spice. And then after that comment, you're like, hey, Josh, have you looked into creating your own ETF? And then you're like, I wonder if it's racist if the White House is the White House. Is everything okay? I'm just making sure you're good, Doc. That's like, you know, and I'm pretty wild, but that's quite the interesting back and forth. Getty. Eli Lilly. Elijah, and then NVIDIA on the low. So you have NVIDIA and pretty much every other chip stock not doing too much. Shark Ninja Enphase on the high. I don't know where the rest of the solar and all those other ones are. IGV is about to go green. Holy shit. So it's good, though, because, again, you have all these earnings coming up, but IGV is brushing off the ZS. And then it's just kind of picking up with some of the leaders like Team, ServiceNow. I mean, Microsoft, for crying out loud. They're still in the red, but At least they're going up, and then you have the rest of the guys. Intuit, that just tweaked out a little bit. Wasn't there a headline on Intuit earlier? China sets up team to probe coal mine blast. Measures of mine safety. FMC, FLR. There's Meta now, so Meta's just starting to go green. You're near the high of the day. Dow is up by 0.65. NASDAQ is actually still red. SPY up 0.14, and then Russell 0.35. Can we get a checkup, please? Can we get a checkup? Dow Jones, 22 in the green, 8 in the red. SPY, or NASDAQ, 56 in the green, 44 in the red. So you actually have more names leading on the NASDAQ. And then SPY, 309 in the green, and then 191 in the red. So yeah, more names are up than not. White House told Al Jazeera Trump will only sign an agreement that definitively guarantees Iran will have no nuclear weapons. So again, in Iran headline, I mean, SPY's coming down, but oil's moving around. I mean, you have NVIDIA on the low. And then PG on the high. KHC is actually running. That's another value. A lot of value. Again, the Dow is absolutely killing it today. Zscaler just had bad earnings. Meta. ON, where's the other? Rocket Lab on the low. So yeah, literally space and chips, they gapped up and then they sold off from the morning. ZS, it's one of the many Grim Reapers. This is just what's happened. Remember Net, Fastly, they did the same thing, bro. If you didn't get good earnings, you didn't get the Passover, they murdered you. And then if you did, again, there's been a couple of software names, as long as the guidance was good, people liked it, but I don't think Workday did too crazy. That one's moving up now though. But yeah, that was one of them. But yeah, this is again, even like Net and a couple of others came back up. XRT above 85. That's a good sign. That's retail. Now Hershey's, Habibi, and then the value stock. They all go, man. What is this, brother? Microsoft, Autodesk, PayPal, Fizzr, for crying out. Everything that's not chips in tech is running up today. So you are broadening out a little bit. Like you said, most of the indexes have more green than not today. Even Disney, even Mickey Mouse is getting involved. It's amazing. Even Palantir now. Palantir might go back to green. Then Under Armour. Yeah, Net recovered good. I mean, they were all, but they I think even Fastly recovered like 20-30% when you look at them. So they'll get killed for like a week or two, but it just really depends on the overall vibe and then some of these other bubble dynamics, driving some other things. Oh, Yuli getting involved. Chat, what's up, man? We've only had some small ones today. Y'all had a good day or what? Good morning. Happy Wednesday. It doesn't feel like Wednesday. That's what sucks too. We are middle of the week. I know it feels like we just started, but and then we have our data tomorrow. But you are at an interesting time. Brent is on the high now. So again, you just had this thing, this headline there with Al Jazeera, and now you're moving a little later. Boeing has authority from FAA for entire 737 flight test regime. Interesting. It's your birthday too? Oh, Chad Adonia. Well, happy birthday, Bobby. So it is a good day. I told you it was going to be a good day. I think we got to brush off some of the momentum in the morning, but you got birthdays, you got earnings, and it's the end of the month, my friends. Happy birthday, bro. Please don't buy a daily on your birthday. Don't force it, and make sure your long-term meets you on your next birthday as well, too. That's how I use them. They're long-term birthdays. ServiceNow, Microsoft. Again, it's software. So again, it seemed like in the morning, software, the money went to Staples, and then you sold off another set of chips, but then that set actually fed into software. Again, this time Microsoft's moving. Microsoft's still in the red, though. That's the crazy part. And then again, Team, ServiceNow, Intuit's starting to take off as well. And then you got your medical, your values, all of those are still holding up just fine. PIBZ, and then SPY coming down again. You hit the high of the day. SPY is actually gone red again. It was only up by like 0.1%. Dow's up by 0.5, and Russell only ones in the green. Boeing confident won't see more hiccups in 737 confirmation or certification. Again, PayPal, I keep seeing that one, and then Workday is the other one. IREN. Let's say I just needed to get you a top tick, and then we could kill the rally. So there you go. It worked out. It worked out. Boeing still has some instability on 787 rate. Hershey's. It's weird. Oil barely ticked up, but again, oil hasn't even moved though. So again, that confirmation in the morning of Iran receiving the deal, you're pretty much back to that level, which is crazy. It's still like $2-3. Oh, speaking of Boeing, said all you needed was the peach. It's here. Oh no, my goodness! You got birthdays. You got the Chad. They hitting some. They showing some love. And then you have Bradley Frizzle and the peach. That's all we needed, baby. That's all we needed, my brother. Good morning, Bradley. Oh, Peach Nation. Good morning. Stand up. Pay homage to the consistency. I don't know if they, on a Wednesday. I don't know if they know, bro. I don't know. It's a special day. Every day when Bradley Frizzle arrives. I hope they feel, bro. I hope they feel. Good morning. Good morning, brethren. So I'm talking about Shop and Bradley. You can't, you know, the peach. You can't shop for the peach. It's just, it's a lifestyle. You can't buy it. You know that? It's a lifestyle. I don't know if they know. I don't know if they know, bro. That's CRM. Fuck it, finally. Still, those are still down, but like I said, those moved up. And then Nvidia is on the low, and then Meta and Microsoft. See if Google and Apple, if they continue leadership or not. But then, yeah, now TSM, all the little chip plays, those have all failed today. I mean, even fucking Intel started off up 2 or 3. And then now IREN on the low. Anything momentum with like the chips, even NeoCloud. Some have held up their gap up, but if they gave up the gap up, they're not doing anything. I did see Reddit. Yeah, Reddit's up 7. I kept seeing those old options start to flicker. ANET on the low now, too. Oh, no, SPGI. And then, yeah, it's all value. Young Staples. Staples are up 1.75. Your first child was born last week? Already got a long-term? Oh, man, good work, man. That's what I'm talking about. You know, I never had a long-term growing up. So, for those of you doing that for your kids, that's awesome. That is what you should be doing. Mike, it is off the end. Hello. Alright, well, that's about to go green. IGV is, again, about to go green right now, too. Micron on the low. The concentration. SanDisk. GitLab. I keep seeing Jumia go up. And then, dude, XYZ and PayPal. I'll just keep going. Well, SPY chilling. It just literally been no rotation software, back to rotation software. So that one looked one way in the morning, and then that flipped. Those SAPs never went down. So I'm still up 180 or something on those SAPs. Added UA to the long term auto. I think I'm glad you added to the long term. I mean, be prepared to buy more. UA is not my favorite. I haven't used it in a while, but I would probably have taken Nike instead. But that one might work out. You never know. But just make sure it's not really about what you buy as much as it is what you stay consistent with. Oh yeah, get a Trump account for your kids. I keep forgetting about that. I forgot that exists. You can get a nice free retirement account, or at least don't they match it like throughout your deposits, or is it? I know they fund it with the initial amount, but don't you get like a positive match? SAP, CRM. I mean, if those options start moving, that'd be nice. They're kind of just doing what they did last time. They had a gap and then they hold. Actually, no, we're starting to chip away at that. So yeah, as long as CRM doesn't slow down, those options might keep doing it. Again, most of these, any pre-run up like the day before has been terrible. There's one that worked out. I think Datadog. There's one last week that did. What is a long term? You never heard about it. It is a separate account where you don't trade. All you do is you put 10% of your income, and then you buy high-quality stocks that you hold for 10 years minimum. White House on X indirectly denies Iran state media reported draft MOU between U.S. and Iran. Huh? The White House is denying it? Indirectly denies Iran state media reported draft MOU between U.S. and Iran. Interesting. Yeah, because again, that was the headline there in the morning that helped when they said, we have a draft agreement. You've heard that many times. Like I said, the weirdest part about today, though, is that silver and gold didn't respond to what oil did. Oxy, some oil names coming up, and then App. No, they're just taking turns on software. And then SPY, all right, you might be reacting to that a little late. Yeah, the SPY might be picking up on that one a little late. It's because it's coming from Twitter. So see if oil moves up on that and SPY goes down. That'll definitely be the headline. But like I'm saying, it just, you might be really early on that. I'd react if you get a fat stick on oil. Pretty much if oil takes you above like 91. So yeah, SPY's starting to drop now on that. That could be it. Oh, there, I think it is, you guys. I think that's one of those you're so early, but then you kind of missed the jump there. But there's a lot with a negative change close still. Okay, they just jacked them up. Yeah, IGV is still going straight up on that. Well, watch SPY and oil and see. That could be your first, like, little morning headline. I mean, it's been an hour and 3 minutes. The other headlines came in right ahead of the open. Like I'm saying, this one's circulating through Twitter, so it's not on like a news wire. Boeing will be fighting seats throughout the year 787. Huh? All right, well, IGV's back to green, so it didn't look like it was going to do it today, but straight up, I mean, you have rotated out of chips into software. Trump live in 30 for a cabinet meeting? Oh, no way. Now, I think I still have some of those old ones. We're going to see. Like I'm saying, those saps never fucking came down. Did Kimberly. No, I think I got rid of all the now calls. But the saps are still up, dude. The saps are literally up like 160. They were up a little bit more when it was red. Oh no, I have a set of nows. Those are up 200%. Baba, Lumen, Nike, or Coca-Cola for the long term. I think Nike is better value. Coca-Cola is better quality. So one's at the high, one's at the low. It sucks they're both value, but it just depends on what your portfolio could need at that time. But yeah, it's not like Coca-Cola's cheap, where it's like Nike's cheap because it's not doing. Nike's not going to turn around until they have a really good earnings. Whereas Coca-Cola, they're actually doing fine. I think maybe your answer is Pepsi, because Pepsi's kind of right in the middle if you want value. You know, Pepsi's not the cheapest, but if you're willing to top blast Coca-Cola, I mean, Pepsi's in the middle, and then it's not underperforming to the extent of like a Nike. Not a recommendation. DLR, Zscaler again. That's disgusting. So at least they're moving the money back into other software names, but shit. Again, chips are still down. Ain't no love in the heart of the Cosby. Ain't no love in the heart of Sanders. PRM and KRC. PRM, it's like 2%. A couple of things just popped. Even Peloton, EL. Yeah, Peloton, Estee Lauder. There was one more that just moved. KRC. King's Realty. But yeah, whatever PRM is, that's a small one that might trigger. And then Baba and KWeb. Hims on the high, and Service Now, man. So again, Hims had an insider buy. It didn't get as much hype today. LAR, yeah, JD, even then more Team, CNC, a couple other China names. Yeah, Xerox still holding up from the morning. Again, what was the other one? Corsair. I already made those free. Those held up. I mean, those did fine. Again, it was a lot of the pre-run-up plays that got clobbered this morning. Not as bad. I guess HPQ starting to pick up. But which one was it? Like Rubric, that one lost the bid. But then Snowflake, you're down like 10%. You might even be break-even on Snowflake now. Yeah, Snowflake, you're literally back to break even. So that one's not even bad. And I sold the Ford too early. This other SanDiscs I ran, though, any weekly lottos are terrible. Ain't no love in the heart of town. I'm surprised. And then Okta, that one's down too. But then the Sentinel ones didn't move as much. But see, now Workday, another set of software. And CRM. I know I had a moment to make the IRENs free. I just kept them small and cheap, so I just held them. Same thing, the TSM hit 100%, and then it hit 100% for a second. You used to hate the delay, and now you found it helpful not to react to Everil Candle. Amen. So I'm saying, and like I was talking yesterday, if you really want to learn and get in the process, you know, I encourage you to be pulling up these stocks on your own as well, too. So then that way, you know, you could look ahead if you find it faster, or at the same time, you know, get in the habit of, you know, putting it up, looking at the prices yourself and making sure it was there. Big Mup. All right, well, SPY's working its way up. You're just going back and forth. Meanwhile, your Mag 7 leaders, they are still kind of leading the way here. And then software. Yeah, I like a lot of software names. We have, again, we've had the Now, the SAPs. I still have some old free teams and a couple of others. So I've been playing a lot of individual ones. Even Palantir, that's been the software lagger out of all of these. So yeah, I like them, but that's why we've talked about IGV. This is kind of like a China play too, where, like I'm saying, you know, come the CPI on June 10th, we're gonna find out which, you know, anything not a chip that didn't move. Is it going, you know, is the market going to go down on CPI, or are we going to keep continuing the rally? And what's going to happen to the leadership, the laggers, the leaders, all of that? How is that going to play out? Fly came back up again? No shit. Oil's starting to climb again. You had that one headline there on the White House Twitter thing. I don't have any plays on Accenture, no, but it's good. Yeah, I think it's a good for software, but I don't know about long-term. Right now, the only long-term names for software, I would probably say Intuit. I mean, that one, Intuit is a fascinating company. Like, Intuit is probably, it's still like, it doesn't meet Benjamin Graham's metrics fully, but it's definitely closer than further away. Ain't no love in the heart of town. Yeah, and the video. So that's the thing. I mean, we could talk about it, but if I talk about it, I'm scared some of you may misinterpret it, because NVIDIA is starting to lag again, but this time there's no catalyst. So hold that thought. SPY, once again, we went a little higher than when that other headline came out. And then once again, now oil is unwound that morning news of the memorandum of understanding. And then Peloton's still going. And SPY right at VWAP, but I mean, borderline, you're slightly lower, but, you know, something similar of 7 hours to nowhere. Base systems to provide active protection system for U.S. Army. Oh, that's old. Yeah, bro. Value is still just roaring. Value in software, as odd as that sounds. Again, software did not. It started off very weak this morning with Zscaler. And then the chips were leading. And then this is the opposite of that one day. You guys remember like a week or two ago, we had software up by a shit ton and chips were down and it looked like a rotation. And then it just literally flipped at cash open. And then the software went down after a little bit, and then chips went up. That's what happened today, but in reverse. So you literally had software down, getting a little bit worked off of the earnings. Chips were up 4%, and then literally cash open, chips flip, and then software ended up getting the demand. Meanwhile, staples all day. Any of the like bigger, higher quality laggers, those did amazing. MPT. But yeah, like I was saying, don't get this one twisted, because last time I told you this, there was a catalyst, there was earnings. But essentially, you know, the last couple days, as NVIDIA did not move, and then chips kept hitting a new high, you've had, like, I think it's been your biggest 5-day lag between NVIDIA and the SOX since 2018. So once again, NVIDIA's, remember, last time I told you this, chips were over here, NVIDIA was down here. But then you had the earnings, and then it caught up. That was the whole idea. But now this time, once again, the fact that NVIDIA is not moving, but the other chips are advancing, it's changing, again, that relative value. Yeah, Intuit and AI. I feel, but this is something I said back in the back when the whole AI fear started this year. The one thing I was talking about is that there's some companies with like a regulatory moat. So, and that's what I believe in Intuit, is that even though like you could theoretically have a AI do your taxes, I just don't think could be trusted in the same way. Where I more envision Intuit creating an AI that does your taxes, but then more so, it's still verified by their badge, the sign off, the connection with the government. Again, more of that regulation and institutional moat being from just like government contracts and trust. I don't think you could replace that with AI ever when it's all said and done. You know, like maybe if we get AGI, but even then, at one point, I mean, even with AI, there's still going to be the government and all that other stuff. When they allow e-file, it'll work, but then just remember, like, this is the kind of the joke that I would make, is that, like, if you want to submit your taxes with AI, you can, but, like, if you get audited and you're like, yo, it's my AI did it, like, it's not going to matter. So, like, it could do the taxes, but is it going to do it correctly? And then to the point where you could kind of have a trust badge on it. And that's all I think Intuit provides. It's going to have AI. People could do their AI taxes, but then it's going to run it through some service or person that's going to pretty much put their name on it and put their seal on it. So if anything goes wrong, that's where I believe the moat is. But yeah, I don't own Intuit. I've not purchased it. I'm just thinking about it. Isn't it named the Clippers? I think the Intuit Dome. Isn't that what it's called? Fly again? Dell. Not Adele, but Dell. Cores, that was up, I think, in the morning. That one's still continuing. AST, dude, this was the quantum space stock one in the morning. This was just some bullshit. But yeah, that's up 250 and still going. Again, you got some Dell. Asia PQ. Qualcomm. Qualcomm's done this, though. You guys have seen this so many times. How many times have we seen Qualcomm just literally rip and then fucking die? Just at a crazy level. That's just what's been. That's why I'm saying those options are so intriguing, because it's doing it at a crazy level. Boeing discussed increasing weapons production with Trump. See if it reacts to that. Amazon's still going. Said the company will carry out more Starliner research this year. Yeah, exactly. You file your taxes. They're not taking Claude to jail. Like, it's just all going to rely on you if you. So you could do it, but that's it. I just think Intuit's going to still be the forever middleman. But then again, remember we had this talk last week? Somebody brought it up, and I think this is the most genius idea. I think the only way that Intuit fails with AI is that if AGI is so successful, we get UBI. And then you have universal basic income. And then why the fuck would you ever need to do your taxes? If that's where it gets different. You would have to be some real dystopian future, I would have to say. Why dystopian? Rational optimism? Because, like, something just dystopian about the government being like, here is your monthly payout of money. We have done your taxes because we have given you everything that you own. Thank you for shopping at the United States of America. Please do not post negative videos or we will deduct your said income. Thank you. So, you know what I'm saying? But then again, no taxes. You don't need to report. We reported for you. You have received your monthly allotment. Fly, I think those are still dead. Those are. I had a rocket lab in the morning. I had an old one. Yeah, those all chilled out. Come on, morning. Good morning. VCI, I think there was something in the morning, unless that's a small cap. There's something like VIC, I remember. Why not dystopian, says dystopian. Tesla's starting to work up a little bit. So again, I mean, we're still just in this range. Again, slightly below open. Oil coming up, but still at the lower end. And then, yeah, we're just kind of a lot of back and forth bouncing in leadership. But still not, I mean, overall, not bad at all. I know it's the momentum. Just remember, a lot of hype, momentum chills out. Even if you don't go down, it's, you know, it still like chills things out. But everything's break even. SPY's break even. Russell's barely green. NASDAQ's barely red, down by a quarter. And then Dow's up by 0.48. And you're not getting any real crazy moves. Even fucking China might go green. So again, those all started down too. Or no, was it JD that went red to green? Yeah, Nvidia's down a decent amount. Josh, the streamer? Yes, Josh is the streamer, I think. Go on a limb. Cohue. Yeah, then HPQ climbing. Two people in the long term interested. Praise God, amen. I have one. I am going to I'm gonna make another long-term video. Because again, I mean, I might even buy something soon. I don't know if you know, it just really depends where things are at in the next coming days. Again, because I have another deposit, but I would probably get something value. But I think that could be a good opportunity to make another video. And I'm getting close. I told you I've been praying on it. I might start another long-term. I'm still, again, my tax guy's gonna hate me, but I might begin another long term. I was leaning towards it over the weekend. I had a nice vision because I'm not pretty much my I have another niece in the family. I have another like, what is it, niece nephew being born. So I might make one for my niece. But then I'm thinking that way too. It would kind of be a long term of what I would do if I had a kid. So for some of you having children or starting off, if you had theoretically a 18-year time frame, I might make one for her. I think that would be the best bet when it's all said and done. So we'll see though. I'm thinking about it. Why would your tax guy hate you? Because it's every time I make a brand new account, you have to like file, and it just creates more work. More paperwork. That's all. That's why. Even at one point, he was like, "Why the fuck do you have so many accounts?" Because yeah, it's all data. It's all taxable. So yeah, man. But get a long term. Like I said, the number one thing you should all be doing right now, whether you get the trading or not, is just like if you're spending any time here or in the market. First thing you should do, go create a Schwab, go create a separate account that you're not going to trade in, and then go and put 10% of your income in that account, and then just start buying some high quality names that are not up too much. You know, you don't have to buy the names that are near all-time highs, and then month after month just keep saving and build it out, because you need 6 months, a year under your belt. It's like nothing's gonna matter until you actually have that consistency. We should. Well, I don't know though. I hope y'all do it though. That's what I'm saying. I do want to make another long term, and I think it'd be a good example, but also at the same time, you know, like 4 long terms is ridiculous. Can I hit you with a little bit of truth serum? Do you mind if I punch some of you in the face a little bit in love? Because like I'm telling you, why do you need a 4th example to begin? Why? When would you ever get that many chances in life? Let alone the fact that we started the last rebuild from practically nothing less than 8 months ago, 9 months ago. You get what I'm saying? So that's kind of the thing. Even for the new Chads, like I'm telling you, it's not. I think if you even go watch just the Intel video from last year and go from there on out, you could kind of, 5-6 videos, simple step-by-step process, and you could kind of understand it. So, but that's the only thing where I'm like, I don't want to. Like I told you, the worst part about the market right now is when everybody comes back and then they're like, wow, what's up, man? I'm back. I'm like, that's awful. That's terrible. Not because I don't like you, but because then if you ignore the parts where it's boring, you ignore the parts where you should be building, and then only arrive when it's up and going crazy, and now you want to build when the materials cost the most amount of money, and now the floor is way further. That's where it kind of starts to backfire. You bought some into it for the long term. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. XOM, more energy names. So SPY coming down, energy's popping before. Let's see. Software is even chilling out too. Yeah, XOM on the high. Your company matches 5%. You're adding 10% yourself. Would you keep 10 to lower taxable income, or drop it to 5, giving you more money to add? I mean, talk with your tax guy, because then if you drop your taxable income, does it save you on the tax bracket? So if that drop, because that happens for some people. So some people, it's like if you're at the cusp where like a small increase in income, even like a raise, if it gives you more money, but then raises your tax bracket, sometimes it's better to not take a raise. So like in this case too, just it all depends. Like if your extra contribution lowers your tax bracket, I would keep doing that. But then if you save it more and your income goes up, and then you have to pay more in taxes because of what your bracket is, that's where it could backfire. So in that case, I would talk to a tax person who understands your situation a little bit better. So then that way you could kind of get like a direct, real answer about what just makes the most sense, right? Because then if you save more, but if any of this triggers you paying way more in taxes, working the same, if not more, to get less, it may be better to stick with the plan you have now. Otherwise, I'm a big fan of the individual long terms, like outside of the 401k, but 401ks and company matches are elite. The thing that sucks about them is you just can't touch them till you retire, but that's also not a bad thing all the time. No, again, those options came back up a little bit. Some of the ones they didn't get too clobbered. I love you. God bless you. Good morning. A Roth? Yeah, I don't think Roths are, again, the retirement accounts aren't bad. Just that's going to be for money you're not trying to like actively move to a house, essentially. Because that's it. The retirement, tax-free, dividends, it's an awesome thing. It just, again, you're going to have more limitations when it comes time to move it. So if you're looking for something passive and for 20, 30 years out, those retirement accounts are great. But I would say if you have a plan in like 5 or 10 years or less to get it to a property, a normal brokerage, again, especially with like some of the new tax benefits, though, that could serve you pretty well. Again, target on the high, fly going up. Again, whatever ECL, that's not energy, but industrial. What about house hacking as a 22-year-old? What do you mean? House hacking has been, they've abused that term. They're like, I'm house hacking. I'm like, no, bitch, you got a roommate, okay? That's not house hacking. Okay, they're like, I'm house hacking. I'm like, no, bitch, you just took a bunch of leverage out in one of the highest interest rate regimes in the last 40 years. Okay, that's not, so it just depends on how you view what house hacking is. But like I'm saying, I think in both of those instances, like I don't think you should be pulling money out of one house and putting it into another, paying high interest to not cash flow. And then it's like, if you are young, you know, if you want to get a renter, if you want to have a roommate and it'll help, do it, but make sure you get a deal that would work, assuming you didn't have a roommate. Or the best example is get a multifamily, like a FHA multifamily, get low down payment, live in one, and then rent the other, but then just don't tell the people you're renting to that you own it. So then that way you could kind of separate it. So it's a good idea. Again, I'm all about it, you know, having renters and having it help pay it, but make sure your property or your house that you get wouldn't be a situation where like it's dependent upon that, essentially. So then that way you have both more flexibility, and then if something happens, we'll go from good position to bad position. Apple. Yashagoff. Wow, is that like, that's the Joshatola and then the Yashagoff? How to house max. Good. I hope you do. I hope you all house max. That's what I've been trying to tell everybody. You wanted to build a garage and you had a guest house. Would it make sense to rent to cover the cost? Yeah, I mean, go see how much it's going to cost you to build. That's not going to be cheap, and that's going to still take 18 months probably minimum. The K-Web, I'll give another update on it, because again, I think it's so far the last week of China has been terrible. We have not had any favorable reports. All the news has been bad, even the earnings. But China's going to come down to the CPI as well too. There's a lot of plays we have on board, again, especially if it's a lagger and it hasn't, you know, done too much, or again, it's not a chip stock. Pretty much come the CPI, if we're going to find out if the CPI fucks up the market, we want to see if that brings up the laggers. Otherwise, if the CPI is good, market avoids it and just starts going up, and then the laggers are either going to not move and then they're dead, or the laggers will catch up with it. But pretty much post CPI reaction, it's either the time to shine or the time where that play will probably be time to move on with a loss. VSAT opened a short position. There was some stock with the V today. I forgot what it was. Marvel even going down. Again, they have earnings today too. Amazon going, Google chill. They were leading in the morning, and then Apple. You roar. HPE on the low. Interesting. And then HPQ went up. Earnings checkup. We could do it later. I mean, it's pretty early, but the premiums actually went up today, which was good. But yeah, you either hold that play or you sell it at the close. That's what I was saying with any. It sucks. We had better earnings run ups yesterday. They got clapped a little bit today. I mean, could have been a lot worse, but they weren't that bad. But the idea is you're either going to sell those at a loss today before the bell, or if you want to push it and go for the earnings move, you can exit whenever you'd like, or you could hold it until after the report. I don't think Adobe's lagging. I think they're underperforming. It's a software stock. It looks like software. And then there's still, remember, they didn't have a good earnings. They didn't have earnings that really supported it all. But yeah, so technically it is lagging, but it's lagging, for a reason. Trump might be live. Yeah, Trump participates in cabinet meeting. I don't have the live feed, but there's some that are popping up. ALM FinV. Net now. All right, well, SPY coming back down slowly. Trump is probably just going to slow the market down. Give you something to algos to focus on. Chop up a little bit. Yeah, HPE. Well, remember, HPE and HPQ are just different, unfortunately. So it's the same company. This was one of the bigger corporate spin-offs back in the day. But HPE is like the business side, business to business. So they're selling the data centers, corporations, all of that. And then HPQ, the one with earnings today, this is the one that's lagging pretty heavy. That's their consumer division. So this is the stuff that consumers buy, like a HP computer. And then HPE is like the data centers the companies are buying for build outs and all of that. The Robinhood MCP for agents? No. But I'm excited. There's a couple of things I look forward to, which they're kind of dark. If I tell you guys, will you not judge me? You're probably going to judge me anyway. Do you want me to tell you? Your godfather worked for them. He resigned and works for NVIDIA now. Hey, yo, tell him to hook us up, bro. Can we get shares? I did that the other day. So a company reached out to me, and they wanted to sponsor me, and they were not long-term monthly. But they were like, we're giving away up to 50 shares of NVIDIA for every person that you sign up to our brokerage, right? So you know what my rebuttal was? I said, fuck this little game of chance. How about you do this? If you guarantee 10 shares of NVIDIA to every person... I said, I'm down. I said, don't pay me, you pay them. You give every single person 10 shares of NVIDIA right off the jump. I said, can you do that? And then they stole. They're like, oh, but my check-ins and my savings. Yeah, they said up to 50. I said, no. Just let's do 10% of that. I said 10% minimum for everybody. Are you interested? But yeah, they couldn't. They were scamming, bro. They were scamming. I said, I'd be down. I mean, why not? No. I said, every account, you give us, that's it. Just give us some shares, bro. They make you a deal. Yalla. So yeah, but I'll tell you, that you can't judge me too hard, but, and I think I hope you see the opportunity, even the classic last couple of years here, and you see how things play out. But here's the deal. I'm excited for all of these bots in trading and the agents. And I think it's going to be a real opportunity for some people to really take advantage. Why? Because these bots are fucking dumb. And not because the bots are dumb, but it's been trained off of data over the last 10 years of dumbasses on Twitter and shit. So that's why I'm excited, because it's a lot of, like I told you, even with the long term, a lot of people forgot things. You know that? You know how many people have forgotten things and how much good info has been kind of, misdirected into the abyss of people forgetting? So yeah, long story short, I think there's a lot of trading strategy and a lot of things that the bots are going to miss. And when you have an environment of everybody kind of going after that, I think it's going to be an awesome. There's going to be a window where pretty much half of the people are on the bot shit, and then those who aren't, it's going to be a fun time until it works out its error. But when they first start to really roll out, I'm telling you, I've even been dealing with a lot of AI and like info, and just it's stupid. That's what I'm saying. Like it takes a lot to you could get it to aggregate things, but yeah, there is just again, I mean, you've heard the talks I've had with Grok and some of the other ones when it comes to finance. It's trained off of even though it's trained off of a lot of people and it has a lot of data, it's trained off of a lot of fucking dumb shit, which I think is awesome. Sadly. So that's the first part. And then the second one is what I told you the other day, is at some point in the next 4 years, Kevin Warsh is going to fuck up. I can't stress this enough. Like Kevin Warsh is going to have a fuck up. You guys know that, right? So that's going to create an opportunity for both Fed panic and Fed saving the market. And then that's going to cause at least one point in the next 4 years, we are going to have real Fed-induced volatility because the new guy is always going to fuck up. Powell's fuck up was in the beginning when they first started raising. Remember, that's the first TLT, 2018, and then the repo crisis, and then leading into the 2019, he either has to cut or he doesn't. That was the first TLT, and then his policy response to COVID, not only, cutting really fast, but remember, Powell kept the money supply, trillions of dollars pumped in the market, and then kept rates at zero for about 9 to 10 months. And then his other fuck up was cutting before the election. And that you could argue that was a personal fuck up, but let me put it this way. Are you guys ready for this? Because that's why you guys keep thinking I get hella political, but like you want me to, like, this might piss you off. Are you ready? Oh, I gotta go back. So, like, you're like, oh, yeah, fuck that. But, like, this is the election, dude. The SPY's up 50% since that last rate cut that you didn't need. So, I'm just saying, oh, they cut me off. Oh, then that's good tin right there, bro. That's it. The YouTube cut me off for telling you that. So, that's how you know it's accurate. But, yeah, like I'm saying, this is where the election happened. So, I mean, that cut. So not only did Homeboy, again, there was a series of it, but the first couple, like I'm telling you, 2018, the liquidity, kind of how he tightened things up, leading to a repo crisis, that was real volatility. And then the final, getting cornered into a rate decision, which again, we made 10, 20,000 or 30,000% on TLT. And then we had another 30,000% on TLT by just playing the COVID move. So I do think in the next 4 years, he's going to have maybe a series of events, or at least one event that does lead to a fuck up. Yeah, you could argue SVB too. It would be better if Warsh messed up now rather than later, because then you could at least get it out of the system. So, but I fully believe it. So I could be wrong, but I do think that's one thing in the next 4 years I am always going to be on the lookout for, is that the new Fed chair fucks it up, just because that they're not all going to be perfect. And now, there's a lot riding on the new job and everything going on. So it could go many, many ways, my brethren. I know. Well, YouTube cut me out when I was pointing to you how the market has gone up 50% since since the election rate cut. GE on the high. What's up with GE? 313 to 318, up 1.2. Yo, check GE. Did Yellen have one? Oh, yeah. Yellen's whole career was messing up. You've realized Janet Yellen I told you, she's the queen of quantitative easing. Let me put it this way. Are you guys ready for the wildest statement? Oh, Berenstein conference, May 27th at 11 a.m. So GE is at a conference right now. It started 15 minutes ago. They're leaning towards high end of guidance. Parts demand accelerated further in the last 90 days. So yeah, they're guiding up right now pretty much. They're saying they're going to be on the higher end. Yeah, you could argue Janet Yellen is the reason you have your inflation today. Not that she printed the money, well, not all of it, and not that she caused, you know, China supply chain down to COVID. She didn't do that. But this whole concept of printing a fuck ton of money and the Fed's involvement and everyone's involvement and the whole idea that as long that in value of money doesn't matter if you get everybody to keep accepting it, literally modern monetary policy, it's all Janet Yellen. I'll tell you, this is the craziest statement, because I will tell you, it's without a doubt, God above all. God is the reason. He's the one in control of my life and everything else. But attached to this example, without Janet Yellen, I don't think I would be as rich as I am today. Let that sink in for a second. That's what I'm telling you. She printed the money, brother. She was the mom, the queen of this. Hey, let's just print a bunch of fucking paper money and fucking put it on a helicopter and then fucking throw it out to everybody year after year after year after year. This whole asset prices, real estate prices, none of that happened without that. So I'd argue, I mean, again, she was God above all else, but she was a nice driver getting involved in money early on and having the wherewithal to buy assets. Hey, Steve again. Excuse me. SPY coming down a little bit. ASBP. The White House on Wednesday said a report Iran TV citing a draft of an unofficial between Iran was not true and cited the memorandum was a complete fabrication. Reiteration from Reuters reporter. So literally, that was that headline here. Reuters is reiterating it, adding that it wasn't true, or kind of explaining what they meant, or what the White House meant. And then Israel attacks Hezbollah command entire southern Lebanon. I know, it's been a minute since we got it. This time, Reuters is confirming it. So Reuters is pretty much confirming that White House report from earlier. It's because Reuters doesn't want to... The block is hot right now. So with everybody like, you know, all the blaming Goluboff and blaming Trump for the front runs on oil, that's why Reuters isn't putting out fake reports. The block is too hot. They don't want to get... They don't want, you know what I'm saying? People are looking for that shit now. So they don't want, they can't be too obvious. Well, the news is that pretty much this, I mean, oil, it's hard, the market's kind of already priced it in. At least the SPY came back down to the level, but oil already recovered. Because we were down in the pre-market, and then Iranian TV came out and was saying how they have like an unofficial memorandum, and that brought oil down a little bit more, but oil's already recovered from there, so SPY lower. But I wouldn't, it's a news, but not anything new, kind of the same back and forth we've already been dealing with. A breakout or range bound? I think it just depends on whether or not chips and the other rotation elements come up, but this might be a broadening out day for now. That's what it feels like, at least with staples and how everything's playing with IGV and chips, but you never know. And then after the bell today, the earnings, all these like software, cybersecurity earnings, those are going to be able to be a nice tailwind into tomorrow. And then the final thing into tomorrow will be the PCE data. And speaking of software, dude, Zscaler still on the low. Absolutely disgusting. Marvel just, again, some of the chips selling off here in the morning. I have to remember, Marvel moved up like 10% yesterday. But the thing is, the what's it called? Marvel has earnings, so yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Is Nvidia broke another 2%? CRM came down though. That was looking good for a little bit. And then SPY into the low. Again, food plays. Well, Wendy's is on the high, but then like BG, ADM food plays are climbing up here too. So high ticker's running up, but it's like chemicals, fertilizer, and energy. Meanwhile, more tech and then global foundries on the low. So Dow Jones, 23 in the green, 7 in the red, 44 red on the NASDAQ, 56 green. And then SPY, 293 green, 207 in the red. Oh, yeah, you got a couple of things moving. Hit another low here. I mean, oil's above the pre-market thing. You got another confirmation of pretty much that earlier morning headline on this draft agreement was not true. Could we get a slop-in stretch in a little bit? In like 5 minutes. It is almost push-up time. Kind of down. SQM on the high. Oh, does that sound familiar? Isn't that energy? More value, Habibi. Again, Dow Chemicals riding up too. I mean, wheat. And Ford and GM. It's literally Staples. So Staples still climbing up, and now both software and chips are coming down, essentially. So that little morning here, or that little rally, remember, software went green for a second. Chips got a little worse. You were holding up. Now both of them. Chips did not catch a bounce. Software's now coming down. The only thing catching a bid, you're just broadening out into these Dow names. Granted, you still have, you know, close to 300 names in the green. McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. If Marvel beats, would that be a catalyst for NVIDIA? No, just because, I mean, you need something specific for NVIDIA, because that's the whole reason why NVIDIA is getting cheaper, is that in a weird way, all these other software names, they're catching all the attention. So essentially, they're using NVIDIA to fund it. But so it's like if Marvel does good, it'll benefit Marvel, and that'll lift up the chips even more, but that doesn't necessarily mean that NVIDIA is going to follow along with it. Maybe Dell, because they have more closer ties, but even then, though, it's just like if individual names run and leave behind NVIDIA, that's literally the situation that we're in. So the sympathies aren't necessarily helping in that sense. The executive team hoed us with the GFS play. Nah, I made that shit free yesterday. So like I'm saying, I mean, I got a couple of plays that didn't hit off the bat this morning, and then you had a couple that kind of stalled out on the pre-run up, but a lot of those make frees yesterdays ended up working out very well. So Saidu, TE, and even GFS, you know, those, I mean, I'm not bothered by them. That's again, and then you woke up with at least what was it, Corsair working. So yeah, it's still you were able to maneuver there, but the make free on that helped out. Like I told you, I was worried about the top blast on some of those, and we got lucky yesterday that they held up. So you know, if they had a little bit of gain, I made sure we took them. In that case, though, it was pretty decent, so I wasn't too bothered by that. But yeah, if you did held, unfortunately, they did drop a 20 million share block. Netflix. EA again, take 2. I don't know if it's 8, 9. I think 11:30 or 10:30. Ford. I know. You got off the phone with Schwab. New PDT rule takes effect June 8th. I think the upside is for those who can make trades free. Yeah, it'll make it a lot easier. You can always ghetto spread, but that does limit the, the risk to reward and potential gains. I think it'll even be good for Schwab as a brokerage. Again, whoever implements it first, I think they're going to benefit a lot more. Neo. All right, we'll see a little bit off the bottom, see if it's going to be chips or software. Again, I mean, the last hour or so, or 2 hours really, been negating one of the smaller headlines that got us going, but nothing new except just movement. That is all. And speaking of movement, we're 5 minutes early. Chattatonia. Woo! I did leg day yesterday. I'm not fully sore yet. I'm going to get sore as the day goes on. But Chattatonia, you're here right now. You've been here for 2.5 hours. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. How does that sound? 10 push-ups, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, anything. I'm asking for your sake, not mine, that you move around, that you take care of your body so that you long-term you could survive, but then your body can survive as long as you're long-term. It's actually good for you. Get the blood pumping, energy, to get a deep breath in. Oh, when was the last time you had a deep breath, bro? Come on, get something in there like swimwear. So, yeah, move around, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, get some good posture, move around, relax your jaw. You know what I'm saying? It's good for you. You got 4.5 hours left, baby. So get that body of yours moving. I'm going to get some lunges in. And speaking of, that's what I'm saying. It's hard when the market keeps ripping up, dude. I know you don't want to make it free, but then right when the momentum stops, days like today, you're like, this is why I make it free, son. So let's go, baby. Let's go. Get a push-up in. Where is it? I'm trying to get you some tracks, dog. I make the contracts free. I can't find them, you guys. I think they deleted. Oh, there it is. There it is. All right, man. Get it. Do a push-up.
I make the contracts free. Every ticker, I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my burn. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free. Free.
I'm doing the lunge
what
still,
I approve.
I want to
If
do
it
the bridges,
hits, I
but I
thank
think I'll
the
die.
sky. If it dips, I still get by. 'Cause I already pay my fee. Turn my stress to peace when I made that contract free. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I rather make it free.
And there's a blessing I receive. Amen, bro. Amen. All right, baby. So I hope you got some good push-ups in. I'm still kind of stretching. We out here, bro. Why GFS is dumping 132 and they dumped 20 million? Yeah, that's a big. Anytime you try to sell that much, that's what I'm saying. A lot of them. The space stocks did an offering too, and then even Momentous and a couple of others. So, I mean, it's kind of, again, a lot of these stocks have moved a lot. People, you know, the insiders are going to take advantage. The plays didn't go. The ones I sold didn't go up too much, but they're starting to launch a little bit more now. But yeah, they're around the same price. They had a good gain in the morning. Ionic now. I mean, remember yesterday you even had news on the quantum. They didn't move, but yeah, quantum plays are starting to pick up. Again, that one ASTC is a little small quantum play. And now SPY's going. Oil was starting to drop there for a minute or two. U.S. extends temporary protected status for Lebanon until November 27th. Federal Register notice. A Rumble hyperscaler? Oh. By the middle of June, we begin the trek to compete with the world's largest hyperscalers to dominate as AI as a compute as a service. Absolute bullshit, but if it moves, you know. That's what I'm saying. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Oh, it didn't fill me on all of them. There's one negative change close. I think it's bullshit. Again, they always put this out. There's one. It literally the only one with a negative change close. So it only filled me on like 2 of them. Yeah, I mean, that's, you guys have seen it though. Rumble as a hyperscaler. So yeah, they're gonna get into data centers, I think. That's funny. And DEC is going up. Where's the Lulu and Abercrombie? I love it. Hyperscalers. That's what I'm saying, dude. Chad, can somebody come turn the farm into a hyperscaler? Can we just turn this to a data center? And then we can make a SPAC? We call up Chamath, dude. He'll be so down. I think so. I mean, bro, Rumble in hyperscalers? I'm surprised more people didn't do it after Allbirds, but yeah, I mean, still similar vibe. SC on the high. That one's starting to climb. Ionic. So again, crypto, Ionic's the first one breaking out. Not crypto, excuse me, quantum. Again, that's starting to move up. SPY back to VWAP. Oil back within the range where you had the positive move early on. Free contracts. Telescope Ranch? No, what is that? They have a cloud business. They do. Rumble actually does. But Rumble has everything. I mean, I don't say that in a good way. I mean that in the way of every single time there's a Rumble's like, we're doing NFTs. They're like, you want crypto? We're doing crypto. We doing crypto wallet. We doing crypto change pockets. What else you guys want? So that's the problem, is that, you know, Rumble, remember, I mean, it's supposed to be the freedom of speech platform, and you've seen how that all played out. But like, it's pretty much gone into a lot of these different industries. Just, you know, that's the problem I've always had with them. I think it would have, Rumble prediction markets. I thought it would have been more viable once this thing starts like making money, but sadly, you know, the development of Rumble has been funded by all of the shares. Cracker Barrel, MAGA push Sean Duffy. Cracker Barrel nails it. Nice. Director of Transportation endorsement. When I'm not figuring out how to make planes not crash, I'm eating at Cracker Barrel. Excuse me? You're waiting for HIMS to erect their own data center? That's a pun, right? Because that's... When will they erect their data center? Rumble space rockets. MDB, KDP, another value. KDP, why did it say only 20 highs? Oh, 120 highs. I was going to say. Iran, ILNA, Trump likely to unilaterally announce finalization of agreement in coming hours to apply pressure. Interesting. And then White House on Iran, negotiations are proceeding nicely. Trump has made red lines clear. So weird, you're getting, that's a weird one. White House just said they're proceeding nicely, and then Iran putting out a headline saying Trump is probably going to do a unilateral deal to add pressure. Interesting. So we'll see. So we're going to get an update, and then now even the first announcement, if it's unilateral from Trump, it's going to have a little bit of doubt sprinkled on it already. Yeah, like no agreement until all remaining issues resolved. Iran will announce results if finalized. HLT, bro, Cracker Barrel, it's running off of that. Literally a Sean Duffy comment. High ticker got a little bit of a boost there, even though SPY's near the low. Swim on the high. And then VFC, it's a value stock. Again, Hilton and a couple of others. And then Cracker Barrel. And then App on the high, they're killing it. IGV still down. And Cheesecake Factory, it's another restaurant on the high. Again, Wendy's was going up too. Again, it's post-Euro too, so keep that in mind. I mean, you were like right around, I guess you're right around the same price here. You had a pop at Euro close, got some more headlines, but Euro close came in kind of near the low of the day. The YouTube and the Bitcoin. Well, yeah, just people are not, it's the young guys. So the, I think 20 to 35-year-olds in the last like 18 months, the interest in Bitcoin from like in crypto in the 20 to 35-year-old demographic, it has dropped, I think, like 30 or 40%, which is crazy because, you know, couple years ago, crypto, it was, you know, the young guys and then the almost middle-aged guys that were really involved in crypto and all these cryptocurrencies. But yeah, that has fell out after the election and kind of how it held up and didn't do much. It's very wild. The stream is choppy because YouTube hates us. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but literally this might be the only channel where you hear people complain about that. So hit the gearbox and send feedback to YouTube and say, YouTube, why are you lagging this channel for me? Help me. I want to watch it. first day in a while the Iran is able to join our family group WhatsApp. Yeah, bro. They I don't know if it was fully, but yeah, they had the temporary, like a decent amount of internet access was restored in Iran. That's where some people were feeling like the peace deal has a little bit more probability, is because Iran, they did restore internet access to civilians, or at least somewhat. A broad market sell-off after an Iran deal is made? I mean, maybe. I mean, you went up during the war. I don't see that as too unlikely. But it just depends what happens with bonds. You know, bonds do chill out. That will calm the market down to a certain degree. Rumble. Those plays are still up. Again, they're very small. Rokunian, and then FinV, we saw that one earlier. We got some Tesla, XLP again. So literally staples, bro. Dow's still up 0.5%, but XLP itself is up by 1.8. Like defensives and certain consumer cyclical is holding up phenomenal. CoreWeave, Corsair, that didn't do anything. Again, Ionic once again. And then Qubits. Oh, IREN tried to come back a little bit. ISRG on the low. It's medical devices. ASTC, holy shit. That's the one from the morning. The quantum space stocks. Didn't even, they said quantum on space. Oh, shit was at like $2 in the morning. $4. But that's the one. I mean, again, and that's what we were saying the other day, where it's like, if leadership changes, I mean, the chips stop leading, like, what do people go to? They're not going to puts, but this idea of parking money in dog shit or underperformers or momentum, that is what we're looking for pretty much from now until what's it called? Now until the CPI. Lila. All right, latest thing was the Iran thing, where they said White House made a statement. Trump is supposed to be live, but he's not live yet. And then again, Iran said they will confirm the deal. The White House video is live now, and then there's the shot of outside. It's going to be one of those cabinet meetings where they go around. Trump is going to repeat a lot. It's going to slow things down because, again, as he talks, you'll get a couple of headline pops. But, yeah, just going to be going around. Airlines on the low. Hot dog, watch out. See if oil pops. Spies near the low. Airlines dropped first. They all just flushed through, even though they're up too. It's just like the reverse of software in China, where they're coming down into the lows, but they're still gapped up versus gapping down, going up, and still being red. But yeah, little oil pop, airline travels down, and then SPY near the low. Imagine telling your analysts go find the dog shit. They do. They just say it in pretty words. So that was the idea we talked about last night on the watch list. There is like Goldman Sachs. That's what they're talking about. So Goldman, I like the laggards, and so does Goldman, but I don't know if they're getting like stupidly bullish, because they're even saying that after the war, everything, the wall of worry, even potential inflation, you name it, stocks keep climbing this wall of worry. And they're talking about this idea that instead of people going to buy puts, they don't think people are going to buy puts anymore. And they think instead, when the leadership changes, when the chip leadership, essentially, if that slows down or changes, people aren't going to go to puts. They're going to go to underperformers or even like low quality momentum stocks. That is their idea. So we'll find. They say it more eloquently, but yeah, borderline, just go find the dog shit is a way you could put it. But that's why we don't know yet. We don't know if that idea is going to come to life. That's why I'm saying we got to see by the time we get to the CPI. I think that CPI, then the follow-up with Kevin Warsh, that's like, again, that beginning, middle of June, that's where the real action happens, and where if any of this is going to get better or worse, it'll probably be around there. Trump to PBS, no Iran sanction relief for giving up uranium. That's the minimum. We want more. Why would you do that? Why would I give you relief? You're not even supposed to have uranium. Leaner and fly. They came back up, but not to the same volatility as yesterday. Palantir, Okta came down. HPQ still holding up. What time? 8:40, still early. Again, 15 minutes off euro. You are lower. So euro, you had a pop and drop, and then we're going lower even though oil's there. Trump to PBS, Saudi Arabia should join Abraham Accords. Again, more energy material related plays on the high. And then again, it's weird because oil's not moving, but then like I said, airlines down, CF, Dow, Oxy, XOM, those are going up to the high right now. Where are we? Dow gave up a little bit, so Dow's up 0.3. It was high at 0.6, I think, earlier. NASDAQ is down by 0.58, so that's gotten a little worse. And then Russell's only down by 0.10, and then SPY's down by 0.18. Oh, yeah, you're right, Jerome. He is staying on. I mean, that's still weird. So we'll find out. But again, that June meeting. So there is a lot riding on it. Again, that's the thing. The other thing I've been saying is that, the momentum, the real end to the war or reignition, or even with chips as well, it's just bond volatility will have the answers. And that's why it's like that first Fed meeting of the new Fed guy. That will probably be, if there's any moment that will either take away or add bond volatility, it will probably be that. There's a couple of Trump's talking somewhere with PBS, but yeah, he's going to go live at the cabinet meeting, but we just got a couple of those headlines. SPY going lower. So again, Trump just saying sanctions relief does not exist for giving up uranium. You could interpret that as negative, but I think this is just movement simply because oil is not budging. And then we had the other back and forth in denial of some of the earlier rumors. But like I'm saying, I mean, this isn't, as long as TLT is not moving volatile, oil's not even moving volatile, I just think it's, again, a baby leadership change here today, which we'll see as that continues. But yeah, energy names getting a little bit of a bid. Low ticker is on the high. Coupang. I thought Coupang was South Korea. Am I tripping? Yeah, the Korea Coupang Play. Headquartered in Seattle, though. Nvidia down 5 on the week. Again, meanwhile, chips, again, today they're chilling out, but they were just at that all-time high yesterday. DraftKings. Coupang is going up. Again, remember, Coupang is technically Korean. You know, it's based out of Seattle, but they've been the underperformer. Again, that's been the whole idea. Just with all the bubble, the concentration, is that, you know, remember, even Korea, it's literally 5 stocks that are doing good. It's that heavier weighting. GFS down 12. So again, I mean, technically, didn't they dump 10% of their float? A little bit more on that news, but yeah, it's crazy. And then E. Solar was doing good earlier. Again, SPY just hit a low. Oil didn't budge on any of that. We're going to get Trump live here soon. Still very early. Just under 30 minutes post-Euro close. Iran needs to wake up. You just had to come back, bro. You just had to come back. They were waiting for you. Oh shit, are those plays up, motherfucker? Oh, they are. This is literally exact same price. It's even up on the ask. That's why it's showing it's up, but same price on the bid. No way. LPTH and how many? What's the other one? TSM. That came down, and then SanDisk, dud. Micron, dud. Come on, then, Micron. You are $1 trillion man, brother. What happened? Where did IBM? IBM held up good, and then again, Ionic and Qubits, those just hit the high, then started coming down. Then J&J, add that to the list of staples. A rumor of Ebola case in Massachusetts. Oh, no! Again, dude, even like T-Raw and a couple of these other names, they've already came out with Ebola now, too. They're like, Hanta? We got Hanta. We have Ebola now, too. We're working on all of it. I think Myrna was up. Yeah, Myrna's still up a decent amount. So, yeah, Ebola is terrifying. You guys know that? You guys know Ebola was, in my stock market experience, Ebola was my first health freak out. And actually, well, technically, like SARS and Mad Cow, but I was still pretty young, and like I wasn't at this stage where I was like, buy stocks because of Mad Cow. You know what I'm saying? I didn't understand it the same way. But Ebola like 2013, 2014, it was scary. And that was the first time like Lake and all these stocks would go crazy. No, dude, Ebola is terrifying. Because you know why? You know Ebola just like, you kill you. You like poop out of your eyeballs or something. It's insane. That's why Ebola is so scary. But like that's why Ebola doesn't really spread. Because it usually kills you before it could even spread. But yeah, we'll see if how that plays in America. Funko on the high. All right, SPY a little off the bottom. I mean, see if oil moves. Like I'm saying, some of these moves are kind of odd. Just in the sense of like oil, what's like you're getting driven by more stocks moving. It's just really the Dow names leading, but mainly the staples, because again, even Dow came down there. Free contracts. ASTC. Dude, this one is nuts. There's literally nothing. There was another one in the morning that had a BS like AI pump headline. E. coli? No, E. coli is nothing. Like, Ebola is insane, dude. Like, E. coli was bad. The last time E. coli was bad, some of you may not remember this one. I think, was this 2015? This was 2015 or 2016. It was when E. coli spread through Chipotle. I made a lot of money on that one. That one, I remember. That was a lot of 1,000%ers. That was back in the day when Chipotle had the E. coli spread. So E. coli is not like that bad. Like, comparing E. coli to Ebola is insane. Ebola is like terrifying. But then E. coli, if it ever gets in like a certain food and then spreads, that's where it gets pretty terrible. And that's what happened with Chipotle back in like 2015, 2016. It was like every restaurant, it was like you would have like 30, 40 cases at various restaurants all across the nation, and people were getting E. coli from Chipotle. It hurt them a lot. Stock went down like 30, 40% or something, and then it hurt their brand image for quite some time. Oh, shit.
A lot of very happy people around the table.
A lot of very happy people.
Tremendous period of time for our country, and things are going very well. Number of jobs. We have more people working today than we've ever had before in the history of our country.
Lumen.
And many other things. And I have a few words to say to you that I think will be helpful. And last night was incredible. Not only Texas, but so many other places. And the numbers were fantastic. And they've really been that way for a year. If you look, it's hundreds of people won.
If you actually look.
And almost nobody didn't win. So, but last night was very, very powerful. So I'm thrilled to welcome everyone to the 12th cabinet meeting of our administration, and we're doing something that no administration's ever done. We're always letting the press join us because we're very open and transparent. You like the word transparent, but we're more transparent than any administration in history. No, to the best of my knowledge, press has never been invited ever to a cabinet meeting for any reason at all. And it's an honor to have you. This team has achieved more than most other administrations achieve in 8 years. We took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border in the world. Anywhere in the world, there's no border like the border we had. And created the most secure border in the history of our country. We had no people, 12 months now, no people reported in the last 12 months came in illegally. 0 illegal aliens admitted to the United States in the last 12 months. And those charts are made by, you would say, politically unfriendly people. And the reason they don't come in is because nobody comes up, because they know that they're going to be turned away, and if they get in, they're going to be moved out right away. So it's been 0. You're the one that do the reports. I'm actually surprised by the number because I don't know how it can be 0, but they say it's 0 for the last 12 months. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded. So the murder rate was quite high, and we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. And that's despite the fact that many people came in from prisons and from very rough countries and from mental institutions and from lots of other places, drug dealers and others. They came in illegally during the Biden administration. We've gotten many of them out, but we still have some that we're looking for. Quite a few that we're still looking for. But we've gotten over 11,888
They've done
murders
this last week too.
Were allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out.
I don't know if he's going to bring up anything related to it.
We don't even trust
Illumina is part of some of the cancer drugs, I'm pretty sure.
Come back in, maybe. We put them in jail. 11,888 murders, more than half of which have committed more than one murder. That's what they allowed, and they can never be forgotten for the horrible things they've done to this country. Fentanyl coming across our border is now down by 61%. 61%. And coming in by water, by
Anything
sea,
with illuminating
by ocean,
is in the name
is down
up.
97%.
Illumina, Lumentum.
Can you imagine?
Light
Thanks
path.
to our Republican majorities in Congress, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. All Democrats voted against the tax cuts, putting more money in Americans' pockets. This year, the typical family got tax refunds of nearly
the IRINs are weeklies, but be careful. They're already up. They're still up.
The stock market
we
has
top
set
ticked
68 all-time record
green.
highs since
so
the
be careful
election.
on that. You're not getting it cheaper.
68 days, we hit all-time highs. We're right there now. And the average 401k, and that's despite the conflict, I don't call it a war, I call it a conflict.
I call it a
Despite
conflict.
the conflict
What's
with
beef?
Venezuela, who no longer has a navy, no longer has
Not
an air
even
force,
real beef.
no longer has a lot of people that were leading the country into very bad places. Their leadership is gone. Their second rung leadership is gone, and we're dealing with their third, half of their third, because half of their third is gone too. The average 401k is up almost $30,000 since I took office. So the Americans are benefiting working today. We have the most working, and we have 401ks at their all-time high, highest they've ever been. And that goes along with the stock market, which is the highest it's ever been.
So high.
Under my most favored nation agreements, this is something that I wish the media would talk about, because to me it's one of the biggest things ever to happen in our country. Certainly as to medical, anything having to do with medical, because drug prices, we're delivering record-setting discounts on prescription drugs with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600% at the TrumpRx.gov. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics to the website. So we have drugs down 400, 500, 600%. Now you could say 80, 90, 70, 60, 50% if you want. There are two ways. Depends on the way you ask the question. But a pill that would sell in Germany or in, let's say, in London for $10, we're selling for here for $130. And I got the countries to all agree. Otherwise, they would have had to pay big tariffs. I don't want to go into it, but I had some very interesting discussions. They said vehemently no, and then when I said, that's all right, we're going to charge you a 50% tariff on everything you sell into America, they said, well, like we said, we'll say yes. And every single country agreed, and every drug company agreed. So we have most favored nation. So we were paying the highest drug prices in the world. Now we're paying the lowest drug prices in the world. So that pill that I talked about would go from $10 to $20. The world is bigger than the U.S. Hard to believe, but it's true. So it's not like you cut it in the middle. They just had to go up a little bit, but a little bit is a double.
I don't know what's going on. I can't find anything on Illumina.
So
and the Whirlpool
the pill would go
JCap
from
short
$10
report.
to $20, and we'd go from $130 to $20. Think of that. So we would get, if you remember, some of you were at the news conference I had in my first term where I got the prices down 1/8%, 1/4% my first term. And I was so proud of it because drug prices hadn't come down in 28 years, and I was the first one to do it. But now I'm getting them down, not 1/8%, I'm getting them down 400, 500, 600. Or if you want to use it a different way, you could say 70%, 80%, 90%, 50%.
Look at what you
Nobody's
guys
ever
did
seen
to
anything
my
like
boy.
it. And I got that through,
You know that? Fuck y'all.
well,
Fuck y'all.
everybody
Y'all got
knows
him
that
having
took
to
place.
explain.
We paid the
the
highest
percentages.
prices.
He said,
anywhere
well,
in the
wait a
world.
minute,
Now we're paying the lowest prices. anywhere
It's
in the
like
world.
one.
And
It
the
all
best
depends how
reviews
you
are
word it.
about
It's
I
all.
think
It's
the biggest
it's
thing.
linguistics.
The healthcare, so much of it
I'm
is
saying it's
prescription
like a
drug
tenth of a
prices and
tenth
drug
of a
prices.
tenth of a tenth. It's
And with them
like
coming
take
down, the healthcare's
10%
gonna
10
come down very
times,
substantially.
and if
We
it goes
recently
up
added
and then
nearly
it comes
1,000
down.
low-cost generics,
I don't.
too,
I
as
think
said,
it makes
and,
sense, these guys. But just
that's,
in case,
1,000.
you can
drugs,
look at
and
it
it's all
from
on
different
and
angles.
This was not a.
Is it a
this was not
obtuse angle,
given
a right
by me.
angle?
This
I
was
don't-
given
it's-
by Dr.
It all
Oz and
depends
Bobby,
on
and
the viewpoint.
wasn't
They make a
sure
big
whether or
deal.
not I love the idea, but they said we want to use Trump. TrumpRx.gov is what it is, and it's the hottest site I think anywhere on the planet.
Genuinely, what the fuck is he talking about? That's what I'm
It's
saying,
really
bro.
great. People are calling up and they're buying drugs for a fraction.
That's what I'm
for
saying, bro.
literally
This
a
is why you're
fraction
not
of the
supposed
price.
to engage with
And
certain
it should be
things.
the biggest story. And on that alone, we should win the midterms. On that alone, we should win the midterms.
A little red and a little
But the
pop
press
on
doesn't
oil,
talk about it.
baby.
It's the biggest thing to happen in the drug industry ever, maybe. Ever. And the press doesn't even want to write stories about it. We made the largest ever investment
Dollar's
in U.S.
climbing.
military, $1 trillion. And
And
we're
bonds.
asking actually for $1.5 trillion.
So something's
for the coming
happening.
year.
I don't know. What time is it?
And we
9?
have the strongest military
Again, they
anywhere in the world, as you know.
they
So
reiterated the
what
headline
we did
here
with
of the unilateral thing.
Venezuela, that worked out very quickly.
Trump,
and
Iran is
we
intent
were
on a
doing
deal, not yet
really
there.
equally as well.
Not satisfied.
With, but
That's the
again,
headline.
people don't want to write about it with Iran. Iran
Yeah.
is very much
There's a little delay.
intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there.
So
We're
he's
not
not
satisfied with
there
it, but
yet.
that we will be. We will
Not
be either that or
satisfied.
we'll have to just finish the job. But their Navy is gone, as I've said 1,000 times. Their Navy is gone. Their Air
said
Force is
Iran.
gone. Everything's gone. And
I'll take it.
they're
Iran.
negotiating on fumes.
Iran.
We'll see what happens.
I don't
Maybe
like
we have to go
running.
back and finish it. Maybe we don't. Right now, I mean, you can speak to Steve Witkoff and Jarrett. They're doing a good job. But right now, I think it looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to. They have. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall. They have 250% inflation. Their money has no value. Their whole economic system is broken down. They thought they were going to outweight me. You know, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look what happened last night. That was the prelude to the midterms.
I don't give a fuck.
People understand it. They know that. Very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm doing that for the world. I'm not doing it just for us. And we've had great support from other nations, by the way. We don't need it at all, but we've had great support from other nations. The problem is you always get the support when you don't need it. When you need it, you don't get the support. With Operation Epic Fury, our warriors are ensuring that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror never obtains a nuclear weapon, and they won't. Under the leadership of Vice President J.D. Vance, very proud of this, the White House Task Force to eliminate fraud is waging war on waste, fraud, theft, and abuse like nobody's ever seen before. He looks like Elliot Ness. Do you ever see Elliot Ness? I'm telling you, the guys that are up there, Rural Central Casting, they're standing behind. What a group of people.
What a
No,
group
it looks
of
like
people.
a movie. I'm going to make a movie out of it, I think. And they're finding billions and billions and billions of dollars. And I just said, that's good. He said, you haven't seen anything yet. Just said that. And, if he does really great, we'll have a balanced budget without having to do anything. This is the kind of money they stole. They're crooks. They're thieves. And I hope that Todd is going to do a real job.
Yeah,
These are
NVIDIA
crooked
did
people.
turn
These
up a
are
little bit.
thieves.
Hopefully
This
it
isn't like a
stays.
mistake.
Again, chips stopped
Just
going
talking
down.
about one person, he got
ITV
hundreds of
stopped
thousands, millions of dollars for securing one man, for taking care of one elderly man. He was a service. He got paid millions of dollars for taking care of one man. Total crook. They're all crooks. The Somalians, what they've done to Minnesota, the Somalians, they're crooked as hell. Ilhan Omar, crooked as hell. They're all crooks. And we got them. We got them. Now we're putting the clamps on, but boy, I tell you, that's an impressive group of guys that you have behind you. I was watching that, and a couple of very strong women too. But I was watching that last night. I said, I'm proud of you guys. In 2 months, we've exposed tens of billions of dollars of defrauded taxpayer money, prosecuted numerous fraudsters, Todd, and stopped billions of suspicious payments, very suspicious.
Okay, I'm
you
gonna go
haven't
to the
seen anything
bathroom.
Yet. Well, you see,
Follow
I'm
me on
getting reports
Instagram
from
at
Todd,
the
from
Trading Fraternity.
JD. I've never seen anything like it. The kind of just
Teal?
hundreds of billions of dollars was stolen, and no other administration would do what we're doing. They'd let it go. Everybody was getting rich. And I think we have a chance to save Social Security without doing anything to it by just the numbers of fraudulent people on Social Security, people that are 115 years old, 125 years old, getting payments. It's funny, I said, oh, do those payments get turned back? No, they accept them. Well, somebody's getting the payment. It's not a person that's 125 years old. But that's the least of it. The numbers that we're finding out, we have great people at Social Security. We're going to make our Social Security so strong, so good, that you've never seen anything like it. We're going to protect. I said right from the beginning, we're going to protect our people on Social Security. If the Democrats ever got in, you wouldn't have Social Security would be bankrupt. People wouldn't be getting anything. Last week, they took down 2 of the largest Medicaid fraud cases in Minnesota history, as well as the largest autism fraud case ever charged by the federal government. You saw that with millions of dollars just being stolen. Everybody had autism. Everybody had autism, they said. It was incredible, actually. And I've just seen I see what they're doing. You haven't seen anything yet. So congratulations, JD. Be vicious like they are. They're violent people. They're violent, vicious scum. Before asking Vice President Vance to speak about these efforts, I want to express our tremendous gratitude to our outgoing Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who's a terrific person, actually. She's come up with some findings that were pretty good. And Tulsi's worked tirelessly to restore trust and focus on the intelligence and with the intelligence community. They all respected her. They listened to her. She gave us leads that were pretty much, people thought they were dead and they weren't dead. They were right there, and she was able to expose a lot of things that we used at the FBI with Cash and with Todd and with JD and everybody else. It was amazing. She dramatically reformed the Office of Director of National Intelligence and cutting the staff by 40%, and she prevented countless terrorists and cartel members from entering the United States. She exposed mountains of evidence related to the Russia hoax, probably the greatest hoax in the history of our country. Although, when you look at the fraud coming out, there's a lot of them. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of them. But the Russia hoax, a great hoax, a very dangerous hoax too, and revoked security clearances of officials involved, and she declassified numerous historic documents of special public interest, including related to the JFK and RFK assassinations, which everybody wanted to see, and we're now releasing a lot of things having to do with space. You know,
Wait a minute.
People are very interested in that. It actually became the number one topic. We're releasing a lot of information having to do with extraterrestrial things, and people are totally fascinated by it. It's amazing. I wasn't
It's
sure
aliens.
you would enjoy it.
Not the ones
It's
we
literally
deport,
trending
like the
number
ones
one.
that
Can you
fly
believe
in
So
spaceships.
a lot of people out there are like it, but we're
It's
releasing
cool.
all of that information. And Tulsi, we're praying for you and for your husband. Her husband's not feeling great, but he's going to feel great soon. You're going to get him better. And he's a wonderful guy, so just say hello and thank you for
did
the
that one
great work you've
yesterday,
done.
and
We
then more
appreciate it.
space
Thank you
stocks
very
are
much.
climbing again.
And now I'd like to ask
Anything
JD to
with
say a
light
few
in the
words
name.
about the
As
war
odd
on
as that
fraud,
sounds.
followed by
Yeah, and NVIDIA
Acting
kept moving
Attorney
off
General
that.
Todd Blanche, who's doing fantastically,
gonna
and
help.
Secretary of State Marco
And that
Rubio,
brought up
another one. I
chips.
mean, we have great people.
Software stayed the same.
And the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, Central Casting. He loves war. I don't like it.
He loves war.
He's a good
I
man, that
bet
one.
you he played a lot
And,
of Call of Duty.
Scott Bessent, you talked
lot of
about
it.
a guy doing a job. Been fantastic. Thank you, Scott. Really fantastic. And a lot of the success that we're having with other countries is what you've been able to do and find. And SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler and all of the people here have been great. We're going to just do those few, and maybe if you have some questions, we'll go to others. But everybody around here has got a lot to say, but we did that once and it lasted for like 4 or 5 hours. It was a little much. We want to be open. So now if I do this way, they'll say, he didn't let anybody talk. But let's start with JD, and you can talk about
JD.
a really, really important thing, bringing our country back to honesty. A tremendous amount of money is involved. Hey, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thank you for your leadership, sir, and for making it possible. I often find in the fraud task force that there sometimes are barriers that we need to break down, agencies that need to coordinate, and I'll come to the president and say, Mr. President, I need your permission to do, he'll say, for what? For the fraud task force, and he'll cut me off and say, yes, go do it. So the fact that we have dedicated presidential leadership is really what's made this possible, because it does require we've got great people around the table, but sometimes these agencies don't know how to work together at the lower level, and that's one of the things we've had to turn on and force with the fraud task force.
now.
So I want to shout out just a few all-stars here. Linda at the Department of Education has been amazing at finding student loan fraud. You've got people who are either illegal aliens or aren't even actually real human beings who are getting hundreds of millions of dollars from the Department of Education for student loans. We have cut that off. We found a lot. We're going to find a lot more. Scott at HUD has been amazing, because a lot of the fraud that we see is housing fraud, people claiming benefits that they're not entitled to, or again, sir, sometimes completely made up people who exist purely to collect fraudulent money from the American taxpayer. Brooke at the Department of Agriculture, something I had no idea until I started this work, sir, that we send hundreds of billions of dollars to the states to administer the food stamp program.
Lunar, again, the
federal
space
government
stocks are
has
still
no
picking up,
insight
and like I said,
into
chips off
whether
that
those
NVIDIA
food stamps
move.
are going to people who are legally entitled, or whether those
My
people
right below
actually
VWAP,
even
pretty much
exist.
right
And
where
so
we started at
we'll work on a
Euro
number
close.
of mechanisms to actually force the states to verify that the people who receive these benefits are actually entitled to them. And I could go down the list. I've gotten a lot of support from a lot of people in this room. Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz have been particular all-stars on this, and Kim at H&HS. What they've done with the Medicaid fraud, we found tens of billions of dollars in Medicaid and Medicare fraud just from their hard work. We've cut that off, and yes, Mr. President, we're going to find a lot more. The final thing I want to say, Mr. President, and I know that Todd maybe has something to say about this as well, but I always try to remind the American people, and certainly remind the cabinet officials. By the way, Kelly at SBA has found tens of billions of dollars that were from fraudulent loans that were giving under the Biden administration, and we've now cut that off and recovered a lot of that money. So this has been a whole of government effort, Mr. President. The team really deserves a great deal of credit here. But the final point I want to make, sir, is I always try to remind the American people that fraud is fundamentally a crime with two victims. The most obvious victim are the American taxpayer. They pay their taxes, they expect the money to go where it should go, and that's not happening because of the fraudsters. But there are also victims, people who benefit from these programs that don't exist if we're not actually taking care of the fraud issue. And let me just give one example to build on something you said earlier, sir. One of the people that Todd just prosecuted was a person who was collecting a lot of money from the American taxpayer to take care of elderly citizens, people who worked their entire lives, paid their taxes, should have had dignity and nobility in old age, but it was deprived from them from fraudsters who say that they're taking care of them, who collect a check to take care of them, but then abuse and neglect these people. And particularly one man who died because he wasn't getting adequate care, and that guy was still collecting benefits to take care of a person who he had completely neglected. So not only do you have an American taxpayer who's paying into these programs, you have an elderly citizen deprived of his dignity because we're not going after the fraudsters. Well, now we are.
How much money did he get?
Sir, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe more than that, but we think that that exact type of fraud has been replayed all over our country. That particular case was outside of Minneapolis. We expect that there are tens of thousands of people who are collecting fraudulent money to take care of people, and they're not actually taking care of them. We're, of course, going to get to the root of as much of it as we can. But again, sir, it's been, I wouldn't say fun, because you find out how much people have been taken advantage of, but it's certainly very good and valuable work. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to do it.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Attorney General, please.
I'll just continue to talk about
Why
what
is
the
there
Vice President was talking about. The way that we
inside?
are actually, it's one thing to uncover fraud, which we've done, and that's part of it, but it's also prosecuting the bad guys that are doing it and stopping it from continuing. And that's where you have, everybody in this room has inspector generals. And for many years, these really hardworking law enforcement members would identify fraud, and nobody did anything about it. DOJ prosecuted it, but spent a very little resources on that. So what we've done just in the past 51 days, over 400 law enforcement actions in this country related to major fraud. That's search warrants, that's arrests, that's convictions, that's indictments that are filed, and that's just 51 days. And it's not just the great prosecutors. It's the FBI agents, it's DHS and HSI agents. It's everybody in this room that has inspector generals that are now they have been freed up, and it's because of you. It's because of the Vice President saying this is going to be a priority of what we are going to do, not just the Department of Justice. Even though we're the prosecutors that are putting bad guys in jail, it's also the law enforcement at every agency, FBI and DHS. And so we're already seeing results. We had a $1 billion fraud, a conviction at trial last week out of Florida. And this was an organization that was stealing from senior citizens in Florida, duping them. There were call centers set up in the Philippines, and they were duping them to buy medical equipment that they didn't need, that they would never get, and that the taxpayers paid for. And so that's a good win. We arrested 15 guys in Minnesota last week. The Vice President mentioned one of them. These are people that are not, they're just stealing, and many of them are here illegally. And so you have people who are in this country illegally who are then taking advantage, and the Vice President says something a lot that resonates with me. The generosity of the American people, the generosity of everybody in this room, the leadership, to take care of the people in this country that are the most, that deserve it the most. Children who are supposed to get food at school, and you have men just stealing, taking that money. And so that's what we're focused on. We are standing up, as you know, Mr. President, you allowed us to stand up a new division at the Department of Justice. It's our entire existence of that division is to combat what we're talking about. And then every U.S. Attorney's Office, is now focused on it as well. So this is something that will result in a better place for every citizen in this country and save money, a lot of money, and also it's the right thing to do for our tax dollars, Mr. President.
And billions of dollars was given out just very quickly before Biden left office. Billions and billions were given out. And I mean, I know of many cases, but one, I don't know what's happened with it, but I think you're looking at it. I know Lee was involved in it environmentally. And Stacey Abrams was given $2 billion for an account that had $103 in it, an environmental fraud, I guess. And she had $103 in this newly opened account. And before leaving business, they put $2 billion into the account. And they had no
I don't
reason
think the
for
video. I
existence,
think
and
it had
were
one
unable
Green
to say
Day
what they did with it.
since
$2
the
billion.
earnings.
Lee, do you want to just mention something about that?
Thanks to your leadership, Mr. President, that was canceled. And they no longer have access to that $2 billion.
They won like hell. They wanted that money. Go
In
ahead.
fact, it was over $29 billion that it's now been canceled at EPA. You told us to make it a priority. Now this happened as soon as you came in. After the election, before your inauguration, they
Nucor
were
Energy?
caught on video saying that they were rushing to get billions of dollars out the door before you're swearing in because they were afraid that once you were sworn in, you were going to stop it. Well, that part they were right.
We did. We did.
We did.
Great
And
job.
we're happy to do it, Mr. President. And the Department of Justice under
Again,
Todd
quantum and
Blanche's
space. That's
leadership,
kind of what's been
they
taken
just
off here the last
secured
hour.
Another big win in the appeals court on some recently canceled grants for different agencies. So great attorneys making sure that this accountability is delivered over the finish line. It's been a great team effort.
And we're building more, most importantly, we're building more factories and plants in the United States now than at any time ever before. $18 trillion coming in. That's not including the 12th month, that's 11. And I say it often that the Biden administration had much less than 1 trillion, and we have 18 trillion. And when those final numbers come up, they'll be even higher than that. That's a record in the history of the world. No country's ever done that. And that money's going into
Ouster
plants,
now.
and you are
A
giving
couple
them very
names are
fast
starting to
approvals.
pick up. Shake
Thorough
Shack
and
as well.
Environmentally correct, but
And
fast
BB.
approvals. You're doing a fantastic
I made
job.
it grinding
Thank you
look
very much.
easy. Yeah,
Another
Shake
man
Shack.
doing
A couple of
fantastic
things.
job,
High Tinker
I
just
think
woke
we
up a
all
little
agree,
bit.
is Marco.
Again, you got a
You're all
little
over the
NVIDIA
place,
pop
right?
that
I
helped
watched you
out
last
on
night.
chips.
3 different locations. So tell us about Iran.
Well, first of all, the
Tell
bottom
us,
line is
Rubio.
Iran's never going to have a nuclear weapon. And if recent events have done anything, is just remind us once again that they are the world's leading sponsor of terrorism. And they can never have a nuclear weapon. Now, the president's preference, Mr. President, your preference is told us repeatedly, is always to negotiate these things and to figure out if you can have agreements. Diplomacy is always the first option. And we continue to work on that through your envoys, Mr. Witkoff and Kushner and others, the vice president, who've been very involved. And if there's an agreement to be made, we want that to be made. I think there's been some progress and some interest, and we'll see over the next few hours and days whether progress could be made. I just want to remind everybody, Mr. President, you know this well, you have other options available to you if that doesn't work. But the bottom line is that we prefer the negotiated diplomatic route, and we're going to give it every chance to succeed. You know, you're giving
See
it
if
every
Oil
chance to
reacts on
succeed,
any of
Mr.
these
President.
comments.
Here's the bottom line. 'Cause I
Fuck
keep getting
me,
asked, what is this
YouTube.
all about? It's very simple. Iran and these people in charge of Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and they will never have a nuclear weapon, and they most certainly will not have one as long as you're president of the United States. On that point, it's very clear. Just 2 quick things I want to touch upon. One, you touched upon the border and security. Part of securing our border is dealing with the people that are in this country unlawfully, many of whom do not want to go back to the country that they originally came from for a variety of reasons. Either we can't send them there or some judge ties us up. And one of the key things we have achieved is now 20 countries have signed third country national agreements, meaning these are safe countries where individuals who refuse to go back to their country of origin can be sent to that country instead. We've gotten 20 countries now around the world who have signed agreements that allow us to deport people to those places. What often happens when you go to the person who's here unlawfully and say, we're going to send you to this third country, is all of a sudden they decide they'd rather go back to their home country instead. So it gives the ability to enforce all laws, and we work very closely with the Department of Homeland Security on that front. Something else that I know is concerning people, because it's on the news, is Ebola. Our number one obligation, we're involved in foreign policy, but even our foreign policy, the number one priority of our foreign policy is to protect the American people. We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States. And so the State Department and other agencies represented
Again,
here,
BB
the
and
Centers for
space.
Disease Control, HHS, others are working very, very hard to
And
contain
solar on
this
the high.
crisis to the countries where it's currently located, particularly the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And so we've surged assistance to make sure that is being contained there. And obviously, multiple agencies involved here are also very involved in tracking people, just to make sure that nobody comes into this country that has Ebola and creates a problem for us. And we feel like we've got good efforts in place to do that, and Americans should feel assured that the president and his administration is doing everything we can to protect them on that front. My last point, you said I was all over the place. One of the places I stopped in last night was to initial the Trump route for prosperity in Armenia.
Iran,
this is
new
a
high.
key linchpin of the peace deal that you were able to achieve between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
Right.
And in addition to that, we also signed a critical minerals MOU with them and a strategic engagement one
Microsoft
as well.
coming down, though, so see what
just
software
a reminder
does.
of another war you helped to settle, Mr. President. But from that now we are seeing the emergence of a
Living
great
down
new
two, not off
relationship
one
with
candle.
Armenia that really had grown stagnant for a very
I
long
mean, TE
period
was
of
almost
time.
at 12
So
last night
we're doing
pre-market,
well on that
so it's
front
still
as
up
well.
on the
Thank
day.
you.
And could I
Again, a
just
lot of
ask you,
gap ups,
Cuba
gap
and
downs,
Venezuela,
intraday
what's
move,
going
but
on
then
Well, interesting.
Didn't
Venezuela,
really
that process
unwind the
continues,
gap.
that three-phase process,
Then
of,
oil slightly coming
obviously,
down.
Stabilization, recovery, and transition. I would just say, just since January 3rd of this year, okay, and I think this
TDS
number's
is
right,
on the
Chief,
high. That's ironic.
Chris or Doug can correct me on this, but I think over 10 million barrels of Venezuelan oil have been delivered to the United States since the 3rd of January. That industry is being professionalized for the first time ever. It's going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. They are selling oil in the market at market rates. The money's going to an account in the United States, controlled and monitored by Treasury, audited by KPMG, and it's for the first time ever the money's not being stolen. It's going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. Cuba's in a lot of trouble because, unfortunately for them, it's run by a bunch of incompetent communists. And being communist is bad. Being an incompetent communist is like the worst. And but the country's been taken
Rubio
over by
jokes?
this company called Gaesa that basically controls 70% of the economy. None of the money in that company goes to help the Cuban people. None of it. So we'll be talking to them. We'll be working on it. You know, we want something good for the Cuban people, and hopefully there'll be a good outcome there for them. There needs to be. It's 90 miles from our shores, and having it a failed state 90 miles from our shores is a threat to the national security of the United States.
So we're producing right now more oil by double than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. There's never been anything like that. We don't need oil, we don't need the Straits, we don't need anything, but we have more oil now being produced by 2 times than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. It's a great stat. You want to say something about that?
Well, I would, President Trump, under your leadership, we've opened up lease sales on public land. This is land that was put away for the benefit and the use of the American people, like the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. The Biden administration had illegally stopped holding lease sales during their administration. President Trump famously said, drill, baby, drill, but before you can drill, you've got to open public lands. Between the lease sales that have happened in the Permian, in the Bakken, and on the North Slope, just since January of this year, it's over $4 billion of revenues come into the Treasury. That's 13 times more than the Biden administration brought in on lease sales in the entire 4 years they're in office. Sir,
All right, I sold those new B plays from the
So with that, a lot of excitement. a lot of activity.
SC13s. Those went
We
up.
also
They're up
inherited,
almost double, but I got filled on
just
the
in
bid.
one district in Carlsbad, New Mexico, 5,600 unprocessed applications to drill for oil and gas on public land. And when we're drilling on public land, those companies pay a royalty, and that money comes to all of our citizens, and it goes to local school districts, and it goes to states. It is the core of the economy in parts of our country. The team down there working for the Department of Interior, Bureau of Land
Illumina is still
Management,
going
has
too.
dropped that by 91%. It's one of the reasons why they had a record lease sale. It's because now people go, I can bid on
Pakistan
federal land,
PM
and I'm gonna
Mohammed
get a permit to
Shabazz
drill,
Sharif
and it's not
received a
gonna take me
telephone
5
call
years to get it.
from
I'm gonna
Iran
get it in
President
a
Masoud
month or less.
Pezeshkian.
And so it's just
See if there's
going to
be a follow-up. Watch oil.
And of course, with
But
this
Pakistan
energy
saying
dominance,
they talked
us,
to
as
the
you just
president
noted,
of Iran.
Largest oil producer in the world, largest natural gas producer in the world, largest natural gas exporter. This is an opportunity
Amazon
for us
headline?
to bring prosperity and affordability here at home, but also increase abroad. So,
Semi-analyst, Anthropic growth in Bedrock makes AWS margins higher.
All the people that are working on this, people around the room, it's been really incredible. And of course, you mentioned Venezuela.
I
but
popped off
all
it. I
that
don't. Is this
flowing
at
down
a what's it
Gulf
called?
Coast refineries is also
It's either
helping to keep the
opinion or
price of
they're
gas
saying
down
something
at
at an
home.
event.
So again, it's
Opinion
an
would
amazing
fade more
transformation.
easily,
Bottom
but
line is
see,
the
it's up to
center
dollar.
of geopolitics around energy has moved from other parts of the world to the Western Hemisphere
Amazon
in the last
pursuing a
5 months.
warehouse
To
in
turn
Hawaii.
Venezuela from a sanctioned adversary into a
Uranium
into a
starting to
strategic
pop up,
ally
too.
in 45 minutes.
And,
Never
some
happened
minerals.
in history before. And what's going on in Alaska?
Yeah, uranium,
when I was
mineral
there last
plays are
week,
going
Alaska,
up.
the
I mean,
North
even
Slope,
FCX trying to
80,000
climb a
barrels
little
a
bit,
day
too.
coming online at Pico. That wouldn't have happened with
Yeah,
you.
you're
It's up
right.
by
Again,
Willow on the North
RR
Slope.
yesterday.
That's
I
going
need to
into
quantum
into the Alaska
So again,
pipeline.
even while we were
20%
still kind of
increase
into the
just
lows,
off
I was
that
saying
one
the qubits
field.
and the ionic.
So amazing work.
But those have gone
the
up, and now all
energy's
the
a
other
high-tech
quantum
industry,
plays are
and
following
those guys
along.
are crushing it, and they're loving the fact that they can provide affordable, reliable, secure energy for America.
And now, the airline's back on the high.
Very hard in California. You know, a lot of people don't know.
Take
this, but
two, again,
California
they
has
should be at their
tremendous-
event.
Tremendous oil reserves. Used to be number 3 in the nation, and the radical left is just. wiped it
SOC
out.
is going up on
We're
him
working
talking
very
about
hard
this.
To get that open again and get it, so the people, their gasoline prices, their lack of energy is just staggering. It's staggering. And we're actually making very good progress. Even people that were against that at one point, now they're saying, wow, that'd be great. But people don't realize it was one of the, right, Chris? It was one of the top drilling states, one of the, I would say in terms of reserves, as among the top in the country. Nobody thinks of that with California. Everything was just closed down.
Everyone
really
start a
violently
long term.
closed down.
Please.
And we're opening up some of it,
Please.
and we're being met with actually great spirit because they're paying so much for gasoline that they don't have to be doing that, and they have a very incompetent group of leaders, like grossly incompetent. So I think that's going to be something. On a slightly smaller subject, while Doug was speaking, Department of Interior.
Amazon
his
hit a new
people have
high
done
off of that.
Fantastic job on.
Again, there's
DC.
just a headline.
DC
It's
is
there in the
looking
chat.
beautiful. The fountains are almost all open. We had 28 of them. And,
Again,
we have
Trump
one in
working hard to
particular,
get
a very
California
long
reserves
lake,
open.
we call it.
And then again, there's a headline a
reflecting
minute
lake
or two ago on
between the,
Pajekian
Lincoln
talking with
Monument.
Pakistan.
Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You take a look at between Lincoln and Washington, you have the longest, like 2,400 feet long. That's longer than the tallest building in the world if you set it on the side.
And app, that
And
has
it's
been
almost
the
200
software
feet
leader
wide,
today.
and
500 highs.
Actually, it was built in 1922, and from 1922 on, it really never worked. It always leaked, and it was a problem, and a lot of things. And hundreds of millions was spent. The Biden administration and
What kind
the
of swap?
Obama
Just a
administration
brokerage,
spent
a normal one.
Hundreds of
You
millions
can do a
of dollars
retirement
trying to
account
get it to
too,
work, and
if
they
you'd
failed.
like. But the
And
ones we
we'll
have
be
are just normal
spending- you'll give
brokerage
me a
accounts.
number, but I think it's very low
Toyota
numbers,
conducts
like
safety
in the number
recall
that
on
we originally
82,000
talked about,
vehicles in the U.S.
Where we cleaned it.
Yeah, IBM kind of
we
led the way, but it's
fumigated
not
it.
moving the same
We had 10
size. I guess they're
10
not up yet. I
major
guess
truck
IBM's up a little bit more.
dumpsters,
Ionic's up 3.
of garbage taken out. Can you believe it?
DJT
Friend of mine came in,
popping.
very substantial person from Germany.
And
Wanted
then
to see
again,
the
AA
Washington
and a couple of the
Monument.
material plays starting to
Wanted
wake up.
to see the Lincoln Memorial.
Where's
He
TLT?
said, I look, but
Not too volatile.
that
You had a
horrible
little bit of
reflecting pod
volatility
is
here on these
disgusting.
little
It's
spikes,
filthy,
but
dirty, and disgusting.
overall the
He
range
said,
is
really?
still
I drove
small.
down,
Now
I said,
SPY's
Secret
getting back
Service
up
was
to
the
where we
second
were a
drive,
little
and
bit
we went
high
down, I said,
after
"It's
Euro
terrible."
close and getting back
for
to
the most part, it
VWAP.
didn't work. I mean, they wouldn't even have water in there, but when they did, it was just dirty, filthy water that leaked out. And we got to work on it, and it was supposed to cost almost
Shake Shack's
400.
still going. We saw
I
that
think it was
earlier.
$400 million because it's like putting the skin on a skyscraper, but bigger, much bigger. Many skyscrapers, you could almost say, other than for the world's tallest. Think of it, the world's tallest skyscraper is shorter than 2,400 feet. So we went to work, and over the years I built hundreds of pools. I build them every time I built the building. I always like to build Olympic-sized swimming pools, and I was very aware of swimming pool, what goes into making a swimming pool. It's not as simple as people think. You never want it to leak. You want to have beautiful surface. I said,
Harder than
I
it
have an idea,
looks.
Doug.
It's
We
more
sat
than
down.
just the
I
ground
said, "Let's
filled with
take
water.
That long thing where we're going to fix it with concrete, which leaks, concrete, and all sorts of other materials that all leak. and don't look good. They're gray. And, you know, swimming pool, I have a swimming pool right up the road. I built it 22 years ago. It's
IMAX
perfect.
on
I
the
said,
low.
Does it ever leak? No. It's perfect.
Again, you got
Good
more rumor
contractors.
updates on that earlier.
I actually called in a couple of the contractors, got some ideas from them, and I gave it to Doug, and Doug's done an unbelievable job. And so they were going to spend maybe
so
$400 million.
BBBY.
I don't know. You never know with cost overruns and everything.
And
But
tan
it
and
was going to
solar
take
still going
years
up.
to build.
Again,
3
DJT,
years,
but
4
it just
years.
looks like it's melting up.
And we'll have it done
I mean, I'd say it
before
chips a little bit off the bottom.
July 4th.
Software stopped moving.
substantially.
Got a
before
couple of
July
headlines,
4th.
but nothing is
If
really
we didn't
like
have such bad
nothing
weather
material,
the last 4 or 5 days, it
unfortunately.
could have been almost done.
Still a
You have to-
very
you can't do
slow
the substance in
Wednesday.
the rain. And what they did is they cleaned it. They took out, as I said,
More
than
uranium
10 dumpsters
CCJ.
of garbage, shovels. It was disgusting. Oh, every corner had massive amounts of. I guess that's the way the tide goes, but they had massive amounts of garbage. We then steam cleaned it. We then sandblasted it, and then we pebble blasted it. That's a bigger version of sand. We made the surface as good as it can be, and we're now covering it with the most beautiful blue, very thick. You think of it as a very sophisticated form of rubber. No leaks, no problems, and it's beautiful. It's called American Flag Blue. That was the color we chose.
Wow.
And we are probably 70% finished with it. It's going to be finished. The hard part's done. And then we decided to do much more than when originally I thought I was just going to do the surface, but we said the problem is the outer ring looks pretty bad too, where you walk on. So we sandblasted that. This is all additional work. We didn't want to do, when you do something like this, when you do the one, you think the other looked okay, but then when the other, you see the new surface, the old stuff that looked okay looks really bad. So we cleaned that, sandblasted it. The walkways, all of it. It's a tremendous amount of area. It's thousands of feet long, very wide. This is where the people stand, not the water park.
Google
the dry
2
park.
now. It's your second Mag
And we
7.
had a combination of granite
hitting a
and
high right
stone. And we're pointing it, fixing it. The joints were terrible. Everything. The whole place was a mess. And when it opens in a couple of weeks, long before July 4th, we want to have it for July 4th weekend, but it'll be long before that. You will see something that's really going to be beautiful. And now we're looking at the World War II fountain because that's also in pretty bad shape. On the bottom, we're going to duplicate it, I think, with maybe with a slightly different color. Actually, we'll go with a lighter color. But Doug and I have a lot of fun doing it. Your staff is fantastic. They've really worked well. But the concept, so think of it, instead of spending $200, $300, $400 million, and it will never work, we're going to spend like $10 million maybe, $12 million. Instead of spending 4 years, we're going to spend, like if you add it all up, like a couple of months. And instead of going through 4th of Julys as a horrible construction site, we're going to have it open before the 4th of July. And the difference is it's better. Somebody said, oh, well, but it's not the same. Some of the fake news would say, well, but it's not. No, it's like the pen story. The pen is better at $2 than it was at $2,000. This is the same thing. This is far better. Won't leak. It'll last for 50 years, maybe 100 years. They didn't even know. I said, how long will this last? Oh, I think you'll get 50 years out of it. We did the swimming pool treatment, but they said, sir, for a little more money, we can get industrial strength. I said, that sounds good to me. Same color, same everything, same stuff, but it's actually much stronger. It's used for industrial. I said, I love that. So we're going to have that open. It's going to be really, really beautiful. And it's a very important thing. We can't have people looking at the Washington Monument, going the memorial. If you take a look, the Lincoln Memorial, it was built, I guess, a little after the Lincoln Memorial. It's embarrassing. It was so horrible. I never saw anything like it. It was filthy dirty. It was Biden. And they spent, between the two
It was
of them,
Biden.
they spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to fix this thing. Now, when Obama did it, he spent way over $100 million. And they had a great idea. Let's use the water from the Potomac. Because environmentally, they liked it. Somebody said that was good. But the water from the Potomac was not suitable for this, to put it mildly. It was disgusting what happened. And so they spent hundreds of millions, over $100 million. And They immediately closed it. It was closed for many months and nobody did anything. It was closed. It's basically been closed. But go back to 1922. It was always sort of, people think of it as beautiful, but it was always a mess. It's going to be unbelievable. It will be unbelievable. It's actually exciting. I want to ride over there today if I can. I always have a problem. Secret Service is in love with my walking along, checking the sidewalk, the new sidewalk, to see whether or not they pointed it correctly. But they do. We have great contractors doing the job, but we'll spend a very tiny amount of money, and it'll be better than it ever was when it was built in 1922. It's very exciting, actually. To me, I love construction. It's very exciting. And we do many things. We did 28 or 29 fountains. I made a contribution to redoing Lafayette Park. That's the entrance to the White House, and it was an embarrassment. The floors were broken. They had bricks. Some of the bricks were missing. You know where they're missing? They took them out to throw at people. We're going with them. It's going to be a world-class park. It'll be open pretty soon. They're doing a lot of work over there. That was a contribution that I made with some other people. And it's going to be really beautiful. That was really the front door to the White House, but you couldn't even use it. It was so terrible. People would come to the White House, and it was so terrible. So with that, I'm going to ask Pete to talk a little about some of our great success.
In Iran,
including Venezuela.
the watch oil.
Absolutely,
Oil's
sir.
near the
I think,
low. Peter's
actually,
coming on.
your efforts on the reflecting pool are actually a great segue. If you look at Washington and Lincoln, these are two men that faced monumental tasks and stood up in historic fashion and delivered for the American people. And when you step back and look at 47 years of what Iran waged war
Okay, you're
against
above
us and our
VWAP. Let's see
people,
if
there's only one man
where the leaders
over the course
emerge
of
or
both
not, or if he
presidencies
gets
who
struck
stood
back
up and
down.
said they will
I'm going to
never
use
get
this
a nuclear
opportunity to
weapon, as
take a
Marco
dump.
said.
I mean, some
Whether
of
it
you
was
are not.
Qasem Soleimani,
You
whether it was
guys
scrapping
forget
the
about the
Obama deal,
rambling
it was gonna
cabinet
give them a
sessions.
weapon,
So
whether it was
I'm
the
going to go take a
12-day
shit
war or
right now.
Operation
Follow me on
Midnight Hammer.
Instagram at the
You
Trading
created the
Fraternity. I'll leave it
conditions to ensure
unmuted.
the
I'll yell
American
at you
people
if
and the
anything
world
happens.
are safeguarded from this
Yeah, you're moving
generational
above
threat.
VWAP, getting right back
And so
up here
when
to
you
open.
authorized
So see
Operation
the
Epic Fury,
leadership which starts to
just like you
advance or
talked
not.
about with the reflecting pool, we didn't do the same old thing the way we'd done it in the past after Iraq and Afghanistan, the way we waged wars. Instead, you said we're going to do this smart. We're going to do it overwhelming. We're going to use maximum lethality, and we're going to bring them to their knees. And so whether it's their Navy that's at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, their Air Force, their air defenses, or their defense industrial base, they may have missiles, but they can't build more right now. And they can't build more drones right now. And they can't build more ships. And so they came and cried uncle to talk, which Steve and Jared and the vice president and others are doing so ably. And during that time, we put in a world-class blockade. And they haven't been able to bring anything in or anything out from Iranian ports. And we know from the intel that their economy is hurting big time because that is their lifeblood. And again, bringing them to the table. So whether it is through the efforts of your negotiators that they ensure that they never have a nuclear weapon, or we have to go back to the War Department to finish the job that way, we're prepared to do that. And I think even our reach on the dark fleet of Iranian tankers, no Iranian tanker around the globe is safe. And we've seen seizures all around the globe, again, choking off their economic lifeblood. But all of this is possible, Mr. President, thanks to the investments that you've made in this department, firing on all cylinders. For the second year in a row, we're at historic recruitment rates. Last year, we said that here. This year, we beat it even faster. The American people are excited about what you're bringing to our department. Our defense industrial base, $50 billion in private investments because of the meetings you've held. Defense manufacturers are investing in new plants and new manufacturing, new production lines, so that we're getting weapons faster than ever. And then the $1.5 trillion that you've committed to the department going forward, that's 1 million American jobs. 1 million American manufacturing jobs. That's Golden Dome for America, that's F-47, that's B-21, that's $50 billion in drones. We're going to lead the world in drones, shaving years off of production of all of those, everything under budget and ahead of schedule, which is what the warfighter deserves. And we saw it, you mentioned Venezuela, Mr. President, you saw it on display there. Think of the fact that our Southcom commander just landed via helicopter at our embassy peacefully at the welcome of the Venezuelans, because we're now partnering with them, hopefully, even on the counter-cartel mission as we secure our hemisphere. So we've secured that southwest border. We're going to war with the cartels through the America's Counter-Cartel Coalition. Venezuela is a big part of securing our energy future and defending the homeland. And then I just want to note one more thing to give you a sense of how committed this president is. Maybe a year ago, he heard the call of Nigerian Christians who were being targeted and killed by ISIS in Nigeria. And he said, Pete, I want the War Department to focus on ensuring that we do everything we can to protect those Christians. Partnerships like that can take time behind the scenes, but he never wavered on it. And we got the assets there, and over the last month, and there hasn't been much coverage of this, we killed ISIS #2 in Nigeria, who's most responsible for killing Christians and trying to target the U.S. homeland, and have since, because of the intel we gathered, killed hundreds of ISIS members who were targeting and killing Christians in Nigeria, creating a whole new opportunity there. So there's a lot of things we do that the media pays attention to, and a lot of things that the president empowers the department to do on behalf of the American people that he deserves great credit for.
Thank you. Great job. You're doing a great job. I just want to say on recruitment, we're very proud of the fact that for the previous 4 years, previous administration, they couldn't recruit people. And that included, by the way, police and firemen and others. They were not proud of our country. And they couldn't recruit. Anybody with a uniform and was having a hard time recruiting. And they set record low numbers. They were way, way behind. And literally from November 5th it started. It started even before we got going. But from the time we won the election to now, we've had numbers of recruitment, the likes of which we've never had. Record recruitment in every single branch, and that includes police and firemen. Record recruitment, so we're very proud of that. Thank you. Great job. Thank you, sir. Kelly, please.
Mr. President, you have made us a nation of builders again. You're leading us to the greatest economy that the world has ever known, and I see that every week as I travel this country, main streets across dozens of states, from Alaska to Maine. I've been in many of those states 2 or 3 times. I hear it everywhere I go. Please thank the president for putting us back on track. They thank you, they love you, they want more of what we're doing: tax cuts, deregulation, fair trade, energy dominance. Small businesses are spring-loaded, and we see that in the jobs numbers. In the last 2 months alone, we've created over 300,000 private sector jobs in this country. Most jobs are created by small businesses, 2 out of 3. And small businesses, as you know, make up 99% of all businesses in this country and account for half of our GDP. So when that part of the economy is finally working again, they've gotten out from $5 trillion of regulation that the Biden administration put on hardworking small businesses. They penalized growth, investment, hard work, and success. But thanks to the working family tax cuts that every single Democrat voted against, hardworking families, the welders, the waitresses that I meet on factory floors across this country, from Pennsylvania to New Mexico, where I'll be tomorrow. Brooke and I are going to Arizona tonight. So we see this everywhere we go. It's one of the most underreported stories in the media. Main Street is back, and that's because America first. I'll tell you the other thing about fraud. Small businesses are particularly hurt by the fraud because they're some of our biggest taxpayers in the country. And they show up every day. They work hard to provide for their employees, to build their businesses. They're doing it the honest way. And they see fraudsters taking from the American people. It's taxpayer money. And so you think about, at the SBA, we found $200 billion in fraudulent PPP loans that the Biden administration tried to hide and forgive and sweep under the rug. We've turned the first $22 billion of that over to Treasury for collections and to DOJ for prosecution. Our Inspector General is already announcing that people are going to jail. There are jail sentences now being served. We've announced that 140,000 people have been barred from ever getting SBA loans again, defrauding the government for about $9 billion. So we are going to continue our work under the great leadership of Vice President Vance and appreciate the partnership because it's really accelerated our ability to get the job done. But then just back to small businesses. We have record business formation in this country. That's another story that the media won't tell you. Over 500,000 businesses on average a month this year. So it's not just record people working, strong job creation, business formation at all-time records in this country, but we have manufacturing expansion 4 consecutive months. That means that's a leading indicator, meaning that we have expansion coming. Another story the media won't tell you, 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. 75% of our defense industrial base is small business. They're our main exporters. And so America first, free trade, fair trade, deregulation, tax cuts, and energy dominance. is helping workers on Main Street, and that's why they tell you to tell me to tell you, Mr. President, thank you, and they love you.
Well, thank you very much. Great job. Thank you, Kelly. And I just say, we went to China last week. We had an amazing meeting with President Xi. The relationship's very good. We're doing a lot of business with China now, but it's not where they were ripping us off for years and years. They ripped us off like nobody ever got ripped off. Now it's a very profitable business that we do with China, and they respect our country again. We have the strongest military in the world by far. They respect our country again. Scott, please.
Sir, on the economy, 2 words: resilience and prosperity. The continued resilience of the economy speaks for itself, even during the Iran conflict, and it speaks to the strength of your leadership. Pro-growth policies are creating conditions for American families and businesses to prosper. We're entering the second half of our 250th
Little candle right when I get back.
with renewed optimism and momentum.
Doing a lot of business
It has
with
never
China,
been a better
profitable
time to be an
business we're
American,
doing
and
with
as you
China.
said earlier, we
Oil
have
didn't
a
react.
record number
Just seems like
of
we're chilling out
Americans working.
from the morning
The economy
washout
that you were
back
building
up
is
to
not only
open right
strong,
under
but
it.
secure and resilient and better positioned to compete globally. Real GDP has risen 2.7% over the past 4 quarters, something that many economists said couldn't be done. In the first quarter of 2026, despite the Iran conflict, GDP grew at a 2% annual rate. The Atlanta Fed GDP now is predicting 4.3% for this quarter.
Remember his ISM
In
comment?
terms of prices, I believe the prices are transitory.
Spies
Oil
going up.
will be
Wow, he
lower
pulled
than
out
pre-conflict
transitory.
levels
Mr.
when this
Besant.
ends. Natural gas is already down, as you mentioned. Drug
An
and
Ocklo
pharmaceutical
speculation of
prices,
PDSA
they
approval by
are
DFE.
plummeting, and rent is down. We are more resilient to energy price fluctuations due to your energy dominance agenda, to regulatory efforts, and we have never sold so much energy to the rest of the world. Business investment rose at a 10.4% annual rate in the first quarter. Capital expenditures and business equipment rose more than 17%. And that is as a result of the tax bill and tariffs. Jobs related to commercial construction, factory construction, are up 90,000 since your inauguration. In the past 2 months, the private sector, as Kelly said, has added 313,000 new jobs. And those are private sector jobs, sir, including 13,000 manufacturing jobs. We have construction jobs, we're building the factories, and those will turn into manufacturing jobs. The stock market has hit new highs. The stock market lives in the future. It is seeing on the other side of this conflict, it is a strong symbol of optimism for the future. Corporate earnings are high, and wages are doing well. For the tax season,
you know how good
we
this
had
earnings
the best
season was?
tax filing season in history, which is a victory for Main Street. The average refund was nearly $3,300, 11% increase from last tax filing season. And importantly, 62 million returns had one of your 4 signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. They reduced taxes. 85% of our seniors paid no taxes on Social Security, and the deductibility of auto loans for American-made cars. For what I believe is the most important government benefit for young people since the GI Bill, the Trump accounts. The app will be available on all major platforms tomorrow morning. And it will place the American dreams into the palms of the hands of parents.
So is it going to be on like every brokerage?
Nearly 6 million kids have been signed up for Trump accounts, and they will launch on July 4th, and it will be a great symbol of the 250th anniversary.
Wait, so that money still
Main
hasn't
Street
hit yet?
prosperity, workers have seen positive wage
Keep
gains.
that in mind.
The unemployment rate
because something
remains
gets
low
launched
at
tomorrow, but then it's
4.3%,
July 4th.
and private
Think
sector
about it. That
job
means the
growth
money.
is
That
strong.
means they haven't
So
bought
Just
anything.
to reiterate,
hot
resilience
dog.
and prosperity have been the marks of your second term.
It's been great. It's been amazing.
Oh, fuck.
Excellent. Any questions?
You're right. You kind of just ruined it for me. You just said Scott Bessent looks like the male version of Elizabeth Warren. And now I can't unsee it.
Americans and people from all around the world are coming to the nation's capital ahead of the major 250th birthday events here. How important is it for you to really keep delivering on these results, but also what does it mean for America's identity on the national and international stage?
So I'm very proud of D.C. because when we came here, a little more than a year ago, it was very
And
dangerous
we gotta stick to
And
the
now it's a
locked
very
in.
safe
But the
place.
problem,
It's been
locked in.
incredible. what's
There's just
happened.
been a
As
lot
you
of new
see the
people.
crime numbers. We had
So
restaurants
You
closing
gotta
up,
either
and
learn to
nobody
rock
wanted
with
to
them,
go to a
or the
restaurant. They
only
were afraid to
answer is
walk to
raise
work.
the price
It was
to
very-
weed it out again.
Very dangerous
Unfortunately.
place, very unsafe.
But
And
yeah,
now
I
it's a
mean,
very
again,
safe
I
place.
do. I'll give you a
brought in the
reminder
National
on what
Guard.
locked
We
in is
worked with
as we
Cash and
get
the
into the
FBI
day,
and
because it's
Janine
kind of
was doing
boring. We're not really
fantastically,
doing
and
much.
Todd
Again, we're back up to
and
open.
everybody. And it's
But
now
yeah,
a very
I see a
safe
lot. I
city, and
see the
people
other
are
Chad
pouring
going
in, and
crazy
you
over
see the
Trump.
grass is all
The
beautiful.
other
We
Chad's
put a
like,
lot
I
of
made
new grass in.
1,000%.
You know, like people, grass has a life too. And this grass
Grass has a
lives up
life.
a long time.
You know that
But we,
grass dies.
The waterfalls we talked about and the fountains are. Most of them are in the final stages or fixed. People are writing me letters. People are talking about it. We have some of the most beautiful fountains in the world, and there wasn't one, not one, that worked. We had 29. Out of the 29, not one was worked. In addition to the reflecting pool, which is even
To run
that
the
was
baby
the big one of
fund?
them all. But that was
What do you
a
mean, like the
disaster.
new account
so with
for
all of
my
that,
niece?
and this place is looking beautiful. I rode through it yesterday. Where the fences are down, the homeless aren't staying here any longer. We're helping them out. but
Like
we're
I said,
not-
I was thinking
just
about
can't
it,
have them
getting
in the
close to
nation's
the idea.
capital. And when foreign dignitaries come in, they're saying the first thing they say to me, "This place has really changed." They saw that it was going down. Our whole country was going down, just like D.C. was going down. And as you know, the restaurants were closing up. There weren't very many restaurants, and now they're opening up. You can't get a space. And everyone's going out to dinner and they're safe. And we had the national security and we have the National Guard, and we're going to keep them. You know, I want to, by the way, just in case I mentioned, keep them. Okay? And don't lower the number either. So somebody said, "Oh, are there less?" I said, "I hope not, but don't lower the number if you don't mind." Okay.
We're going to
Just keep
surge
them.
this summer too. Yeah.
They look great. You know what? They give people. We took out 5,000 criminals, hardcore criminals. By the way, 90% of the crime is calculated. 2% of the people do 90% of the crime. That's a great number. Because when you get rid of 2%, 2% you can get rid of. 90% you can't get rid of, 2%. So 2% create 90% of the crime, 91% actually, to be exact. And we moved 5,000
Spy
people
coming
out of
down,
here.
no headline.
These are career criminals. Many of them came over from the last administration through the open border, the ridiculous open border, no vetting, nobody knew who they were. They came out of prisons, they're drug dealers, there were people from mental institutions. And Washington, D.C. is now a safe and beautiful place. And it's only going to get more beautiful. Yeah, please.
President Trump, thank you so much for having us in here today. What are your thoughts? Why do you think that Joe Biden is trying to sue the Department of Justice, former President Joe Biden, to have his tapes that he did interviews on blocked from the American people hearing
TTD,
them?
more
Do you think
Exodus
that he's trying
scoop,
to hide
2
something?
insiders
Maybe,
leave,
Acting
or
Attorney
2
General Todd
directors,
Blanche could comment on
senior
if they will
officers.
countersue and release those tapes to the American public.
Are you talking about it with respect to his book?
With respect to
Well,
the
I'd like to see it. I don't know. Maybe there's some constitutional reason. I don't know. I would like to see what he has to say, because we can never allow what happened to this country to happen. The man was grossly incompetent, and the Democrats, I call them the Democrats because the policy is so bad, but they came very close to destroying our country. We can never let it happen again, and I hope that you're able to produce that. I think it would be very interesting reading for people.
Mr. President, Iran wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Iran and Oman to control the strait? And would they have to open it immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time?
No, the strait's going to be open to everybody.
And who would control
It's
it?
international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters.
That's good.
And, Oman will behave just
Nobody
like
will
everybody else.
control
and
it. We'll watch
have to
out.
blow 'em
Oman
up.
will behave.
They understand that.
So he's
They'll be
kind of
fine.
confirming that thing today, because Iran was saying, even though they said it was fake, the whole Oman
Well,
link.
you have to
You've
say,
heard that
the
a couple
United
of
States
times.
has so much oil that we are an export of oil. So we have plenty of oil. We're very lucky. We're blessed with the
CEPT,
greatest
the
piece
liquid
of
up 3.
land in the world from that standpoint, and we have more than anybody else. And now when you add Venezuela to it, we have, I think, 64% of the world's oil. and we're getting along
Is
very
it
well
Chinese
with Venezuela,
or
by the
for
way. It's
Korean
being
or
run
something?
really beautifully. The
It's one
big
of those
companies are
small cap
moving in,
Asian
and
ones that
it's
go
gonna
crazy.
it's going to be amazing because it's also like us. They're very blessed in that sense. But we have natural
Oh, it's
energy that no
Cantor.
other
It's the
country
equity
has.
shit.
We have more than anybody else. So
Wait a minute.
it's really a world problem.
No, I'm
because
pretty sure
most
this
of
is
the
the
world doesn't
fucking,
have that. And we're making it
little
available
crypto
during
thing.
the closing. I don't know if you've seen some of
Yeah, the
the
fucking
satellite
SPAC.
pictures. Boats, hundreds of boats lined up. It looks like, I used to say, the Long Island Expressway with the cars. They're lined up and they're coming to Texas, Louisiana. They're coming to Alaska to fill up their boat, their big boat. Some of them are really big, 2 billion gallons. Even bigger than that now they make them. They make them up to 4, Chris, I hear. Now they make them up to 4. The 4 are now the big ones. Used to be the 1s. Now it's 4 million barrels of, think of that, 4 million barrels of oil in one boat. But they're lined up and they're right now
TTD
heading to
News was
Texas,
2
and they've
senior
already
officials
filled up and
departing.
they've gone back. In addition to that, you have a lot
high
of
ticker
boats,
kinda
you have
tweaking
about
out.
1,500
And then
boats
more
in the
space
strait
stocks at the high.
wanting to get out, and at the right time we'll release them.
Nobody will control Homer's
they
Hormuz,
are.
but we'll watch over it.
No, it's come down. Well, it'll come down a lot. It'll come down to where it was before. We had it when I was in Iowa. We had we're driving by and we saw gas stations, $1.90 a gallon, $1.85, $1.87 were the 3 that we saw. We had it down in some places below. Now we can't help but California where they charge so much tax that you lower it and they charge tax. They've got to straighten the act out in California, but we had gasoline down to a very low number. I think we'll be hitting that number shortly after that whole excursion ends.
Does that give you more urgency?
But regardless of anything, as Marco said better than anybody can say it, you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They would use it instantly. They wouldn't think about it. They would use it instantly. I've gotten to know them. They would use it instantly.
Does that give you more urgency, Mr. President? You've said that you're in no rush to make a deal, but with gas prices that are so high across the country, people are paying more for travel. Does that give you more urgency to make a deal? Why doesn't it?
Well, I'll tell you the primary urgency I have. I said this, it wasn't covered properly, but the primary urgency is that we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. But at the same time, we have a tremendous amount of oil, gas, coal. We have tremendous amounts of energy. We're blessed with something very special. Those prices are going to come down. They're going to come down fast. I think that you'll see, actually, Todd, I think you're going to see lower prices that we had even before we did this. Now, I knew there'd be an increase. I said, we have a choice. We don't have to do anything. And in 2 years or 1 year or 2 months, because Iran would have had if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks from that date because they were ready to go. And if they had a nuclear weapon, it would have been used already. It also would have been used had I not terminated the Obama deal, the Iran nuclear deal, as we call it. That was in my first term. Had I not terminated that, they would have had a nuclear weapon a long time ago. I would say it was a guarantee that it would have been used. And it would have blown up Israel. It would have blown up the entire Middle East. And that's never going to happen. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on the shooting in Iran, would you be comfortable with Russia or China taking their
No, not easing sanctions. The other headline on that,
No,
that's
I
it.
wouldn't
It
be
said we'll keep
comfortable.
control of Iran's
That would
money.
not make me comfortable.
Is the U.S. considering easing sanctions on Iran to allow Iran to sell its crude to market?
No, we're not talking
That
about any
5-year
easing
bond
of
auction
sanctions. or
coming.
giving
It's already
money,
10?
No sanctions, no money,
What?
no nothing. We have control of money that
Sermal.
they claim is theirs. We'll keep control of that
Sermal
money.
just got a
When
little
they
pop, still
behave
red on the
properly
day.
and when they do
Again,
what's
watch
right, we'll
bonds.
let
You
them
got a
have
5-year
their money.
auction coming in.
But right now,
Dude,
we're
it's
not
already
doing
10.
that, and it's not. One thing is not contingent on the other.
Mr. President, on the shooting last weekend, it came barely a month after the third assassination attempt against you during the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What was your reaction when you first heard about the latest shooting, and what gives you the courage to really keep doing your job effectively without thinking about these threats every day?
Well, I can't think about it because if I thought about it a lot, I wouldn't be a very good president. I wouldn't be here, probably. I'd be up in some room with a locked door and said, just leave me alone. So I can't really think about it. It's just something that it's a sad part of life. It's a dangerous business. What I'm doing is a dangerous business. And they say, and look, we have been maybe the most consequential, but we certainly have been one of the most consequential. This group has been a very consequential administration, and they say if you're not consequential, you don't have so much problem. If you are consequential, you do. So you have to look at that. But it's a shame. It's a very sad fact of life. Look, anybody in office, not only in this country, in other countries too, but when you are a consequential president, your life is in grave danger. I knew that. Yeah.
Mr. President, how would you characterize the current state?
Have you ever been consequential? You don't understand.
What yard line would you be on?
Well, I think we're doing very well. They are starting to give us the things that they have to give us, and if they do, that's great. And if they won't, then the man on my left is going to finish them off.
In new SoftBank
Is there a time frame
to
in your
develop
mind?
domestic AI.
What?
Is there a time frame in your mind for?
I mean, it happens quickly. The problem is every time I mention a time frame, for instance, I see, we've been doing this for a few months. Vietnam lasted 19 years. Korea lasted 8 years. Afghanistan lasted many years. They were all many, many years, and we're into it for a few months. And I read about you people like you. What's taking so long? But we're in it. We lost between two big wars, Venezuela and Iran. We lost 13 souls, 13 great people. Met the parents, great people. And it's a terrible thing, but 13. If you look at the war casualties and the deaths in wars from Vietnam and all that, they lost hundreds of thousands of people in numerous of these wars. We're very cognizant of that. We want to lose very few. We want very few to be injured. We're very careful. But war is war. War's dangerous. But we've lost 13. I saw the Democrats took an ad putting in the 13 people that were lost. And when you look at hundreds of thousands of people that were lost in the Middle East, Iraq, all the different wars we were in, we have done an amazing job. With that being said, I hate to lose 13. I hate to lose one, but we've been very capable. I mean, when you think of it, we took over Venezuela in one day. We have done a similar job, but we said, well, give them a little chance at the request of somebody that we greatly respect from Pakistan, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. They've been great. They asked us, would we pause the war for a little while because they'd like to do so.
Chevron again in oil. It's weird, man. Spies making
we had them
way bigger moves for the tiny movements in oil. Oil's not hitting new prices.
We can do it in a different way.
These little ups and downs are correlating with some of the move.
We want, but
other than that, there's no real crazy
and we may have to.
Again, a couple of the sanction stuff.
We may have to.
And the keeping their money kind of sounds negative.
Here in increasing infrastructure. Does the economic benefit outweigh the cost?
No, the World Cup is great. It's the most successful they've ever had, ticket-wise. It's they've never had anything that sold so quickly. It's amazing because it's the United States. You don't think of I call it soccer. It's just
I call it soccer
easier to do because we have football and they have two footballs, right? They call it football. But most people never thought they'd see anything like that. The World Cup, it's turned out to be the most successful World Cup from the standpoint of what's happening than they've ever had.
Probably chips. And IGV. And Staples aren't catching a bid, so everything that's kind of rotated a little bit, they might just be chilling out. Again, it's already 10.
What's your message to the New Jersey leaders pushing back against ICE operations at Delaney Hall?
About ICE?
Yes.
Or about NICE, as I call it, NICE. The NICE facility. I'd love to change the name, call it NICE. They do a great job. And it's all paid for protesters. You can see by the signs. The signs are all made by the same beautiful factory. It's a printing plant. In fact, I'm thinking about using it. They do such a nice job. These aren't protesters. These people are fake. They're all paid for. And I will tell you, Tom Holman and that whole group, and now Mark Wayne is so incredible. Mark Wayne, do you want to just respond to that? We run the finest facilities anywhere in the world of their type. But we have some horrible killers. We have killers. We have guys that have murdered numerous people in there. And these are the people they're trying to protect. There's nobody that runs a facility like we do. Mark Wayne, please.
Yeah, it shows that this radical left Democrats' priorities when they decide to go out and protest a detention center where we're housing rapists, child
like I'm
predators,
saying, that oil,
murderers,
the up and downs correlate, but yeah, SPY just went a little bit longer.
Of all the day.
Seems like more
of all the
energy
time to
names
go-
are
to go
starting to
protest
launch up.
something
And then
They
any
say
of the
that they're-
industries that were doing
that
good are
it's
giving
because they're
up,
on a
mixed
hunger
in
strike
with
when there's only a
the
handful
weaker
of
ones
individuals
are
that
still going
refuse
lower.
to eat because they want their ethnic group or their ethnic right food. Well, they can go back to their country and get whatever food they want. The fact is, we're giving them the calories they want. This isn't Holiday Inn. We're giving them sanitation. But for the Democrats and the governor, like Governor Sherrill and Senator Kim and Senator Booker, to go out and do something like this of all the days is very frustrating. And we see Antifa signs are literally out there. The local police literally refusing to respond. They barricade it, not allowing our employees to come in and out. ICE has to go out there, remove the barricade, and then you have one of the senators complain because he got splattered with a pepper ball. I'm sorry, you probably shouldn't have been there.
You know, one thing I'll say about that, the local police, I know a lot of the New Jersey police, they're phenomenal. They love us, but they're told not to do anything.
That's right.
They love us. They love him. They even love me a lot. And I'm in New Jersey a lot. It's great. I mean, I think it's a great place. It's got a group of people running it now that are having a hard time. But
I mean, you're
they
still in
really-
La La Land in
they
between
really
the
like
other
this
gap fill. So
administration. They love this
you got a lot of
administration
room
more
you
than
can
any
move. Again, at
administration
least
they've ever
another
had.
like what?
And they're thanking me all the
3
time.
points on the
You know, I
SPY,
see
30,
those-
40 on the
I
SPX.
see those guys going up and down the Jersey Turnpike with their big, beautiful hats on. I say, I'd like to look like that someday. You know, they're great. No, these are great
Yeah,
people,
Sweet
and they
Greens
love
keeps
him,
running.
and they love ICE, and they love the Border Patrol, and they're not allowed to talk to anybody. It's like, but it all comes from the top. They have to follow orders. They want to keep their jobs.
Are you expecting Congress to pass a federal gas tax holiday?
A gas tax holiday?
What's that?
Well, it's something we might talk about. Let's see what happens over the next week, 2 weeks. A lot of good things are happening.
So are you going to the next game next week?
No, I was invited I was going to go on Wednesday, but they closed it out very quickly. They're great. And Jim Dolan's a great guy. He's, as you know, owns and in charge of Madison Square Garden. He's having a good year. Boy, what a team. They win all their games. They have some great players. I think I'll be going to one of the games. Yeah, I was invited by numerous people and Jim, and I think I'll be going. It's great to see it. You know, the Knicks have really, they've really suffered for years, and they're doing right now very well.
Would you accept an agreement with Iran that just calls for further talks on the uranium? Or
No.
is the only option?
No,
to
the
buy
basics.
Iran
No, I
first?
would for some of it, you know, because it's a memorandum of understanding for speed. One of the things
It's
that
so
will
weird
happen
though.
is
They
the
denied the
strait will open
MOU, but now
immediately.
he's bringing it up again.
Immediately. But it's got to be perfect. I'm not going to do this. I didn't do this to get a crummy agreement. The worst agreement ever signed was by Barack Hussein Obama. What a horrible agreement that was. It was a setback for this country, for the whole world. The Middle East would have blown itself up. No, I would like to have the countries we were talking about, with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the others, we'd like to have them immediately join and Steve Witkoff is working on that with Jared and some others, but would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be historic if they do it. And I think they owe that to us, to be honest. I think, because that really would be a tremendous sign. And I think those countries owe it to us. Steve, are you going to get them to sign?
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the truth. If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, bold countries, and it's turned out to be so good, so effective. And
and another wave on
so
the
we're,
low ticker. You just hit the
requesting
low.
strongly that they join. It'll be great. It'll be great for Saudi Arabia. It'll be great for Qatar and Kuwait, the whole group.
So the Iran deal might be contingent on more countries joining.
I don't know. I don't want to say that. I'm not going to give you, what's contingent, what's not. I can say that we can make a good deal right now, but maybe not a great deal. And if it's not a great deal, we're not making it. So because we can make a great deal with this guy right here, and but it's it's a lot nastier. Probably wouldn't go as quickly. We wouldn't be talking about as quickly, but it would be foolproof. But I think we're doing very well, Steve. I think we're doing pretty well in terms of the negotiation, but we'll see. If it's not going to be a real deal, because Obama had that horrible JCPOA, whatever it was the worst deal. It was a path for Iran to have a nuclear weapon very quickly. Years ago, they would have had a nuclear weapon. We might not be here talking about it right now. They would have had a nuclear weapon. And frankly, Obama picked the wrong country. He should have picked another country. I won't tell you what it was. But he picked the wrong country when he picked Iran. But we have things understood now with Iran. It's been nasty. They've lost their leaders. They've lost, and it really is regime change.
HPE,
we didn't
NVIDIA,
set out for
Cisco
regime
announced
change.
a new infrastructure intelligence.
By the fact that we're dealing with a
NVIDIA blog.
totally different group of people than we were at the beginning.
They didn't
And
really
frankly,
know.
I find them to be much more reasonable. I actually find them to be smarter, but I find them to be much more reasonable. This is regime change. One regime is gone, another regime is gone, we're dealing with the third. Pieces of it, because some of them are gone too. And I find them, I think, how can you have a stronger regime change than that, you know? So I do find that. I'd like to thank you all very much. We're doing great. Our country is doing fantastically well, and this group of people is outstanding. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all very much. That's it. They just ended it like that. I mean, that was like what, an hour? Just about an hour. They gave you 45 minutes. Not bad. Not bad, Chatadonia. How do you feel? How do you feel? Dude, today's been chill. Again, sadly, a lot of these moves, you had like one or two war-related moves. Again, you could kind of see it in oil, but even then, dude, like imagine you haven't really seen oil, this lack of volatile. It's holding down this big amount. Like I'm saying, there's like baby correlations between the moves, but equities are still moving around. Again, we're broadening out. I mean, the leadership chips are still the leader, but they're not moving the same way they were in the morning or even like yesterday. That's opened up the door for a couple of different areas, namely the staples. And then you have a couple of things still moving around like energy and a couple of things dabbling with these headlines. But none of this move, I mean, unfortunately, I wouldn't really attribute it to much. You're going to still keep hearing about whether or not this MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, the deal, all that. Again, Trump made some comments and we did start to go down, but other than that, I just think it's a slower middle of the week where it's not as if momentum died, but it's not the same as yesterday. So here we are. How can you not love that guy? Oh, man, that's a great question. Because considering I see people get really bothered every time. You know, you do know the amount of chat faxes I read of people having comments during Trump. And then I look at their chat facts, and they don't even comment when we talk about the long term. They don't even, you know, if we hit 1,000%er, 5,000%er, there's no. It's amazing. So there is people who don't love him. They're really. It's. I mean, I would argue it's a coin flip of how can you not love that guy. So you know, I learned the vibe. I love my long term, and I love my future above all else. So, you know, that's what really helps open up some doors. Just if anybody is looking for unsolicited advice. But do you guys know we're like halfway done with the day? Did you know that? Did you know it's already 10 o'clock? I don't know how y'all feel about that. Would you guys like to have a discussion? Would you guys like to have a discussion on killing desperation? That's not what I'm going to discuss, but I do know, I do hope you know the idea of just going into Philos. Cintas, 2 candles down, 171 to 169. It's not a trigger yet, but could be something. Check Cintas. Remember there was the buyout stuff not too long ago? But yeah, like I'm saying, you know, nothing says not desperate like ignoring the market and then doing whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you know what I'm saying? So would you guys, can I interest you in a Philo? Is that something you guys would like at this moment? I think I got a little one. I got a little one. I think it'd be a good one. It's kind of a little one. The clip isn't. I have one clip for you today. It's not that long, but I do have I got a lot that we could talk about in there, like swimwear. All right, baby. Let's get it popping. Let's get it popping. Jesus.
Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a cult, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you tryna control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting.
Amen. Amen. Chadadonia. Amen. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're ready for a philo. So yes, we got to talk about life. If you guys, any stock questions, anything else, I will get to them after. If breaking news happens, I mean, my ADD can't help it but to tell you. But yeah, man, we gotta let's talk about life. Let's take a step back, because I have another one for you. I have another simple conceptual idea that I believe that if you could really understand it, understanding is key, and you could really embody it, I think it will make you very successful. I think it will change the trajectory you are on. Last year, I shared a lot of crazy stuff with you guys. There was a lot of deep things, and I plan on sharing more with you. And I plan on getting back to some of the deep knowledge of the brain and some of the other deeper symbols that are so easily missed with some of the stuff we've had forever. That's part of it, but, a lot of times when you understand certain things, man, it really opens up your mind, and it's really, really powerful. And that's why I'm saying some of these things like kill desperation, use your imagination, some of these very simple ones, I hope you understand these are just as deep, bro. I'm telling you. And that's why I'm hoping you can actually embody these ones a lot easier and bring them to life. So lock in, baby. And that doesn't mean you need a membership. It means, like I'm telling you, I truly hope that you could hear what I'm saying, and I hope you can conceptualize and embody this and use it, because it's going to help you tremendously. Okay? That being said, I am going to throw some Jesus in there today too. So, no. But before that, let me just tell you right now. Are you ready for this, Chad? Very simple, but very difficult. I will tell you one of the biggest problems. I could right now explain this, and I could separate y'all into two different groups based on how you handle this. Are you ready? The more uncertainty that you can tolerate after you make an action determines how far you will go. Chad, I could end the philo right there. You know that. I'm going to explain it to you. But, oh, I could end the philo right there. Do you not hear me? The more uncertainty that you can tolerate after you make an action, that determines how far you are going to go. In life, in finance, in trading, everywhere. Your relationships, you name it. Think about it. What happens? Most people do not fail because of lack of ability. You know that? I don't think that's the ironic part about the stock market. You have some of the brightest minds. Even when I see people and I'm like, man, I don't know. You see retail, you see everybody. Retail's not dumb. I see people all the time. Again, I tell you, the little Antifa guys trading. You got the liberals trading. You got the Republicans trading. You got people who hate the country trading. How do they all know how the market works? How do they all know that this is going to lead to that? How come there's so many people involved in it? It's not ability that's creating this. You know that, right? It's nothing to do with ability. I know. I'm glad I could help y'all at times and be like, oh, that news is bullshit. That's real. Delayed reaction. Nothing to do with ability. You know that, right? Most people fail because they cannot handle the step that comes after movement. What happens after you make a move and nothing is confirmed yet? That is what I'm talking about. That is the whole idea of the uncertainty after you take an action. The more you could tolerate that uncertainty, the further you're going to go. The less you could tolerate that certainty, you are not going to go far. Because that's what happens. That's it. If you took everybody in the world and broke it down and you looked at people's behavior, this is what happens. People make a decision. They make a movement. They make some sort of decision. And then after you make a decision, there's a space, a gap between your decision being confirmed with evidence, feedback, a clear sign, you name it, or not. So once you make a decision and there's no feedback, no guarantee, no clear sign, you don't know if it's working or not, that is a very specific type of uncertainty. Y'all make trades. Y'all should be able to feel me on this. Are you all following with what I'm saying? There's all sorts of uncertainty in life. But what I'm specifically talking about is that uncertainty between making a decision and finding out what that decision has created. Are you following? That's what sucks about the long term, because that takes a long time. But even a trade, there's again, that uncertainty manifests in different time frames depending on the type of decision that you're making. But like I'm telling you, the way we're conditioned as humans and the way people operate, that gap and where people fail is in between making a decision and then what happens in that uncertainty before there is any confirmation. That uncertainty after you make an action, but the result is still unknown. So why does this lead people to fail? Why is this a problem? Why do you have to care about this? Why do you need to get better at this? This is one of those things where Jim Rome tells you, do you need to complain? No, you need to get better. This is one of those skills that you can sharpen. If you sharpen this skill, my brother, I think you will be a threat. You will already think and operate different than many people. How do you handle the uncertainty after an action? Because what ends up happening is people rush. You make a decision, that uncertainty hits, they start, okay, hold on, I need an answer. I got to do this to get an answer. I got to do this. I got to do this. I made a decision. Nothing happened immediately. I should make another decision. Then you force an extra decision. And then before you know it, you're seeking out reassurance. And then before you know it, now you're doubting. Isn't that crazy? You start doubting a move even after a move has already been made. I know that sounds simple, but that may sound normal, but that's not. You know that, right? That's the problem with this world. That's the problem in the culture we've all grown up in. We live in respawn culture, my friend. Everything instantly, right away, the immediate gratification. But just simply, we make a move, and I'm not talking just stocks. I think it's easy to understand trade in stocks, especially for some of you here. But this is everything. Think about it. The friends you hang out with, the partners you select, the business partners you select, anything from business, food, health decisions. Is that not what happens? What happens is we make a decision, but then we doubt it after it's already been made. We don't stick with the decision. Again, that doesn't happen out of nowhere. That's what I'm trying to explain to you today. Why do you keep doubting? Why can't you stick with one decision? Why do you have to make multiple decisions? Why do you always rush? Why? Simple. You have not began to tolerate the uncertainty between action and confirmation. That uncertainty before a move or decision actually materializes something. That's it. That is the seed that creates that or not. And that's why I'm telling you, the sooner you start thinking about this, the better you get at raising your threshold of this uncertainty, where I make a decision. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this move. There will be uncertainty in between that move materializing. Am I going to stick with it? If you could tolerate that and handle that, and the better you handle that without making bad or rushed decisions in that little gap, oh, my brother, you are going to take it very far. Otherwise, just look, every time in life, you make a decision, that uncertainty arrives, and then you panic. When has that ever led to good? Go look. It's not like that served you in life. It's not like that has created a winning strategy. So think about that. Unresolved action creates discomfort. That's what we're talking about. You make an action, the answer is not resolved. It's funny, man. This is some AI coding if you really think about it. An unresolved action creates discomfort. Don't interrupt that process. You know why we interrupt it? That's what happens. You make the decision. There's no immediate resolution. The uncertainty arrives. It's not comfortable. That's why we try to interrupt it. We try to change our mind, try to go backward, try to make more decisions, try to rush it. But why? Why do we interrupt it? All you're doing is escaping the feeling of not knowing. That's it. That's the irony of all of it. You make a decision. You don't handle that uncertainty. You're like, I'm going to rush it so I could just feel comfortable. It does, like I'm saying, the irony of all of it is that you will make a bad move just to escape that feeling of uncertainty. Because even after you change and rush it, you still have to wait until there's a resolution. So, forgive me if I'm going too deep into it. But like I'm saying very simply, if you could tolerate more uncertainty after an action, you are going to go far. If you cannot handle this process, if you interrupt this process, if you keep going backwards every time there is a gap between decision and resolution, that is going to be kind of a gauge of how far you will go with things and making good decisions and valuable decisions. Quite simply. So like I'm telling you, this is one of those things. Stop running from it. That's what I'm saying. Stop the feeling of knowing you're right. The comfortability of, I know what's going to happen. Fuck it. Excuse my language, but kill that. That's not going to help you. What's going to help you is making a good decision, and in that gap between making a decision and seeing a result, you don't self-destruct. You don't make a bad move. You could tolerate being able to take in what's going on, make a decision, and stick with it even if you don't get immediate confirmations. That, my friend, you are going to barrel into the future quite well. So, I hope it's simple. Like I'm saying, you can make it simple, you can make it deep, but, this is one of those, Chad, where, like I'm saying, if you truly understand what I am telling you, you understand this, and you embody this, you start, thinking a little bit more. I'm going to make a decision, and I want you to let me give you a challenge for it, or a test that'll help you. The next decision you make, I want you to be aware when you're in that moment. Do you see what I'm saying? I want you to be aware of it. The next time you make a decision, I don't care if it's a trade or something bigger, but you make a decision, you say, okay, I'm going to do this. And then right after you say you're going to do it and you make an action, you're not going to have a confirmation of what's going to happen. I want you to be aware of it when you're in that moment. I want you to be able to take control of your mind, your thoughts, and everything, and be aware of what you are literally doing in that moment. I want you to be aware of that uncertainty gap so that you are more prepared to handle it and be able to fix your mind and your thoughts on the right goal, not on the uncomfortability and uncertainty, and then repeat the same mistake. So I hope you feel me. So that's the first part. And now the second part, it kind of leads into it. Because the waiting. There's something, long term, you got to wait a long time. Short term, you don't wait that long. Again, some of y'all, knowledge, sometimes it comes to you quick. Sometimes knowledge, after eventually I'm going to say something one day and then boom, 5 years will all make sense to you. Right? Knowledge comes and goes in different time frames. Everything. There's all sorts of waiting periods. What I'm talking about isn't just short term and long term with this uncertainty gap. Oh, but I'll tell you this right now. The waiting period is real. And you need to start I need some of y'all to fall in love with the waiting period of everything in life. I think some people have forgotten how the waiting period is what kills everybody. The waiting period is what usually throws people off. That's word to the long term. I always told you, the hard part's not getting rich. The hard part is staying alive and staying on the same thing while nothing is happening, while life is moving slow, while everything is boring, while it looks like everything is going by you. You know that, right? That's just the reality of it. The waiting period, the crushing. Isn't that weird? We could call waiting a crushing. Just waiting. So do you know who was the best at this? There's somebody who is better at waiting than anybody ever to walk this planet. My boy. Big fan of this guy. Big fan of him. We talk about every other one of his stories. But nobody talks about this part. Yeah, Jesus. Oh, my favorite, dude. My fave. I love him. Great guy. He inspires me in so many ways. And you know what's crazy? Everybody talks about his miracles. They talk about him dying on the cross, the resurrection, everything. What was his story? Bro, Jesus ain't hit the scene until he was in his 30s. We know about Jesus getting born in the manger. Then we hear about him when he was young, right? He would go into the temple at like 7 or 12. And then guess what? You don't hear anything. And then he carpented away. And then we ain't hear about his ministry until he was 30, 33. Do you get it? My guy, one of the biggest stories of Jesus is the story that was never told. You know about what he did at his birth, a couple of early periods, and then all you know is the ministry. Bro, what did he do before age 33? Like, you don't get it? My guy, Jesus knew who he was. Oh, y'all not feeling, bro. Bro, you don't think Jesus knew who he was? I think Jesus knew who he was at 7 years old, at 12 years old. That's why Jesus was going to the temple flexing on him. He wasn't flexing on him, but they were like, how does he know this? Remember, Jesus low-key ran away, was in the temple all day. His parents couldn't find him. 12 years old. Bro, he knew the scripture at 12. He knew everything at 12. P, isn't that the headline we got yesterday with Pure Storage? You don't think that's crazy? He could have done a lot of things, but he knew who he was. He still had to wait. Do you think that's what I'm telling you? I feel like this is one of the biggest lessons of Jesus, and this is one of the biggest stories of Jesus, but it's never told. Bro, he had to learn how to wait. Let me ask you this. Do you think there's an agony in waiting? I think we could all agree to that. That's one of the things he had to go through. You don't think it's weird? Knowing a promise, knowing something from the beginning, and then waiting, and then being a carpenter, and waiting. Y'all tripping. You know why? How many of you right now, if I came up to you and I gave you a deed, I put you, I said, listen, man, I didn't know if you knew this, but you're an heir to a billionaire. You're actually going to inherit, you're going to have one of the top 5 wealths in this world. What if I told you you're about to be the next president of the United States and a billionaire? Wow. Right? Imagine I told you that. And I showed you it. Showed you all the proof. You don't think your next question is going to be like, okay, when? I'm like, in due time. Now go back to work. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me, bro. If I say you are about to inherit all of this stuff, but in the meantime, now that you know you're going to inherit all this, you still got to go clock in and work your same job, live your same exact lifestyle, and go through every single thing you've already been doing for the next 10 to 15 years. You don't think that would be agony? You don't think about how hard that would be. That would torture people. Guess what? That's the story of Jesus. You know the irony? That's the story of David too. That's why the allegories between Old Testament and New Testament is deep. Same exact thing happened with David. He was anointed in the presence of his brothers and Samuel. And then guess what? It wasn't until years and years later he became the king. He had to go back to being a shepherd. Think about it. You know who else this is about? It's about you. This is the hardest part. The agony of waiting. And don't you dare for a second not think that Jesus didn't go through it. Because like I'm saying, this is probably his biggest story that never gets told. You know the promise, you know what you're going to do, you get all of it up front, but you get nothing and now have to wait. And wait, and wait, and wait, and serve, and serve, and serve, and wait, and wait. You don't think that's crazy? Know the promise and then wait and then be a carpenter? So why am I telling you this? Like I just told y'all, what's going to take some of y'all really far and not? is how you handle uncertainty between the knowing and making a decision and what actually results, the resolution. You get it? Can you learn to handle the agony of waiting? That's it. And I'll be real with you. I think y'all need to. And I think those of you that understand this, my brother, may God bless you. I hope you stay encouraged regardless of how long the time is. Because if you know, my brother. You have a lot in store. And as much as I'd want to encourage some of y'all to do it, I'll be real with you. I don't think all of y'all will pick up on this. You know why? Because the reality as a human, if someone said, I'll give you all of this, now go back to your job and go through the agony of waiting, a lot of people would say no. I would say no. That's why I praise God for how he's developed me and what he's shown me. Because like I told you, back in the day, bro, I ever looked at my mom and how they lived. I said, I'll never make it to heaven. Why would I do that? Why would I wait? Why would I sacrifice anything? It's the same thing. But I'm telling you, the better you handle this skill, it's a skill. I think it's a fruit of the Spirit. What did we talk about the other day? The long-standing suffering. All of these things, brother. If you could handle the agony and the crushing of waiting, my brother, there is a large and big journey ahead of you. And unfortunately, if that's too much to ask, I mean, your journey and everything is limited by as much uncertainty you could tolerate and how much time you're willing to wait. That's why I said it's kind of sad. Because we all have a different tolerance to this. We all have a different willingness towards this. So you're right. All you have to do is wait. Yes and no. Because that leads into my final part. And it's funny because I heard this in 20 different ways over the weekend. I just kept hearing this. I would see a bunch of clips on it. And then eventually I came to a Miles clip talking about it. I saw new clips, old clips. Everywhere this message just kept coming up. I couldn't escape it. Oh, I really couldn't escape it. All you have to do is wait, but you can't do nothing. Do you understand the irony? That's what makes this crazier. Here, let me put it this way. Are you ready? Have you heard this before? Man makes plans in his heart, but the Lord determines his steps. Does that sound familiar? Have any of you ever heard that? Man makes plans in his heart, but the Lord determines his steps. So think about it, dude. You gotta move. Listen to what that verse says. You gotta move, bro. God does not make the plan. He determines the steps. You make the plan. He determines the steps. But if you're not making a step, what is he there to guide? You know, I heard it this way. This is what I'm saying. I couldn't escape this. I just kept hearing this in 100 different ways. So I felt the need to share it with you. It's the difference between waiting at a red light for the light to turn green versus driving until you hit a red light. Think about it. That's it. There's two people. That's the two ways of living life, is it not? You're telling me you don't have the people, they live in light, they're like, I'm just waiting at the light till God turns it green. Amen. And then you got people who say what? I'm going to just keep going until God puts me in front of a red light. Oh, think about it. Man has a plan. The Lord directs the steps. It is on you to make a plan. But then you have to move in that plan. Otherwise, there is nothing to direct. So, I'll have Miles explain it to you very, very quickly. But I think it all ties in nice to all these concepts. The waiting, the handling, the uncertainty. And again, I hope you don't handle uncertainty and waiting. And I hope your plan is, I'm going to do nothing. Because that doesn't make sense. You need to make a plan. You make a plan, you start moving in your plan, my brother. It's not going to go out how you work, how you thought everything would. But the Lord will direct your steps. But if you're not planning, you're not moving in any of this, well then what's going on? The plan was make a decision, and then enduring uncertainty, we do nothing because we don't have a plan of where it's going to take us. It doesn't work. So, I'll have Miles explain it for you real quick. Quick.
In his heart, a man makes his plans, but the Lord directs his steps. Oh, wow. Listen to it. In his heart, the man makes his plans, but the Lord directs his steps. For years as a Christian, I was praying for God to lead me, just like you're doing right now. And you've been feeling God ain't leading me. I don't hear the direction of God. I don't see the direction of God. Where is God? I need God. God seems so far away. Pastor always say the Lord spoke to him. He ain't speak to me. Brother Miles said the Lord led him. God ain't led me. These spiritual giants, they always get the Lord leading them. But the Lord don't lead little Christians like me. Where's God? I don't feel the presence of the Lord in my life. I don't feel no leadership of the Lord in my life. Read the verse again. The verse tells you what the problem is. The verse says, the heart of the man makes the plans. And then the Lord directs the steps of the plan. If you have no plan, God has nothing to direct. His heart.
Hey, bro, I'm telling you, I've heard that so many ways. Finally, a fucking Miles clip comes up saying it exactly. I'm like, okay. I can't escape this one. I don't think you can either, Chad. So again, time. You got a lot ahead of you. You will have to bear the crushing and the waiting. Don't you dare do it without making movement. You understand? Start making moves and getting used to the uncertainty in between. The more you tolerate, the further you're going to go. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the scream alerts. And God bless America, baby. Amen. Yo, Core Weave, dog. I hope, again, you can make them free. They're at 200. Yalla. Boring day, but you got some. Go, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist. The things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you there's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking round? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move.
Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. One turn. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. Ask me if I'm holding stocks. Please don't be ridiculous. I was holding shit and buying dips, you were a little kid. All I want is ownership, but I still put a limit in. No matter if you young, you could always use a dividend. Know you want the money, I suggest you do not rush with it. Dias aren't plans, make sure you don't fall in love with it. You ain't never saved, by the second month you double it. Trading foreign currencies, I don't need a dumb on it. I don't need a translator, nod my head and run with it. Mama always said, never marry but have fun with it. Mama said that's wrong, but deep down I always fuck with it. If you don't like my plan, do your thing, I wish you luck with it. Why they call me fan, but I don't see them at the holidays. Say that you're a man, but on the internet you talking gay. Go ahead, you could cancel me, but don't act like you ever paid. You look dumb as fuck if only one of us is playing charades. Stop asking what I mean, bitch, that wasn't a parable. Just because they copied me don't mean that we're comparable. You support the phony, that just means your judgment terrible. An iPhone in your hands, you're a narc, that's a wearable. Didn't buy the stock, it was down, right in front of you. Didn't say I lost, my account looked like a W. You don't got the long term, it's hard for me to fuck with you. If you can't pay yourself, then I wouldn't put my trust in you. Fuck it, dude. Hold my dick, I won't hold my tongue. Remember they were talking shit about Amazon when I was young. Oh wait, they did the same, it was Meta right in front of them. Think they'd have a little bit of shame from always looking dumb. Nah, they on a diet and it's humble pie. It's 2025, you could kick it, you ain't gotta lie. Made $1 million buying value, I don't buy the hype. My girl is really classy, all you ratchet bitches not my type. Why? They don't buy it till it reached the high. You picked the right thing, but you also picked an awful time. You would be surprised how making money make you fall behind. Maybe I offended, but that doesn't mean I told a lie. Wow, you really like it when they lie to you, ignoring all the things you hear, denying what the eye produce. Helpful isn't friendly if they helping you to tie the noose. You teach them how to steal your money every time you live and lose. Damn, I'm online, my mama taught me that. Whoever sold you all those courses, you should probably take it back. It's all a bunch of bullshit, you would learn more if they told you that. I know you know the truth, so you still got time to go to that.
Mumbai, my long term.
Oh yes.
Kumbaya,
boom boom boom.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought.
Boom boom.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Woo! What's up, baby? We're back. And yeah, I meant Corsair, not Core Weave. But you guys know, some of y'all speak Joshanese. You know what I mean sometimes, if you really, you know, I don't know why. That's why I like Corsair. I just haven't, that's why I just think Core Weave. But yeah, Chad, we're back. We're back and ready to go. Pretty chill day. I mean, not anything too crazy, but, you know, we're kind of chilling. We're kind of chilling. I mean, right, barely below open, but I think the only thing green is the Dow. Russell's barely red, and then NASDAQ's down 0.29. Yeah, SPY's only down 0.04, actually. So, kumbaya, my brethren. Kumbaya. And then, yeah, I mean, not much. I mean, some of the short-term plays today, they all pretty much didn't do good. I think Iran was the only one, and that barely moved. Oh, we had the Boeing. That one hit, but the other SanDisk one, that didn't work out. Same thing with TSM, but then Corsair, not Core Weave, that was really good. Again, so if you're on the longer dated contracts, you got 200%. Anything shorter dated, you probably made a killing. So God bless America. God bless America. But yeah, I already made those free. So we have that in a couple of the pre-earnings plays, like the HPQs. Those came back to life, and then the Okta. So you got to decide on both of those if you're going to hold. Same thing with Snow and Rubric. Or actually, I think Rubric, you have more time. So Rubric, you don't have to sell. But who was it? Snowflake? Those came down too now. Those have been all over the place. Oh, and then Sentinel 1. Rum. Oh, yeah, that was the other one. I had a cheap one on that one. I think it hit. Yeah, it says I'm up. It's literally the same price. That was smaller. Ooh, excuse me. Preview for CRM. Let's see what we got. Yeah, what's up with Meta? Check news on Meta. It's kind of looking like it's something developing. Let me check. Team. Oh, Atlassian was at a conference. What is this? 1045? Meta and Google and Amazon Next Gen Materials, nonprofit investor and data center initiative. So I see something older there. I don't know if that's it. Do we hold Corsair? I don't, like I said, if you guys ever want me to decide, just send me your login and password and I'll just do it for you. So no, that's not what I really do. But like I'm saying, you know, I got you the stock before it popped and went crazy. They're up 200% at the worst case. So anything else, you got to do it. Meta launches Instagram subscription and WhatsApp subscriptions. They already have that, do they not? Or what are they working with? Oh, they just jacked those. Oh, they just hoed me so bad. Alright, well, I was supposed to get it at... Damn it! They changed the ask. I was supposed to get it at 1 cent. It filled me at like 4. Those little fuckers. Alright, well, never... That was bad. That one's not gonna hit now. Fuck me. No more 1 centers, though. They should have gave me them. Oh, they just scammed the shit out of me, dude. So, well, yeah, Meta's going, though. But fuck. I just paid... See, I don't know how y'all are okay with that. It just filled me like 300% higher. I didn't even put a market. I just hit the limit, but then my thing was unlocked. Bump, 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 bump. Well, yeah, I don't think those are going to hit. Cipher. And FAA supports Boeing 737 MAX production rate increase. Did we get out of it? No. I mean, that's the thing, though. If I could encourage you all, like I'm telling you, the people who make the most money here off of the information are the ones who act on their own. So what I mean is, like, I'm giving you ideas and info, but I would never interpret it like we're not. This is a game of golf. Dog, I would have made so much fucking more, these little scammers. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Kumbaya. All right, well, it's ripping. That's a fat-ass candle. I'm pissed at that. Come on. They're going cuckoo. Why didn't it fill me? Oh, dude, that was such a whiff, even though I'm up like 300%. I'm pissed. That should have been 1,000%er. All right. Well, I'm out at fucking 300%. It's because I got fucked up, you guys. You know how it is. When I get a bad fill, I get the fuck out of it. So I didn't like that, but I still got 300%. It just should have been way better, bro. Yeah, no, if you got it, there was many ways for you to hit that. Again, we had a 3-minute jump on that. Like I'm saying, now it's going up. Now it would have been 1,000%. Fuck me. But yeah, I can't. I don't. When I get filled like that, it gives me weird anxiety. But that was a banger. I'm sure some of y'all got one. Well, you can see, I was just telling you guys about, there's a lot of 1-cent options there. So I told that to all of you. But yeah, that's a bad deal. It's 1,000%er. That's what I'm saying. Even on my bad fill, it's 1,000 on the ask now, 20 or just like 800 on the last trade. I just sold it super early. I did really bad on it. But that's what I'm saying. There was a lot of good ones there. So make them free. Do whatever you need to. But yeah, that was a banger. Mine was just because of the bad entry. But it worked. I'll take it. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. That moved again, $10 in 5 minutes on Meta. Oh, was that? Oh, that was a daily. That's why. I didn't even get the right contract, dude. That was a fucking daily. That makes sense. Making it free. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you use my info, you could see how I'm approaching it, making it free. The entries and all of that. But like I'm telling all of you, though, those of you who are going to become really good traders and be able to use this stream as a money-making tool, it's going to be those of you that treat this like a game of golf, where you got to, again, like I'm telling you, even like Corsair, that's what some of you guys do. I'll give you some ideas. Some people go shorter term, they remix it, and they use the info, and then some will even push it. I'll make things free. Some people wait till I sell out, or they'll do it afterwards, or they'll do it before. It's up to you. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're constantly thinking, and again, I'm not although I'm giving you a lot of information, I'm not trying to market this as a copy trade type thing, because that's not what works. That's not what makes people money. Like I'm telling you, I've done this for a long time, and I have a fuck ton of data in terms of performance of both myself and everybody else, and that's why I'm telling you, those of you who are going to be able to apply it on your own and make those decisions and use it and be able to have enough info where you're working within that, you are going to do a lot better. So that's what I'm saying. I'll give you updates on China, on Palantir, on Corsair, whatever it may be, but I don't make the mistake of waiting for me or anybody else, and that's what I'm saying. You're not going to learn that way, and at the same time, you will be at a disadvantage. Again, if you're just trying to copy, and then you copy later, get out at the get in later, get out later. That's the world's difference. I mean, even on that play, I think they just came down. So you see what I'm saying? That's where it's just I would encourage you to try and make a decision on your own in that sense. Consumers subscribing to Instagram Plus, Facebook $3.99, WhatsApp Plus will gain extra features. And then Boeing headlines from the FAA saying it'll be certified this summer. He would love to build a news feed. I know, man. I'm sorry. I hope you could give me credit in the sense that, like, you know, I did 5 years of making videos, showing everybody how to do it, dude. Even I gave away everything on that sense, and I would give you guys my whole exact program and everything. But just the sad reality is people are just gonna knock it off, copy it, sell it, and do all of that. So the best I could offer you is, again, a real-time update. Well, if you're here and you have access to it, that's the best I could do, unfortunately. I still have some of the old videos, so they're a little bit dated, but they could help you find info. But like I'm saying, on some of these, that was just a mix of high-low ticker and being able to confirm the news there pretty quickly. So like I'm saying, though, it is you have access to it. It's just not you don't get to sit in the driver's seat of it. And believe me, I want you all driving your own vehicle. But when it comes to the news stuff and all the info, just like I'm saying, I mean, Chads have already, I got to interact a lot, man, and Chads have already some of the earlier Chads ahead of you. They sold you guys out for a quick buck, unfortunately. But, you know, if you're paying attention and know how to use the info, that should have got you a quick buck right there. Oh, Hood. And then YPF and then Spy just chilling at VWAP. That was fun, though. At least we got... I was saying, today's kind of chill. We had... Only seemed like Corsair was the nice hitter, but... There you go. Throw 1,000%er into there. Can confirm. Learn how to decide. You'll do well. Good. Back from vacation? It's already been a week. Well, man, you can't. Did you just come back to a meta? That's awesome. Listen, man, I hope the vacay was good. Vacation. Feeling right. United, and the United CO keeps talking about the what's it called? The Starlink stuff. They're adding into those irons won't move. I kind of want to sell them. They're slightly up if it fills me at the ask, but yeah, we'll see. Yes, the Pope did. He wrote a manifesto against AI. He said it desensitizes human interaction and employment and a couple of other things. You got the Pope. Let's see if the Pope could pop the bubble. Corsair, I think, is climbing. Again, the contracts keep ripping. 250 on those. I made them free right at 100. Oh, who's the other one? HPQ. So that one came up again. What's Snow is the only one that's down now, which flipped from earlier. And then AMR. Yeah, is it HPQ? The news on Meta was they were offering subscriptions to Instagram and WhatsApp. We just got it extremely early. And then we made a play. I just did a bad play, even though it's 300%. But if you should have got filled lower. That was 1,000%er. It was nice. Situations feeling right. Oh, you better be caught without it. Zivra. Iron for the long term? No. We talked about Iron beginning of the year. I brought that one up too when it was both higher and lower. But I mean, you can add it to the long term, but I'm not a fan of top blasting any energy place, let alone the ones that were like kind of former Bitcoin ones. I like Iron a lot though. I even think they have there was an early Anthropic rumor at the beginning of the year, but you know, the whole neo cloud, the valuation, you know, going into these spaces is very good, but I just, yeah, I would gamble on it, but I would not add it to the long term. Again, I don't really like energy, and there's other reasons, but in general, if I'm going to top blast that energy name, I better understand it more. And even though I do understand Iran, I would want more of I would want something that's just not as crazy low to high. I would want more of a big dog with more stability. But yeah, gamble on it for sure, but no long term for me on those. The South Korean government is launching a growth fund where they cover up to 20% of potential losses to protect investors. Didn't I tell you, bro? The government is so down with this. Dude, the South Korean government, compare it to China, bro. They want it, bro. Holy crap. Absorbs 20% of losses, up to 40% deduction, and 9% tax on dividends. So this is what I was telling you guys. We're pretty much living through like a Japan bubble of the 90s. This is the current account of Korea. So how much they're making off of these chips now relative, it's booming their economy, the most in 20 years. So and their government loves it. Their government supporting the stocks. The government wants everybody doing chips and all of it. So it's kind of nuts. So that's why even something like that, I think that'll help it out a little bit more. See if any of the other chip makers move off of that. Oh, you mad at me, got me out here. That's based. Oh, NTAP. Don't they have earnings too? Korea's been green lighting their bubble. And then SPY a little bit, but Korea didn't really move on any of that. We'll see if Corsair and the bunch go up. Yeah, South Korea is the one that banned short selling. But they lifted it? I didn't know that. They started it all. Getting this up there. And then Mexico economy minister, trade talks start tomorrow, focusing on autos, aluminum, and steel. Again, oil coming down and SPY moving up a little bit. Who is the other one? Meta. So Meta's still up too, bro. My goodness. No, so all Mag 7 did pretty well today. All things considered, your SPY is about to go green again. Russell just flipped green. Dow is still the only one up by 0.39. TerraWolf CEO on CNBC. We started off as a Bitcoin miner, but that's not where we are. We're energy infrastructure. Another one. ADM. Actually, where's IGV? Oil's on the low. So again, SPY's getting back up, but I mean, last time oil was here, dude, you were way higher, actually. So again, I mean, last time was what, 951? But yeah, oil was like another $1.10 up. But yeah, so oil's starting to drop. I mean, the other little small oil news, SPY would react a lot more, but so but if anything, oil's coming down now to the pre-market lows. SPY's picking up. I mean, literally, SPY just flipped green right now. So there's no real developments. We got an hour and 45 minutes remaining. Sure. 7 hours to nowhere. Unless this takes off. Wolf. So again, Homeboy's pumping on CNBC right now. They're already near the high. Again, these are all like the Iron NeoCloud energy plays pretty much. CLSK, Iron, Wolf, those are all the ones moving. The news on Corsair. It's what we talked about yesterday. It's just hype. It's just people keep hyping up this access to Chinese chips, and then they're kind of seen as the lagger in some of the chip space since they sell all of this stuff on the computer part. But yeah, literally there was a couple of like official outlets. They pretty much pointed the that rumor yesterday. The Corsair DDR5 memory spotted with Changjin memory DRAM chips. So yeah, that was from yesterday though. That the play, if you were here, they already went up 250% at the least. So I don't know if and I already felt we were top blasting, so you got to be careful. Meta going. There was a headline on UMAC getting $1 billion. Damn, Meta did go again. It's crazy. Those plays are cheap. Let me see. The ones I sold came back down. You might be able to double dip those, dude. No, they just popped. They just went down and then popped back up. Oracle pop? A little bit. I mean, see any of the other IGVs. Meta's going now. That's crazy. Wow. Oh, wow. Even Corsair with the little candle. But yeah, Meta just took off. Those just came down. They're back. They're literally back up to 1,000%. They were just at 5 cents a second ago on that little drop. Again, those are fucking dailies, so hence some of the wild moves on that. The Meta News was the subscription services. There was subscriptions for Instagram and WhatsApp they're looking to launch. We got that extremely early. That was kind of crazy. So GG's, even if you were on the delayed, you were very early relative to the rest of the world. Situations. That's stuck in my head now. What is that? Keel? Meta again? Dog, this is disgusting. Dog, oh, that bad play fucked me up, dude. See, that's the first time I've been mad in a while about making money. Oh, that was ridiculous. Dog, that's glorious. Oh my gosh. Oh, no. 2,000% on the original. Oh, yeah, dude, that was insane. That's what I'm telling you. No! Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I'll take one. I guess I'll be happy with my 300%. That should have made 3,000%. What's today? Wednesday? Yeah, it's because they do expire there. Situations feeling right. Let's see, another one will come back around. Meta's still going. Banger, though. Early. Well, I think that helped up the market a little bit, but, you know, we still got a little bit of that weird broadening out situation today. Let's take a look, though. Dow Jones, you have 22 in the green, 8 in the red. That's been leading all day. NASDAQ, 47 green, 54 in the red. No way. So you actually have more names red now than you did at any other point in the day. The news on Meta was that they're launching WhatsApp and Instagram subscriptions for money. And then SPY, 261 green, 240 red. So more names went red. So Meta's helping out, but there's still a lot of names that are down. Would Chads pay for Facebook or Instagram if it charged $1 a month? I mean, that would kill its overall reach, but I mean, sadly, I would at this point. I've been liking Instagram, like I'm telling you. It just, that's my only algorithm that doesn't like hide shit from me. And I could tell by it not hiding my content, but then when I scroll through Instagram, it knows what you're talking about. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. Like on videos, it reads the comments and it reads the transcript, but it like knows what the video is about. So it's just easier to get the specific content to the people who are interested in that. So that's why I've liked it, because I'm telling you, like, relevant stuff comes up on my Instagram. That's why I started putting out relevant stuff, and then it started showing it to people. So it's like that's the thing I've been liking about it. But if it was like $1 a month to access in general, I mean, that would kill the overall reach of it. Don't forget, Meta makes like $20-30 billion every quarter just off of the ads. So remember, that's still one of the biggest, that's the cash cow of that company. The video on, it's called How to Find 1000% Options on the Trading Fraternity. It's an old video. I think that's the easiest, most necessary video you need to watch if you want to learn options trading. But then at the same time, the play we just did on Meta, that was a mix of getting the news and reacting. Go watch the Boeing one. I have a video that I just made of how I made 30,000 on Boeing. That one has that explains a little bit more about what I did on that Meta. But I fucked up. That play ended up fucking me up because I ended up paying a premium, which that bothered me. So I sold out very early, and then it went crazy. But yeah, I got a recent video that you could probably connect. You paid for the vacation again? You came back from vacation, and that Meta paid for another vacation? Come on, man. Please don't say that, okay? Because now I'm going to get 15 people signing up for Locked In, and they're like, Josh, what's an option? Josh, can you teach me what an option is? I say, don't sign up for this if you don't know what options are. Oh, I know. But can you tell me what the option is? I'm like, this is bullshit, man. This is bullshit. What does your long-term need? Let's see. You need an anchor. So Pepsi is good, but you need something better than Pepsi and better than Oracle. Like Oracle and Pepsi are good names, even Intel, and you're up on that a lot. But the whole idea is like you want something more anchoring. You got good value names that you've picked up at the low. And I hope you're adding to that long term more than trading if trading keeps paying for all these vacations. So yeah, but I definitely think an anchor, you know, Kimberly's good. Maybe a Procter & Gamble could be a better one, or even like a McDonald's, a Home Depot. That's great. But like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you just need a high quality, unmovable name, because then all the other names around there are great and you could kind of build around them. So yeah, and then make sure every month good, and make sure you trade appropriately so that you can make sure you walk away with a good long term too. some of the strike. Dude, that was insane on Meta. That would have. I'm not even gonna look. I'm gonna look. Dude. Ah! Oh, I would have made like 6,000% if I held it. I should have held one. I hated it though. It disgusted me. See, that's what I'm saying. I paid the premium and I felt disgusted. Some of you are like, I paid triple, Josh, and it went up. I'm like, that's not gonna happen all the time. But that was awesome. The locked in, I mean, I'm not posting any plays. I'll tell the plays as they happen. That's the best I could offer, because if if it comes down, we could talk about it. But like I'm telling you, it's about information, being there in the moment. But it's like, the play already goes up and you missed it. I mean, what's the point of talking about it? So, but that's not there. And like I'm saying, if you're not advanced and you're not able to follow along, I mean, I sadly don't think any of these services will help you as much, or they have a limited livelihood or lifespan. Yeah, so we went over them. I mean, you heard my metas, and I mean, most people picked up on the idea of what I was doing instantly. Again, we were early on the news, but after, again, those ran up instantly. So there was not really too much of an opportunity. Oh, interesting. Snowflake. NTNX, someone saying earnings leak. Nutrinix. It is popping. Again, some of those don't hit all the time unless it's like a blowout. Crowd competition for Microsoft Google AI threat defense. AI-powered cyber designed to continuously monitor. And then Nutrinex still going up. I don't have the details on that. I'm seeing if any of those cyber ones. All the cyber names kind of just took a hit off of that. Iran, Habibi. Iran or Iran? That one option will not budge, dude. I'm glad it stayed the same price. Yeah, bro, Meta's still ripping off of that. And then I'm getting ready for oh yeah, you guys wanted the earnings previews. Let me see what I got. Thanks, Supreme Leader. 3,000%er. Oh, good work, Marco. Put some in your long term now, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear it, Marco. Be like, oh, I hit a daily. Now I bought 17,000 daily contracts a Weeble. Okay? I will ban you from 2K again. But I love it. I'm glad you got a hitter. So we need it, baby. Where is the other one? was gonna look at one more thing, but I forgot. So yeah, let's get the previews. CRM. I'm not gonna be able to stick around for earnings today. So unfortunately, if I get you these previews, that's what you're gonna get. And that's best I could offer. More meta. See, it was a fun day. It all depends on how you top ticked or not. It's not a good thing. CRM. Who else is there? I think Sentinel 1. I don't know if I have a preview. I do have a preview for Sentinel 1. Who else? Oh, CRM. No, I already got CRM. Who's the other one? Okta? Is there any other earnings? Oh, 632. I think with all the software plays, all that matters is guidance. The ones that have had terrible quarters are the ones that guided lower. I don't have a HPE or no HPQ. I don't think there's a preview. Oh, there he is. Dude, this sucks though, man. I know we're later in the stage, but like, bro, there is so many of these names that are up like 20% on the quarter. Does Xerox have earnings? Why do all of them have earnings? Synopsis. I think there's one more I'm missing. Alright, well, I'll get you the ones I have now. So, I'll just pull them up and you save them. Oh, no, that's not it. So here's CRM. CRM is the only one that's negative still on the quarter. So save this. So all you need is the revenue guidance for next quarter. But CRM is down 8% on the quarter. Pricing in 9%. But CRM hasn't moved. Fuck me, YouTube. But CRM has not moved. It hasn't moved more than 5% in the last year. So let me see if I could throw in some seasonality. And then let's see. They usually do good in May, but it depends on their earnings. So that's CRM. The news on Meta was a subscription thing. If you were here, you got it within seconds, man. And then Sentinel 1, they're up 35% on the quarter. Near-term options implied 12% move. Last 4 quarters, +5, -14, +7, -12. So they're up a shit ton. Again, cybersecurity. And then Okta, they're also up 32%, pricing in a 12% move. Last 4 quarters, +11, +5, +2, -16. So yeah, and they're up 32% on the quarter. And then HPQ is up 20% on the quarter, implying an 8% move. Last 4 quarters, it's only moved 8% once in the last year, pretty much. Is that it? I think that's all I have for you. Those are the quick ones. So yeah, save these. So then all you got to do is compare the full year guide. Any of these names that are software or even chips and they've moved a lot, this doesn't matter. What matters is the Q2 guide and the full year guide. If they are in line, it'll get slaughtered. If it's in line or lower, it's slaughtered. If it's above, and depending on how much above, it'll get rewarded. But my only problem with some of these stocks is how high. Like I'm telling you, CRM is the only one that is negative right now in terms of the last quarter. Oh, Snowflake, I forgot that one. Let's see, Snow. Oh, okay, Snowflake. That one's also down. So Snowflake is the second one that is down. So save this too. But Snowflake is down 2. Pricing in 13%. In the last 4 quarters, it's moved anywhere from 2% to down 11 to up 20. So that's good. No, they all moved, but at least some are still negative. Nibis is climbing. Interesting. They didn't do much the last couple days. Who's the other one? Well, HPQ's going. How much time do we have? We have about an hour 20. So yeah, I'm about to. I think I'm gonna close most of them. I might hold the CRM and the Snowflakes, the ones that are down. It sucks because I like the ones that are up, the ones like Okta, HPQ, and what's the other one? Sentinel. I like those, but like I'm saying, the earnings is gonna either fuck it up or not. But yeah, they're up a decent amount. That's the only thing. So I'm saying, like, the problem with some of these is that we've had such a big move that it's been again, some of these have made their quarter earnings move already. Don't even want Microsoft no more. I mean, Microsoft, the right situation, I'd like it cheaper. I'd like Palantir. I think it's lagging pretty heavy, but I believe. Okay, I made the irons free at 83%. I had to sell a little bit more, but I'm down. And then what time is it? Meta's a banger. Thank you for the info. Thank you for doing something with it. It was fun. HPQ's going, but the earnings or the contracts already ran a little bit. They're not picking up. So yeah, these are some of the ones we got to decide by the close. Yeah, bro. Okta was just at 60. Sad, bro. Sad. But is Okta still guttered? Now that I think about it, I really don't. I don't like these big moves, man. Why does it look like that? Yeah, I think it's the same thing that happened last time. Remember, they were guttered, then they had a similar move. I gotta check when that was. Free Iran? No. I made Iran free. I did not free Iran. A big difference. Sorry. Day 25, Galabuti. I challenge you to a debate, Galabuti. I challenge you to a debate, brother. Fuck you, man. Fuck this guy. You know what I'm saying? This guy play around with me, buddy. No. Made Iran free, not free Iran. It's a big difference. It's a big difference to these Americans. It's now 3.5. Well, I mean, earnings is it's either going to go up or become cheaper. So if you ever want to buy before earnings, you could go half in, half later, but it's up to you. I mean, they're underperforming. That's the thing. They're still it's a mega cap company. They got a lot of good things going for them. They got hit by all the software stuff. I think they'll be good. I mean, you just hope they don't run into spending. Remember, at one point, Meta and your boy CRM both kind of had spending problems, and when they pulled it back, the stocks got rewarded, but then CRM kind of slipped up, and SPY's getting back up near open, my friends, so not bad. No. I made Iran free. I did not free Iran. They say, why you American? You have some. They say, oh, free Iran deal. No. I made Iran free, not Iran free. You know, very big difference. The war's already over. Can we get one? We haven't had our daily political propaganda music. Can I interest you guys in some? Come on, bro. Come on. Galabuti. Debate me, bro. Why are you scared, Galabuti?
It's not stress when the new leader is gay. We got come down.
I'll delete this song.
Didn't even take a day. Cargill and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Don't care. You got no boats and you got nowhere.
Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
All right, here it is. Where'd it go?
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true. Just depends who's listening. It's not about you. It's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. You got She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and pricing floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won. Anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ICE cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala AGI and better run.
Woo! Norway has agreed to join France's nuclear umbrella. Is it weird if I ask? I'm like, is there any ladies out there with armpit hair? I'm sorry, that was my first thought when I heard it. I got curious for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Does anybody have armpit hair? I don't know if that was, I hope that line didn't hit too close to home. But it's not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won. Anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Isn't that amazing? Again, Iran's still going. A lot of things, they chilled out, man. So yeah, again, oil's back to the pre-market lows, but we haven't done anything. Scott Warren and Elizabeth Besant walk into a bar. Another timeline, bro. I think it's real. White guy for Joshua? I'm down. We could do white guys for the Joshua Tola. I think it's amazing. Imagine being first-time viewer and joining during these bangers. I don't know what it's like. Because like I'm saying, I mean, I'm live a lot, and I've had a lot of people, they get different first impressions of me. But I don't know at this point. I don't know what people think. Because some people, they'll be like, wow, this guy talks the economy. Wow, this. And then if you come in and I'm tweaking out, I don't know what to do. You know, I like it. I like white guys for Joshua Tola. I don't know, for some of you, you know, you're like, I don't really understand Middle Eastern culture, but I could submit my loyalty to the Joshua Tola. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's an interest for you guys. And all races are welcome. It's not just the white guys for the Joshua Tola. We are actually a pretty diverse bunch of people here. Yes, but don't care. God put it there. Oh, you have armpit hair? Are you a female? This is such an odd conversation. Yeah, I think maybe that's why it came to my mind. Because I'm like, I've never verbalized this. I told you guys my story when I met I met a girl once with armpit hair, and it tripped me out. But like, I've never talked to, you know what I'm saying? I've never had the opportunity to interrogate somebody with armpit hair, the female, and be like, yo, you got armpit hair? Okay, why? What's that like? So yeah, I never thought about it. Habibis for Trump. Wow. It's not yucky. For the ladies. Some say possible Zionist. You know, I'm not going to lie to you, man. The last, 3 weeks, the Zionist comments have dropped dramatically. I'm kind of I'm a little sad to see it go, but then I'm curious as to why. They're like, fuck, man, he just gave us 5 bangers in a row. All right, maybe he's not a Zionist. Mm-hmm. Can I tell you guys a story? I don't know if I could say this on the internet. That's why I'm laughing so hard. Maybe should I run the risk and tell you guys? Because I'm telling you, it's pretty funny. Trump admin is preparing a new Ebola quarantine treatment facility in Kenya for Americans exposed overseas to avoid direct medical evacuations to the U.S. during outbreaks. Well, that's pretty smart. Normal for girls in the U of M to have armpit hair? What? And then you grew it out in university because you were tired of feeling self-conscious and killed the feeling of needing to conform to others' belief? Armpit hair is a belief? I feel, though, that makes a little more sense. Like I said, I've never got to ask anybody, so thank you guys for answering. I appreciate it, ladies. Y'all are cool. Well, I'll tell you this story, bro. Remember I told you I was over the holiday, the weekend, I had to go to a dinner with a bunch of lawyers. And some of them were they worked in finance stuff, or some of the finance clients were there and they were talking about it. And then I got to talk to this I'm laughing already, bro, because I swear to you, on my drive home I told this to my girlfriend and I was like, oh no, man, but literally I meet this really rich Jewish guy, okay? And I meet this really rich Jewish guy, and he is very successful, but he does not work in finance. He works in medicine. He was a doctor, and he owned a lot of real estate investments. He made a lot of good investments, worked a career, had great investments, right? But this guy's balling. And we're talking, and we get it. I talked to him about AI. I talked to him about a couple of other things. And then, you know what this guy starts bringing up? You know what this guy says? What he just invested in recently? What do you think? So what do you guys think he invested in recently? Baller, bro. Telling you, guy at least, I'd say at least $20-30 million in property alone, not including any other investments. And that's I think way more than that, to be honest. Baller. Again, and he's proudly and openly Jewish. And he's, I'm talking to this guy. And then he tells me about, after we talk about AI and everything, he has a new investment that he said his friend got him to do. What do you think it was? No. White guy for Kamala. Thermo? I like Thermo. But all the medical ones are down. Bro, he starts talking about investing into Ripple. Dog. No, bro. He starts telling me about fucking XRP. And you know what, bro? At that very moment, a lot of the conspiracy theories went in the air. Because I'm like, either he's trying to trick me into buying Ripple, or I'm like, he's just as dumb as everybody else. Hold on. I'm not following. I was baffled, bro. I was baffled. I was like, are you fucking me? I even had like a ridiculous reaction to him, and I was like, why? I'm like, dog, it was the funniest shit ever. I'm telling you. It was the last thing I expected, and I was like, huh? I was like, so someone just tricked him out of his money, or is he trying to trick me out of my money? Hold on. But it didn't add up. It's been a long time since anybody with like a lot of money has even brought up Ripple. I have not heard that get brought. I know, I was shocked, dude. So I was like, I don't know, man. I don't believe all the rumors. Not all the time. I did not see that coming. You have no idea, bro. It was fucking hilarious. That's why I was rationalizing this with my girl on the way back. I'm like, huh? Yeah, he's rich. I mean, he's a doctor. He had a good medical practice, and then he invested early, and he invested in a lot of real estate very early, but yeah, apparently Ripple. He's like, yeah. And he's like, what about the other one, ADA? I'm like, fucking Cardano? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? So yeah, it was fucking hilarious. That was a weird one. Well, he said his friend diversified him into crypto, and I said, listen, I was like, it's fine as an alternative, but I was like, I wouldn't put a lot into anything now, and I was like, I want to really go beyond Bitcoin. But yeah, he was telling me about Ripple, and then he said, oh yeah, Cardano, ADA. Just weird. Maybe a couple years ago. But like right now, it was the most randomest thing I've heard. I think Ripple is dog shit. I hate Ripple. I think the idea of stable coins is gonna become very prevalent amongst banks. But yeah. No, the high ticker just because of Meta. But no, Spies, it's trying to move. What time is it? It's power hour. Actually, the beginning of it. CRM doesn't usually move on earnings. So in the last year, CRM hasn't had earnings above 5%. But then again, they haven't had like a good story. So if they could guide up and recover, it will have potential. But if they perform how they have the last couple of earnings, it'll probably it'll probably do nothing. How much did he put in? I didn't ask the guy. I didn't ask him. I just said I wouldn't put a lot into it and focus on Bitcoin. You hate Ripple. Why? Because if any bank took out, billions and billions of dollars and put it into treasuries at 0%, they would fail. I rest my case. That's just one of the many reasons why I hate them. But yeah, other than that, I really don't like the founders. I think with all the, again, you guys, I mean, there is a Jeffrey connection, but no. Oh, so yeah, but yeah, I'm not. I hate Ripple. I do. You try to buy Ripple, but got almond milk and I'll do ICOs because they are a shell. Marvel can move big. It did last quarter, but they moved fat yesterday. That's the problem. Pay me in Ether, you could keep the check. Your girl go down like BitConnect. That's way past their time, bro. They don't understand. That's why I'm saying, bro. Imagine See, I loved crypto before it was cool, man. I loved crypto so much, people hated me for it. And then fucking 4 years later, they made it their personality. And I'm like, how dare you? How dare you, bro? The shame, that's the amazingness of humans that I've learned. Is that, like, you know, like, people will literally, like, hate you and flame you for stuff. And then, like, 3-4 years later, they will adopt it. Let's see. They don't remember this, bro. So return up. You don't need to. Hey, hey. It's like boy, fix up. You don't need to. Hey, I'm the new tech like ET. I'm making videos. You don't want smoke like the EP. Hey, you can see I done it like that's what I'm saying, bro. Before they hated crypto, but stayed in school. Now the game on mine like a GPU. Blockchain like Kendrick. I swim in pools. Dividends gas me up. I ain't talking fuel. Nah. I'm so cold like a ledger. I'm always number one. You would think I'm tether. Feel like Chuck E. Cheese. Love my coins and my cheddar. On the way to the moon, there might be some bad weather. Yeah, now stop acting like you know me. You cruise a bunch of zero shit. Look like a Satoshi. They holding all the bags like the winner gets a trophy. But all of y'all delayed like the SEC voting. Pay me an ether, you could keep your check. Your girl go down like Big Connect. You try to buy Ripple but got almond milk. And I don't do ICOs cause it's all a shit. Pay me an ether, you could keep your check. Your girl go down like Big Connect. You try to buy Ripple
I knew what
but got
Bitcoin was
almond
before
milk.
a
And I don't do
microphone.
ICOs cause it's all the shit. My strategy EDM.
Buy when it dips low.
Make your bitch wail like she owns a lot of crypto. Move my money silently, I call this shit a tiptoe. Put no coiners in their place like I worked at Zillow. Crypto be the future, you ain't hearing me out. Rather spread fear and certainty, sprinkle with doubt. You lost all your money cause of fear of missing it out. Looking for liquidity when we all in a drought. Do your own research, fuck your own conviction. No one knows where it's going, fuck a price prediction. These the same dudes that Google how to get women. Or YouTube best Fortnite weapon. Fuck all these noobs, man, they really got me stressing. You wanna make money, gotta treat it like investing. Here's a quick lesson, don't expose capital, you ain't Jeff Sessions. Pay me an ether, you can keep your check. Your girl go down like...
I don't want to hear it, bro. August 2018. Fuck you. Fuck yes. Fuck that's. I'm not. Stop it. That's it. 2018. You would have loved it. You would have loved it. You could have bought it anywhere there. Anywhere. 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 Dude, like this guy making a fucking crypto video. This is weird, bro. Yeah, it's weird if you listen to it now. In 2018, we call that fucking alpha, dog. Alpha. Okay? You know what's weird? My Bitcoin portfolio. Super weird. Yeah, y'all, they don't feel me, dog. Mm-hmm. They don't feel me, dog. That's what I'm saying. They don't feel, dog. Funny how a cynical fuck still didn't hear it, though. Forgive me for the language. I'm still working on this spiritual. Oh, man. Oh, man. I know, man. Long time. Oh, Paladine. That thing never holds. I guess it kind of... No, never. Never. It's timely though. That's why certain things at the right time. That's what I'm saying. The info, because like obviously, I mean, crypto's a lot different now. But like that's what I always tell people is like when I was really talking a lot about crypto, it didn't cost an arm and a leg. Like it wasn't. It was actually dirt cheap all across the board. You know what I'm saying? That was after like a drought too. I think Bitcoin was probably at like $6,000 when that video was made, give or take. I think, or maybe 10,000. I doubt it, actually. Yeah. There's about 7,000 there. That was after it topped out and then came down. And then 3 months after that video, the one I just played you, it went as low as $3,400. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, I wasn't talking about it. I did talk about it at the high, but it already came off of its high by 50% and was down, and talking about the liquidity, the drought. Again, if you treated it like investing, and that video was almost 10 years ago, it would have worked out very, very nice. So yeah, very weird video, but very, very weird price chart. Like I'm saying, this is where that all happened. Dog meta. Bleh. I don't want to look, bro. I would have made 10,000%. Fuck me. And the rest of your irons went up. Ooh. Mm-hmm. You know, it happens. It happens. Oh, and just because they hoed me on the fill, bro. But I'm happy now. We got a gain. I think a lot of you guys got opportunity too. So I'll accept it. I'll accept it with grace, my brethren. With grace. The meta news was that they're offering subscriptions for Instagram and WhatsApp. It's only up as a result of your sell, Josh. That makes sense. I accept it then. The Josh Atola. You can't say the Josh Atola doesn't make sacrifices for the people. You know, it's all the Josh Atola cares about. As long as the people have got long terms and we have resources for the future. So, you know, the Josh Atola can accept this. Bless you, Meta. Thank you, my friend. Oh, I got double. I got a locked in and a non-locked in donation. Oh. So the Josh Atola thanks you. And the Josh Atola wants to ensure that you have resources for the future, okay? So don't fuck it up. We've been on a nice streak, you guys. A nice streak, so don't fuck it up. Eventually, the streak will stop. Until then, I would push it, but at the same time, be wise and make sure, you know, all this stuff you could pay for locked in, you could pay for a vacation, but if you give it back and lose it, then that kind of doesn't apply. So you know what I'm saying? Make sure maybe lock some in the long term. Have a good time. Don't let the greed and FOMO get the best of you. And yeah, and pay attention, you know, day by day. Let the time investment have something to offer you, my brethren. Paladine again. Like I said, that one never holds. Meta shares go 4.3. Oh, that was a crazy rip. Pay yourself first, bro.
Paladine. Genie. I'm a genie in a bottle long term. Citrini post on Aiva. Again, the other one, H-lit. Dude, they always post these after they top tick. Heavy. That's the only... It sucks that it gets... Again, the Citrini stuff hits the wire, but... I mean, the other one after... Because I remember H-lit was posted earlier. We got in on the second time. Not the first one. Yeah, and then literally May 12th, unusual options detected. That's what I'm saying on every single one of these. I think H-lit was that day too. Autonomous vehicles and robotics. Mountain View, California. Lucid? No, I hate Lucid. I'm not a fan. Microsoft getting bids. You've made up your mind, you're becoming a day trading YouTuber and streamer. That's good. We can't be friends anymore, though. I usually hate them all. But I hope you get a long term, and I hope you prevent people from not getting a long term. So I've made up my mind. I'll see you on the other side, brother. Till Valhalla? I don't know if that's the appropriate use. Yeah, bro, this one doesn't even work with the longer dated options. Why such a big spread, Habibi? I'm a genie with a lantern, baby. Yeah. Production. Welcome, Saddle. And then, yeah, Aiva Citrini, that one might, you're going to hear about it. That'll trigger possibly in the morning if it holds up. But those options are already up. You can't even do the longer dated one. And then Meta's subscriptions target power users who frequently generate AI videos and reasoning with a rich initial rollout in Singapore, Guatemala, and Bolivia. HLT. Long-term hit 200K today. That's a house. Yalla. Good work, baby. We need more long-terms. That's it. Long-terms, and then again learning to I think handle uncertainty and then execution of information. I think it goes a long, long way. Ferrari on the high after yesterday's debacle. Literally the ugliest car I've ever seen. It's amazing. Yeah, Microsoft went up a little bit. All right, well, let me get a car. We only have 40 minutes. I'll get a water, not a carbo. And then, yeah, we got to finalize those earnings plays here towards the close. So let me see. Some of them went up. But yeah, I wanted more, Habibi. I wanted more.
you guys like some propaganda? It's been a while since you've had propaganda. We also haven't heard this.
How I didn't lie or deny that he hung with that guy, but we still ask why. Did you go to that high? Not once, but a couple times. Don't be shy, please don't lie. Actually, we don't even like you. Why? Howard escaped 9/11. Terrorists got their virgins in heaven, but there's still something I'm not getting. Howard, what the F did you go to that island?
You're an angry elf. That's bad for your health. You're an angry elf. You're not even stealth. You mad cause bought oil on the highs. You're mad cause common sun is by. It's propaganda, we call that a lie. Do better in life, you just gotta try. Focus on your wealth, not chat. Angry elf, we don't like it that. We want the money, don't wanna have a spat. Get the angry elves out of the chat.
Woo! Alright. Well, I got my water. I just need to chug it. Shit, man. We're almost done here on Wednesday. Middle of the week, my friends. Oh. Woo! Eva. So, yeah, that one's still going. Corsair 2, again, we already made those. Today did fly by. It felt boring in the beginning. And then we didn't. Again, it's like momentum, slight leadership change. There's still momentum. It just kind of spread out a little bit. Ooh, excuse me. But yeah, I mean, shit, oil's down. Oil's down a very, very big market. We almost had one of those oil down, stocks down, now that I think about it. Wait a minute. You have NASDAQ down, Russell down, SPY barely green. And then, yeah, oil's down 4 or 5% near the low end. NVIDIA coming down. Penn in the gambling stocks. Verisk. So, yeah, we got to make our decision, boys. Got to make our decision. Get the angry elves out of the chat. Do, 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 do. Okay. SGHC. Yo, SGHC. I don't have headline. You got some Abivi headline and then something with Snowflake. But check SGHC. So small cap, kind of a liquid. That's not 3%, but if it holds, it looks like it could be super group. Insider sales report. Yeah, you had a CFO sell big the other day. A bunch of people. But yeah, that just popped. I don't think there's anything. Snowflake signs $6 billion deal with AWS. The before earnings? And then I just got out of the HPQs for break even. So those came back up. I like those, but I think any of these earnings plays, I'm just going to limit it. Ondo volume. Oh, on Wandis. I feel like we've heard a lot about that recently. I went over the CRM earnings preview. I could throw it on screen for you, but yeah, that one. It's either we sell at a loss any of the plays over the last month, or we push that one. And I might push it just because that's them and Snowflake are the only ones that are down on the quarter. But here's the preview for CRM. For a loss, but got filled right away. They were up earlier today, then they came down. HPE is the business side of HP, and then HPQ is the consumer products. Yeah, Chad answered it for you. Again, SPY coming down a little bit. Okay, where's IGV? Again, we only have like, what, 30 minutes left? Yeah, 33. Sucks, bro. And then SE. It's not. I want to get out of one more earnings play, but it's not filling me at a good price, which sucks because then I don't want to hold it. But then, if they're gonna force me to take a bigger loss, I might as well hold it. You give me my break even, I leave, Habibi. But you make me take a big spread loss. Why not play it? It's not big. Damn, Josh, what did I do? I didn't do anything. I do. I think that was the weirdest part. With today was one of those surprising days. I was saying with oil dropping today and like some of the war people, how they were feeling. Weird that gold and silver dropped. But then again, I mean, right now, this is that day. I think it would be more dramatic, but technically speaking, oil is down 4.5%, and the NASDAQ, Russell are both in the red. And then SPY might even go red. So you might have big down day on oil, and then the market down as well. And then speaking of which, where are the chips? Well, they didn't do too bad. Even Korea. But yeah, they're still chilled right after the open. And railroads, those keep coming up. So yeah, finalize your plays. I mean, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to finagle a little bit, but I'm not getting any good offer, you know? Oh, your first super chat? Thanks for the Corsair. Well, I'm glad, man. That's crazy. You never made a donation on a YouTube channel. And you chose this one. I love it. Yeah, that was a banger, man. That was a banker. The S leaps? No, I haven't. I think ours don't have that much time. Some of them are the same price. My problem with like S in a lot of these names, like that's what you got to be careful of. Some of those leaps already tripled. So that's what you got to be cautious of. That's like even the Aiva one, those tripled up. So like some of the ones we've played recently, when we've played those, they didn't budge. Like again, I think even like the H-Lit, that one did very good. Or even like TE, we bought the TE ones when they were down. That's the craziest part. Yeah, the TE ones are up like 20-30% when we bought them. Which again, that's pretty small for a leap, even though it had some premium. But then that was after the stock was down. It was like even lower. But buying them kind of at the breakout, you gotta, I'm not really a fan of that. On leaps, it just kind of depends on the reason why, but like why we're playing it. But then usually some of these other movers, if the premium is, if you're already paying a lot of money and the premium has a lot of IV on the front end and the short terms, if you're going to pay the same amount, you might as well get a fuck ton of time. So that doesn't happen in every scenario. Like if like Meta today, the short dated contracts were cheaper than the longer dated contracts. But sometimes these stocks that get hyped and pumped up, sometimes the premium is 20% difference between 1 week and 1 year sometimes. And that's where you'd actually want to take advantage of that. CRML, Sermal with a little pop here. It's like 1.5%. Quantum at a fair price. I think a lot of them are breaking out. So you can gamble on them and speculate, but I don't know if they're necessarily the best long-term plays per se. Where's the other one? Okay, I took my Service Now contracts off the table at 150. They were already free. But if I'm going to hold a different set of software plays, I want to at least reduce some exposure. Because we have a lot of them. Boeing is popping.
When did individuals get dailies? A couple, I think like a year ago. Yeah, why are these all like this, man? CP, ASTS. Is Corsair still too small for the long term? Why, man? Can you help me? Why? Why do you say this? Because like in the video I was talking about it yesterday, where all these stocks are dog shit. So like, I guess why not just gamble on? Like, it's one thing to gamble on them, but like, why do you want to put everything in the long term? Is my question. You know what I'm saying? Especially if we're like, yo, that's dog shit. You shouldn't do that. Hold on, I'm still trying to... I'm putting in offers. I'm going through all this. But they're hoeing me. I guess that's good enough. I guess. Oh, I still need to get... It won't fill me, fuckers. I gotta get rid of one more. The good news. There was a play on it. I mean, there was another update on the FAA, but we got those updates early when it came out from the company. It caused the pop, but then that was it. On getting to your level of analysis, you have experience, trading, and understanding. It's just overwhelming where to start or how to focus. Experience, that's the best thing I could give you at this point. You know, if you already know the game to a certain degree, I would just time in the game beats it. And that's like one thing too, is like don't think about overwhelming, if that makes sense. Like, as crazy as that sounds, I don't think I've been overwhelmed. I don't get overwhelmed. Imagine, you know, going through all this info, imagine making real money trades, and then imagine thousands of people both either trolling you or actually asking you, and you know what I'm saying? Imagine all of that. But I don't ever think about, oh my gosh, this is overwhelming. I never look at the amount of like work or what's on the plate. Just do, if that makes any sense. That's what I'm saying. Kind of get more in the process of turning off your mind while still using it and just going through and get that straight experience. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you really have the experience in trading and analysis, how is the long term looking? Because that like I've been saying it every single time this week is just like because again, another week of great earnings or options plays. They've been hitting, but I'm telling you, the real... You will learn a lot from that long term. And that's in the same respect. If you tell me you understand the market, you understand trading, and it's not reflected in the easiest part, I don't believe you. And that's what I'm saying. You might be kind of trying to force it. And like we were talking about here today with the philo, the further you're going to go is handling that uncertainty between doing something and then when it confirms. But that's what I'm saying. There's a certain level you get from the long term in that. I've made a video on the old news feed. I've had to update things since then, but yeah. HPQ, I like that one, man. But yeah, that was the one that filled me right away. Well, that one's starting to go up.
We have Sentinel, Okta, and CRM. Oh, did Okta pop now? Finally. I'll get out of Okta if they give me a good fill, but if they don't, I'm going to hold Okta. But I don't like it as much. People mentioning the Lenovo. Oh, because Lenovo did do good. I think that was the only one in China that did good. Yo, Dollar Tree. Yo, there's something up with Dollar Tree. Yeah, that has to be specific to Dollar Tree. It's not a signal yet, but it's already moved. But, like, literally, that's the only one in that space moving. They got a price target upgrade. I don't know if they're at an event. Oh, their earnings are tomorrow? Dollar Tree pricing in 9. Iron Silver. Yeah, that's still going. Oh, Snowflake popped a little bit there too. That sucks. Okay, Dollar Tree really sticking right now. Like I'm saying, that one's individual. They have earnings, but that's the only one in the space doing that. Could be an end of the day move. We only have 18 minutes left. Now it's a 3%, not in 1 minute, but it is a moving. Oh, and then HPQ. I could have waited on that. Yeah, those NXLs, I have the free shares. I don't know what you want to do with that. Hot IPO summer, it will be. Again, that IPO is gonna essentially should hold up certain momentum until then, and then after the IPO we see which way the markets are really feeling. But then even then, up until all of that, I don't know, the IPOs might even correlate around that June 10th timeline. Now that I think about it, you might get right after the CPI, you might get the SpaceX IPO. Now that I think about it, so kind of crazy. I saw the Abivai approval. Did it move anything? That got circulated a couple times. Yeah, it didn't do much. So HPQ, day before was bad, day of actually did good. So yeah, if I held that one for just a minute longer, you would have had a nice, yeah, fuck. I got break even. You would have got a nice 20%. You could have got some free ones. Yeah, and then CRM. All right, 15 minutes. All right. So, like I'm saying, next I'm gonna try here because they keep going up, but you want to either make your plays free or decide what to get out of. Again, CRM, Okta, and Snowflake. So I'm trying to get out of some of these, but the spreads are so wide and some of them are climbing back up. But you do need to make your decision and be mindful too of your other software risk as well, because if you have too much of that, you could lower that exposure in some areas if you're going to be doing any of that. You're not selling out pre-CPI, or is this a particular earnings? What do you mean? I mean, I have other plays that I'm gonna be holding till CPI, but like, you know, again, anything tied to like sympathies in software right now, they're gonna move off of these earnings. But then we made a couple of pre-earnings plays just in the last week, so those are the ones I'm talking about. Benioff will be at Kramer at 6. They need a monster. So again, if CRM gets like a blowout, a monster up or down will either kill it or raise it up. Again, maybe it could become a long-term candidate. But yeah, CRM just hasn't had the juice in a while. They need like a shocking report. And then the rest of them, like Okta, SentinelOne, Snowflake, they just have to make sure their guidance is good. Otherwise, I mean, CRM is a different size. And it has good potential, but you know, it's been a long time coming without like a real update from earnings in that sense that have made people, you know, get excited, bring back that volatility and momentum. I'm staying away from SpaceX even if it meets my criteria. No, if it meets it, I'll play it, but it's not going to meet it. You know, if SpaceX comes out without a premium, I would love to purchase it. But I think everybody's greed is a little too crazy right now. I don't think that'll be a possibility. I didn't see that one. Market on close, 2 billion at the sell side. Cerberus on the high. All right, man, I'm trying. I got 10 more minutes. I'm trying to maximize the values. Yeah, bro, they're not letting me out without trying to rob them. CRM, yeah, but CRM is not a big earnings mover. So the problem with CRM, even though a lot of the contracts are down, CRM is still pricing in 9%, and it hasn't moved more than 4 or 5% in the last year of earnings. I think even longer than that. Fuel tankers, Universal, originally bound for Cuba, divert course. Snow is snowflake, yes. What the fuck? Alright. So pretty much I trimmed a little bit out of all of the earnings plays, but I'm still in all of them. I just lowered the risk, and then the only one I didn't touch was CRM. Just because we've held that one for a while. And I think those would have the ones being down. So I trimmed a lot of my exposure coming into it. Again, most of them were losses from the other day, or smaller. Again, the HPQ, that one was either break even, or if you held for just another minute or two, you got about like 20-30% on that. I made IGV free. I still have some, but yeah, we on the first little pop and lock from a week or two ago, we made those free. I'm choosing strikes. I do go look at the video that will help you for today in the strategy of like earnings. It's called Ghetto Standard Deviation. That's a very good video if you really want to, it'll help you with any sort of event and any earnings play. That strategy is fucking, it works all day, baby. So yeah, that's on the trading fraternity. If you haven't watched that one, I would definitely spend the next, it takes like 30-40 minutes, I believe. I don't know how long that video is, but I think that is a very valuable skill to learn, especially if you're wondering kind of what I'm doing with these plays, how I'm even identifying them, or like the range I'm going in. It's all based off of that video. I use that strategy to this day. Fed Cook, right course of action is hold rates steady. The K-Webs are dying, but they're not dead. Maybe that's a better way to put it. But pretty much K-Web is going to be around CPI. Because then if CPI doesn't trigger the laggers, or if a rally doesn't bring them up, then I think it'll die around then. But they're in the process of dying, but they still have hope. So you burned one of those 2 weeks I told you to wait for. Someone loaded up on 16 grand of the 620 calls 5 minutes later after they announced, turning 16,000 into 5 million. I think that was the Chad. Because again, we had that news extremely early. I fat fingered into the first one, but that was an insane trade, dude. So if you made 5 million, I mean, if you could buy me a house in Ohio and accomplish the Chad goal, that'd be nice. But either way, I'm still glad. Maybe a Chad might buy me a house this year at this rate. All right, where's FCX? All the cyber looks exactly the same. Are those all new? What are they pricing in? $20. Oh, that actually work. Okay, I'm gonna do one more. Okay.
All right. I did one more. I grabbed Octa put. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. My bad. I didn't realize the time. Well, yeah, I grabbed a 2 standard deviation Octa put to balance it out a little bit, but I already reduced. That was the one they weren't letting me out of good. But yeah, that's it. Other than that, GG. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chadadonia. We did it. We made it. A slow but eventful day. Still 1,000%ers. You still got a little bit of momentum. And now, my friends, all you have ahead of you is these final earnings. I was locked in, baby, but that's all we have, bro. That's the day. Good game, and God bless every single one of you. You made it to the end. And now we need an ICAP. Oh, good game, Chadadonia. God bless every single one of you. Members, non-members, stream alerts, everybody that held it down. Oh, there's your first earning. GG and God bless. There's CRM. They failed us. We'll find out, though. Let's see the guidance. But good game. I'll pull it up while ICAP starts running it. Alright, let's see how they report it. Good game, though. I love you, chat. Thank you for today. All of y'all who really contributed, who stayed alive, who got paid.
Wants to fight
you mad? Oh, yeah, it's already out. All right, so first quarter net sales 2.11, adjusted EPS was 388, so they beat off of that. Second quarter revenue 11.27 versus 11.35. Oh, they missed. So look, they kept the top end high, but then lowered the bottom end. I think they're gonna get shitted on. Full year EPS 7.39 to 7.99, or adjusted of 14.05 to 14.12. So they raised their full year adjusted EPS. That was good. Let me see the full year revenue, 45.9 to 46.2. So they raised that on the low end by a little bit. I can't believe they're going up right now. Yeah, Nutrinex, the leak one, that one's going up. But yeah, so they beat on the quarter. They actually smashed it on the front end, and they beat on the EPS. But their guidance for next quarter was lower on the low end and slightly higher. And then again, they raised guidance barely on the full year, and then EPS was a nice raise. But yeah, I mean, any other earnings play on software would get murdered. So they're actually holding up pretty well, but I'd say it was very in line, slightly better, but it's probably, like I'm saying, a lot of other companies have been punished for a report like that, my friends. So not bad. Not bad. Who else we got now? Snowflake, Okta. Did they come out yet? They hate AIR. I didn't read the thing, so there might be like buybacks or something in there. Not even a nothing. That's the thing, though. You can't be software and have a nothing burger. If software and a nothing burger has been the Grim Reaper. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm surprised it was dropped. That made sense, but we'll see if that one ends up holding up or not. Who else? I got to get going soon. I hope these come out quick. Who else? Snowflake, Okta, Sentinel-1, and then Nutrinex. That was the one that leaked. That one ripped 10% and then took another 10? They hate AI art. Snow is tweaking, but it's not out yet. At least I don't have it. Chad seems broken. You might have had I haven't seen Tyree. I don't know if he's been busy or if YouTube got him. But then, yeah, some other people had some chat issues today. You're feeling the FOMO with NTNX? Well, that's nice, but if you could do me a favor, if you could get the fuck out of here with that, I would appreciate it. I don't like FOMO. I don't like desperation. Bring that to the other chat, please. But the locked in, I expect more. Okay? So from now on, you guys, this might be my final locked in warning. I need y'all to really step it up on here. This is for advanced traders. Anything else, I don't want you to pump. I don't want you to cry if it goes down. I would need information, follow rules, or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Very, very simple. is when it's all said and done, especially with a lot of new people. But yeah, that's just not what it is, my friends. I don't like desperation in any way. It spreads, and it doesn't help you make money. Snow's going. I hope that one fucking hits. Oh, there it is. Oh, fuck me. I just took it off the screen. I have it, though. It's out. Unless they just X'd it away. They hate AI art. So Snowflake. They're pumping the news, dude. They're pumping the Anthropic deal after hours that just hit. The fuck? It's out, but I'm only seeing the other one moving. And now Datadog, Snow, MDB. Those ones we might get lucky on that one. Is Okta tomorrow? I thought Okta was today. Well, yeah, those snows are going to hit if this holds. I don't see the full report yet. Please hold. They hate AI art because it's not really art. I think guidance, let me see. I don't know if this isn't on my other Y. I'm only seeing the Amazon one. The non-easy numbers are out, but they guided 141 to 142, which would be lower. That doesn't, hold on. Full year product 584. That's a beat. So they raised that. And then free cash flow 23 with non-GAAP operating margin. They raised that to 13.5. I just got to verify that's the actual number. Again, they didn't do good on the next quarter. That's the one I was looking for. It's just the Amazon, dude. That little Amazon headline is what's driving it. And then the full year guide raise, that's the only other positive thing. But yeah, that one, I think we're about to be in the money, so thank God we kept one. Marvel, please. If it comes out, but that's it. Is Okta in the morning? So am I tripping? I don't know why I thought Okta. Oh yeah, Sentinel 1 is on the 28th. I was just getting excited. You're right. So yeah, that's it. And then Synopsys. Well, that'll hit. CRM will get washed. Unless CRM gets lucky. Unless Mark Benioff is like, I'm buying out my own company. Marvel. I didn't get the Marvel preview. I'm not. That one already, again, that moved up on earnings yesterday pretty much. Alrighty. Well, Snow should hit. CRM will be the wild card. I'll leave you guys with the rest of them. But unfortunately, your boy has to get going. I love you all, chat. It's a Wednesday, so unfortunately, there will not be a watch list tonight. But if you're on the Instagram, you will get a video. So don't be afraid to watch the Instagram, even if you're on the locked in. I'll try to post it on YouTube as well, on the Trading Fraternity. But that is all that I have for you on this glorious day, my friends. Get ready for a Friday Junior. We got a lot of work to do, so God bless every single one of you. I hope you learned something today. I hope you got a long term. And I hope you know, my friend, all you got to do is keep moving and handle the uncertainty in between decisions. And that, my friend, will take you far. But take that one to the bank, Chatadonia. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. I love you all. And I hope you have a glorious, glorious rest of your evening. Let's see what we wake up to tomorrow. Yeah, Snowflake Agentic Chip, $6 billion deal with Amazon. That's the news. You had that news before the bell. They just waited to drop, like, barely better earnings in that headline, and that's what popped it. That's amazing, Chad. That's amazing. So I'll see you tonight, baby. God bless you all. The Lord is with you, and peace. No sponsor video today, but instead I'll give you one of these, dog. I thought Sentinel comes out tomorrow, and I'm confused. But yeah, here it is. Goodbye.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Tell me when the stocks gon' fall. Buy your put and buy your call. Why these people always stall? Opportunity ain't far. Why they acting like it's not? I'ma take it, that's my job. That's the payrolls after all. Shake their hand and fake a smile. Give her inch, they ask a mile. Let me in and knock it down. Say the 10 and buy the time. Actual intelligence, artificial negligence. They think it's about my arrogance. Severed from the relevance, they disregard the evidence. Go and get the delegates. The room is filled with elephants and a couple skeletons. They raised me from the elements. They hate how I'm developing. My genes began in Genesis. Precipice of edifice, Carnegie's and Edison's. What's with your contentiousness? Unless you are directionless, I think I get the emphasis. The tension's not the benefit. The phone is filled with dreadfulness. I know this cause your restlessness. Don't ever trade your excellence. Get run over by pendulums and just lead to endlessness. The snake was never venomous. Ideas are the pestilence. Tempering your temperament or tempting them with elegance. Or tempted by the eloquence.